this is the kind of shit when you look at it and it feels like your brain is fucking melting because you don't understand how a person could be this fucking psychologically broken.
Yeah, this is like one of the books that I've just had to reread whole pages, and I'm still like, what the fuck is he talking about?
It's like, what was this about? Who are you referring to? What is this in reference to?
These are not words that should ever be strung together. What is wrong with you?
This is genuinely not the thought process of a sane human being.
Or any sentient creature for that matter.
It's kind of bad when chimpanzees are actually building spears and shit to hunt rhesus monkeys, and he doesn't have that level of intelligence.
I was saying in my reading of part 3 that I'm currently working on that do you know that old thing, like, if you give infinite monkeys infinite typewriters, they'll eventually
They
make
can produce the
Shakespeare.
entire works of Shakespeare at random.
Yeah, well, give 3 monkeys 1 typewriter in 15 minutes, they'll probably come up with something better than this.
They could probably print like something that's far more, I guess you could say, grammatically like checked. They could do something that's actually spell checked and actually grammatically correct than just I-S trying my hardest. Like, oh, for fuck's sake, this is what happens when someone has a stroke and you allow them to type. Instead of having an interpreter or someone there to help them. Alright, let's get started reading this nonsense.
So this was apparently written January the 5th, 2019, which makes it the worst thing that happened in 2019. It surpassed the coronavirus by a fair bit.
You know the one thing that I can't help but wonder?
Mm-hmm.
Like, the motherfucker wrote, like, 3 separate drafts of the same fucking book. You see, this right here, all this is changed compared to the original 2 versions that I read before he edited the second one. And this right here is a 3rd region-specific version that only you can access because I don't have a VPN that lets me buy it or get it like I'm from the UK on Amazon.
Kind of interested to know what's changed exactly, because like I recognize some bits from the readings before, but I can't remember all of it.
That's the problem that's the problem. My memory is like almost eidetic, and that's what I fucking hate because it means I remember every bullshit thing he says, even if it like, dude, why am I thinking about this? What the fuck?
I know what that's like.
It's like, it feels like my brain is liquefying. I feel like I might die.
So this is his dedication to girl number 5873.
I met a beautiful, caring girl with an amazing personality. Anyone else willing to bet that the only reason he gives a shit about personalities whatsoever is because it's just another thing for him to take advantage of, because he knows that if he says looks, he'll obviously be as shallow as he appears to everyone else?
I imagine as well she keeps a personality on her chest. That's why he can't keep her eyes off of it.
Yep. Let me just stare at that for 20 minutes.
I like how as well he can't list a single thing that a quality about her. He just says, "Oh, she has a good personality." Right? Okay.
Proceeds to essentially pad it out with what is more or less like plot armor. Let's see here. Someone to be protected and loved. Okay, I just have a question. I don't get why the hell it is he tries to tell the people who or should not be protected, but at the same time, if you say the same thing to him, he loses it.
Well, they need his seal of protection, I imagine. It's like some sort of gang or cult thing.
Let's see. AKA, someone 1,000 times better than Gage Redacted and his hateful cult. Translation. Everyone I meet is automatically better than this person, even though they would also tell me to go fuck myself. That's weird. It's like, dude, you don't know these people. For all you know, they could have the exact same opinion of you, and you wouldn't even be the wiser.
I imagine most of them would, to be honest. It's just most of them are just completely ignorant or don't care, so he just assumes that means they have his blessing.
Or, like, My guess is the only reason he doesn't automatically hate or disregard everyone as a person is because since no one talks to him, he genuinely cannot consider them a threat to his beliefs because no one speaks to him, so that he is unable to determine their opinions on shit. It's like it's in the script, therefore it cannot offend me. Let's see here. She is pregnant, so naturally, you would want to protect her. How do you know I would? I don't know this person.
I like as well.
I'd still step in, but at the same time, it's like I wouldn't feel as inclined if it's a total stranger.
I also like as well that he sees it fit to protect a pregnant woman, but not the child she's carrying. Once that kid's born, yeah, you could just sell him off to a child trafficking ring and it'd be fine. Don't worry about it.
Honestly, it kind of reminds me of like that one Family Guy episode, Partial Terms of Endearment, where Peter gets basically like radically brainwashed by pro-lifers into like basically stopping Lois from getting an abortion because they were going to be like a surrogate mother for their friend's child. And like as soon as he says like, okay, well, what about after they're born, Peter? Well, it's like only when they're in the womb am I concerned. After they're born, they can go fuck themselves. Like, well, damn. It's like, yeah, that's the attitude Stetson has.
No, his attitude is after they've been born, he's gonna fuck them. But
like, you can't do it yourself, but I'll be goddamned if I don't.
If you can't do it yourself, I'll gladly give you a helping hand.
Let's see here. However, she is from Russia with love and has such a loving heart. Again, like, is anyone else, are you willing to bet as well that this is just someone who was polite to him mainly out of like some sort of social obligation more than anything else?
Yeah, that's the impression I get with like most of these people.
It's like I tolerate you because I fucking have to. It's like if I told you to go fuck yourself and threw you down the stairs, I'd just get arrested.
Is this the one as well where he said she's pregnant with children, and has he redacted that part, or is that like a different book?
Well, yeah, this is the same one. Like, this is like the very first version was that, and then he like edited it. It's like, but children does not mean another smaller human being. It means the power to create. That's not what that means.
Yeah, that.
Can you imagine having to stretch that far?
Yeah, he puts so much effort into just his whole children don't exist thing. So when he actually says children, he has to work his way around it. Like, oh yeah, I said children, but it doesn't mean children. And I'm like, right, okay.
He doesn't dislocate his arm reaching that far.
Probably looks like a snail with his head up his own ass.
Honestly, that sounds more appealing than most of the thoughts he seems to have. All right, here. We hang out every day. We live life. We travel all over. We are free. Dude, you move from bus stop to bus stop, shelter to shelter, basically surfing on couches because no one can tolerate you for more than a fucking week because you have episodes and scream at people over stupid shit.
They're also not very free if they can't afford to do anything. Like, I mean, they're technically free in spirit, but spirit won't get you very far in life.
I mean, if you think about it, realistically, look at all this shit that he, like, on his own Facebook, for example. I will edit the, like, screen caps of the episodes that he's had in here, but the thing is, though, he, like, almost every 3 days, he's losing his shit because no one can fucking tolerate him.
Sounds about... Yeah, like... I was going to try and find one of them, because I think I had one to hand, actually, from when I did my reading. Where he just had, like, a panic attack.
Why do they hate me? Why do they hate me? Because you're a fucking dick. Like, here's the thing. I know I'm not the nicest person in the world, but usually there's a fucking reason. It's not like I just wake up every morning and say, fuck everyone.
Yeah, that is kind of, like, his thing as well. Like, he doesn't quite understand that, like, people might not like him because of his actions. Like, he could never tolerate that as an idea. And it's like, it has to happen at least once.
He's trying to, like, retcon all of his online activity. Like, he's basically trying to Mandela effect people, but they were there when it happened. So he's trying to tell people that know what happened that things did not happen.
which just never, unfortunately, works. Unfortunate for him.
I mean, it's like the Streisand effect. The harder you try to keep something controlled and contained, the more it spreads, because your panic and desperation to keep it contained is what allows it to spread. Alright, let's
Yeah, when
read
you
more of
try
this
to
before
cover it
we...
up, people are like, "Oh, I wonder what he's trying to cover up." Holy shit!
Exactly, you look guilty when you do that shit.
So I do
yeah.
love. Okay.
Let's see here. Let's see. She is beautiful and full of life. Well, most people are that aren't dead. A garden in the spring and the mountains snow in winter. How would you know? I don't think you've ever seen the mountains.
It sounds like Lance. He just talks in retarded cliches that he doesn't even use correctly.
God damn, there's a thunderstorm going on outside.
Uh-oh.
Jenga,
Well,
bitch!
I'll take that as God's input on this whole thing.
Smite them! Smite them! Let's see here. She is sweet and open-minded. Dude, what? Okay, Mike was like, what exactly is his interpretation of open-minded? Because he has not explained whether or not they are quote liberal or quote conservative or like independent in his mind. He literally does not explain shit about these people except for a handful of impressions he gets in the spur of the moment and then forgets in like a day. Seriously, did his mother tap the glass too hard on his tank?
That's one theory, or they smashed it and then they just left him for an afternoon just gasping for air and his brain got damaged by the time they put him back in.
The oxygen deprivation just fucked up his brain. Let's see here. Not bitter and closed-minded like Gage is. Again, if I was really so closed-minded as he claims, then that means that I would have been the same I was 6 years ago as to how I am now.
Yeah, a lot of the closed-minded people are like, for some reason, they're all people who have grown at some point in their life, but the open-minded guy, he's not changed since he was like 16, and for some reason, he doesn't think that's odd.
He's basically just super glued those pages in the fucking calendar together. Like, they're all the same. It's like fucking Groundhog Day for him. Except there is no fun.
1, 2, skip a few is just his whole calendar.
Let's see here. She cries when she is upset, quote, meaning that she is in touch with her emotions. She believes in me and my dreams. I understand her pain and discomfort. I wish you were a lot more pain and discomfort. Like, I another thing, like, how does someone, quote, believe in you? Like, what exactly do you have that's worthy of believing in? Your whole belief system is essentially, you're either on the plate or out of the arena.
Yeah, nobody on the planet could ever buy into a belief system where the guy who made it doesn't even buy into himself because he changes it all the fucking time.
And if he doesn't change it, then he goes to, like, really, really absurd lengths to just completely cover up that it happened at all. It's like, I totally didn't say what I said 3 years ago, despite the fact that I actively attached my legal name to every single fucking thing I did.
This person didn't exist. He was actually a CGI recreation by Kath Warfox. Fucking what?
Let me guess, I was just sitting there in a mocap suit. I think we got this.
Look like mocap from Mortal Kombat with the fucking bicycle hat and all the bulbs.
He makes me wear like a really fucked up looking helmet just so they can simulate how fucked up his head looks.
You just put a pumpkin on your head.
I mean, my brother, the way my brother described the way he looked after I showed him a picture of him during that third debate where I was wearing my Godzilla ball cap. He's like, he looks like what would happen if someone got like one of those really badly fucked up looking apples and just stuffed it inside of like one of those plastic party cups and it just didn't go all the way in. So it's just bursting at the sides. That's hydrocephalus for. I mean, seriously, I wonder if there really is just water pressing on his brain.
His brain is just floating in water. That's just basically.
Just sitting there like latte foam. Let's see here. She understands mine. I hope she doesn't, because that means that she too would be a psychotic nonce constantly screaming at people online. I think you're. Oh, geez, she is my best friend, and I must do everything in their power to help her. In their power, like make up your mind. Are you one person or are you a group of other people? Who are you?
He's the retarded Ermac. He has the entirety of a nation living inside his head.
That would explain why it seems to have like 12 to 15 different responses to basic questions.
Precisely.
They're not even like fucking responses that make sense. It's basically like that didn't happen, that's fake news, you're a conservative, and it just repeats at random.
Someone kills him, they've technically committed the mass murder of about 15,000 people.
If anything, that's 15,000 people the world could do better without.
Oh yes, definitely. It would be debatably genocide, though.
It's a year. Just as I tried to do for Gay. However, he was not appreciative of said help, and instead treated me like garbage. Okay, quick question. What exactly is considered helpful when you talk down to someone and start saying that all the horrible shit that either happened to them or that they did in life that they're not proud of should just be dragged out into the public and then just used to like beat them over the fucking head with it? I don't think that's helping someone. Like helping someone with their trauma would be like an actual therapist or a counselor, not someone that says, yeah, you know, all these horrible things that you did or went through, well, you're a piece of shit for these things, and these people didn't do anything wrong to you, well, you're just an asshole. It's like, that's not helping anyone. You're just pissing them off.
Yeah, like I don't think I've ever seen him actually attempt to help anyone. It's just literally just trying his hardest to out people for shit or trying to make them feel bad for it beyond what they deserve to feel. It's like,
not only that, but it's just down talking everyone. It's like he thinks that he's like an adult walking up to a bunch of children and like scolding them about things. No, it's just an asshole pretending to be smarter than everyone while at the same time failing to back up his own claims.
Ironically, he is like the street preacher he claims everyone else is. He just walks up to people and he's like, "You will burn for this," and then goes home and just breaks 20 commandments, but it's not a problem when he does it.
The weird part is like when he whines about stupid shit like that. Well, here's the thing: you keep saying you want to be left alone, but then you do shit to constantly antagonize people.
Yeah, that's the other. Like, he has like a new podcast every other fucking day, but he just wants to be left alone. It's just, I mean, he's not even the only one who does that, but he's like one of the best examples of it, where he's like, "Oh, I want to be just left alone," and you could do nothing for ages, and he still keeps going at it.
Like how you and I were both like radio silent on that front for like several months, and like 14 fucking podcasts were made of that whole thing.
Yeah, I went back and counted them all from like last May or whatever it was. I couldn't remember the exact date, but it was, yeah, like 14 of them were made during that time, and I was like, that's not someone who wants to be left alone.
That's a behavior of someone that knows. See, but the only attention that they're getting is just pulling away from them. No one listened to me, but they'll have to listen to me now. Like, hell we do. Let's see here. Today's book is continuing, excuse me. It's hard to tell because the constant grammatical and spelling errors make me wonder if he's just fucking up words if I'm misreading it.
Yeah, I tripped over constantly because I'm like, wait, does that say what I... No, I don't get it.
This book is continuing the not-service book number 1 in this book. Well, here's the thing. This is like... The weird thing is he's like more in part 2, but like this is technically like part 2 of the series.
Yeah, this is the second one, but it says it continues the story, but it doesn't really, because like there's not really much connection other than like he mentions the things in this book in the first one, but not like, oh, here's the rest of the story next time or whatever.
It's like just a series of like odd random continuations of events that realistically don't really aid in tying the stories together.
Yeah.
Oh boy, here we go. It is continuing the first right from the non-service book number 1. In this book, I will continue to experience the true essential emotional drama that is my life. As a result of the action of gang, it is narrative-based far-right cult. Dude, literally nothing anyone said to you online could have impacted shit that you did outside.
Mainly because he does nothing outside of the internet, so...
I mean, I genuinely wonder if he thinks that every time he wakes up, if anyone at all that he doesn't like just happens to make any videos or anything, he automatically just has to screech about it because that's the only thing he can think to do when other people are just ignoring him, but at the same time continuing their daily routines.
Yeah, I think he actually looks for things that half the time aren't even like what's actually happening. Or alternatively, I think he probably just decides that something bad that happened to him's responsibility of somebody else. Like, oh no, the toothpaste isn't where I left it last night. It must be that battered gauge. And it's like,
I
no, it's
snuck in
probably
and
your
moved it. You
roommate.
don't understand. I had to fuck with the feng shui of the bathroom counter. The energy was not flowing where the toothpaste was, so I had to push it against the mirror at the edge of the basin. I should have just smeared the words "fuck you" across it in toothpaste, with toothpaste on the mirror, but I thought that would make too much of a mess. Then I wouldn't want to leave fingerprints.
Just says you first on the bathroom mirror and he starts screaming.
It's like Candyman, except there's no Candyman looking back at you.
It's just the creature of the Black Lagoon.
Conservative. Poof behind him. Oh boy. Like another thing, it's not really an essential emotional drama. It's essentially a series of fucking tantrums about dumb shit.
Yeah, it really is. There's nothing in this book that could be even equated to, like Adrastea actually wrote about the murder thing that she was involved in, and that was actually an interesting read because even if you don't believe her account, it's kind of interesting to see it from her perspective. Whereas he can't compare
on what she thinks on the outside of it.
Yeah, whereas this guy's like, oh no, they did a Super Bowl party and they didn't invite me. Wow, that's. Is there a point to this sad story?
It's like, sorry, my box of fucks will remain undisturbed. All right, here. Even if underappreciated mostly by the right-wing narrative, the raw emotions and the victimhood is real. It's not victimhood. You legitimately acted like a douchebag to everyone, and they just told you to get fucked. Dedicated to Rosie Gabriel. Okay. As for Patricia Lubas, he claimed that this person was his wife when Cornelius was talking to him once. And the weird thing is, like, first he claims to be married to this person, but then at the same time, he also claimed to be married to this person named Hasantha in the very first draft of this bullshit. Like, you can't even remember who the fuck you're married to. Can you do me a favor and pick a fucking continuity? I feel like I'm watching, like, a fucking Marvel multiverse movie, except, without any of the action or fun.
It's like Doctor Strange into the multiverse or whatever it was, Multiverse Madness, and he's like, but he's just shit-faced drunk and just keeps ending up in fucking nightmare universes that no one should go to.
He just keeps Groundhog Daying himself into, like, worse and worse realities.
And just getting more drunk to cope with it.
Like, Marja, Aliyah, can you just imagine, for example, if one of these people actually got contacted by the cops as a result of some crazy shit that he did? Like, you have to explain how you know this person. It's like, I don't know this crazy asshole. We were acquainted for, like, maybe several months when they were crashing at a workshop, and then we kicked them the fuck out because all they did was whine and bitch.
I also love as well.
Apparently, that workshop, it's also attached to, like, a live-in facility. Like, okay, you know how James lives in Section 8 housing?
Yeah, I remember, like, it was supposed to be, like, several months. And he lived there for, like, a year.
The thing is, though, like, Stetson apparently, like, he legitimately actually lives in Section 8 housing.
I could believe that. I couldn't see him living
anywhere.
anywhere.
That's why he shares that room with a roommate, and that's why they gave him, like, pretty shitty food. It's because it's genuinely all they could fucking afford before he moved into that place. Right.
Yeah, and I can't imagine he can cook for himself. I do like that he steals the tagline from Judge Judy on this part. It's like, the people are real, the truth is final. Like, fucking dipshit.
Like, can you do me a favor and say something that people haven't already made up?
So I do love the fact that he repeats the same names, like, several times throughout this fucking thing.
If I was him, I would have just tasered the shit out of him. Let's see.
I would have
People
fucking.
of California, Puente Hills, Liliana Fiogora, The Real Girl on Fire. Could you just imagine writing a novel like The Hunger Games, for example? You take months, if not years, of your time writing that series, and next thing you know, some stupid spaz is constantly using a character that's meant to be respected and admired, more or less to symbolize their unrequited fixation on a woman who tolerated them only because beating the shit out of them would get them arrested or fired.
I have to admit, I'd find that fucking funny. Like waking up and finding out that my novel inspired a retarded pile of shit like this. I'd probably just have a fucking field day.
That's the Deminguk Shania. Okay, so we're gonna start thinking fictional things. Okay, well, I'd like to thank Santa Claus and the Easter Bunny for being here.
Like to thank Davros. He's a real one.
Frank, a girl with purple hair. So that's a hard. Can you explain to me why it is you thank a campaign that didn't even get 1% of any vote?
For a president who apparently doesn't even exist, according to this article.
That's here. CNN way better than Fox News. Like realistically, both of them suck in their own set of ways. So I wouldn't really be so eager to say that one of them is inherently better than the other because they're both flawed.
Yeah, they both come across as the same thing. It's like Coke
It's basically
and Pepsi.
just like it's like left Twix and right Twix. It's the same shit.
Yeah, I've only ever seen CNN because you get it by default in most foreign hotel rooms. I've not really seen Fox, but from what I understand of CNN, it is just like our version of Sky News, which is just basically the same thing.
Let's see. Selena, Raquel's number 2. Bobby Smith. Nina, love her style. Get fucked up the ass with a ratchet.
He probably already has.
Jessica, the best staff member ever. My heart in love. Make up your mind. Are you married to a woman? Are you married to a man? Are you not married? Are you married? Like, pick a fucking setting. Like, let's be honest. If I had addressed any other woman the way that he does, Kate would be beating my ass. Like, she would be fuming just with that. Because, honestly, I wouldn't be able to blame her, though. Because, yeah, that would be upsetting. Like, who the fuck are you talking about? What the hell is this? Would be, like, the perfect, understandable response to that. Let's see. Veronica, the sexy girl with purple hair. Selena, Raquel number 2. Why is, again, like, repeated twice? Like, did you really just have to pad time out just... Oh, CJ, remember, Carl... You gotta remember to assert yourself next time.
All you had to do was follow the damn train, CJ. How did you end up in the fucking dedications of Stetson's
Goddamn baller ass fool. Let's do it. After what? A kindness of its own. No, a kindness of its own would be like a kindness someone would extend to the world by unplugging your ass the moment you end up on life support.
Or just shooting him straight in the face with a buckshot.
Honestly, I couldn't help but enjoy the M1911. Like, what do you think, M1911? Bang! I think it won. All it had to do was have one rebuttal. That's it. Somehow the rain is not what you think. For it is a burden on my soul. Yes, water is a burden on your soul.
Well, it is a fish, so that makes sense.
I don't have a waterproof soul, so it is a burden upon me. I could go into detail, but the stipulated background of the situation. Yeah, I'm sure you could, but it would seem too coached. No, it wouldn't. Because realistically, if you actually told, like a real moving tale of how you met this person and came to appreciate them and love them and actually have a real relationship with them over time, people may actually connect to that more than screaming like a fucking retard about dumb shit that happened online or in person that you decided to provoke. But I'm also unfortunately trying to approach this with the understanding or the belief that he's actually capable about giving a shit about anyone else than himself. And I realize that is not the way I should be approaching him, given the fact that he's demonstrated time and time again he cares only for what he would benefit from and not for what could benefit anyone else.
Yeah, he's incapable of thinking of another person besides himself. And usually, if he does, he's thinking of how he can help that person for his own benefit.
It's like, how can I do something for you that will in turn basically put you in a spot where you'll owe me a solid? Let's see. Oh boy. Let's see. But the fact I must be direct. I love her. My girl on fire. Again, if she is on fire, you might want to call emergency services or try to smother the flames. Otherwise, she's going to be burned to a crisp, and you're going to have to report that you have a human chicken wing on the ground.
Well, if she is on fire, I recommend he runs up to her and gives her a nice big hug. Just
hang on to her till it's over, I promise. Like, I don't care how badly it hurts. If you really love this person, you'll go down with the ship. She is the one of a kind. Well, technically, every human being is one of a kind because there's only one individual with that particular fingerprint DNA code in mind. Unless you're Stenson, in which case you're essentially a carbon copy of every Tumblr SJW. Except you're actually a little bit fucking crazier.
I don't think anyone's been that ugly in history, so he's got that going for him.
Like, she is, like, can never be replaced. You legitimately replace this person, like, maybe a chapter in when you find out that they don't reciprocate your feelings. Like, seriously, you treat human beings like they're interchangeable objects in your life.
Yeah, like every single girl just gets replaced on the next page, but every one of them is irreplaceable because, yeah.
It's like a revolving door of celebrity guests on a sitcom, except instead of people that people like or find funny, it's just genuinely someone that no one can give a fuck about because their existence is so nondescript and completely vague that they might as well just be a cardboard cutout with a few articles of clothing and wigs on it.
Yeah, or like just some random audience member who's put on stage for like 15 seconds and then just shoved off again.
Hello, goodbye. Alright, let's see here. Let's see. She is the leader of the revolution. Okay, then. For years, we the people are tossed into the streets, aka homeless. Well, here's the thing. Usually when people end up homeless, it's either because they get addicted to drugs and they spiral the fuck out of control, or they lose their house in a divorce proceeding. For example, like for some homeless veterans, they come back from the war not the same that they were when they left, and because of that, the divorce funks them over and they lose the house. Or someone just decides to be a deadbeat and not pay your fucking rent.
Yeah, some people are homeless because their family threw them out as well because they were massive cunts. I can't think of any immediate examples, but yeah.
You know who you are. We need not explain further. It's like, oh, the people need a savior, and it is her. Yeah, a savior. What's she gonna do? Fly over everyone like Superman and just shit hundreds and billions of dollars on the ground so everyone can buy homes? Like, she's a savior. Okay, what is she doing? That's what I fucking thought.
She looks pretty.
Oh, Jesus. Let's see. But there are skeptics out there who translate genius to mental illness. Again, this sounds more like a cope, I am a genius, but everyone thinks I'm insane. No, there's a very fine line, and you're not just like tiptoeing over it here and there. You're straight up just playing fucking hopscotch with the line. Like you're jumping, it's like you're doing like the side to side jump exercise you used to do in phys ed. He's doing that when it comes down to the line between brilliance and insanity, except it's just one circle that says insanity with the lines right out saying less crazy, more crazy. He just keeps jumping back and forth between the two zones. Let's see. Meaning that no matter how, quote, normal you try to be, you will always be abnormal in their eyes. Well, mainly when they look at your physical appearance and they look at the genetic deformation that stares back as though asking it whether or not they're a liberal or not. So, but what is normal? Again, I'm not going to go into like a long explanation as to how normal is somewhat arbitrary. Like, we have things that are typically observed in nature that we can define as some sort of pattern, and that's what we establish as normal. Same thing with human psychology and human behavior. And it's because of that certain things are established as normal. there, I saved like everyone 2 hours of what essentially would be him tap dancing around it.
Well, apparently Jesus was treated as abnormal because sons of gods are common fucking dime a dozen around that time. But
Hold on, I think you hit the skip button.
Oh,
let's see here.
Yes, I did. I thought you were a bit further ahead than you were.
For even Jesus was treated as abnormal. Jesus wasn't real, and if he was real, he was just someone that was challenging the status quo. That's not the same thing as him being deemed a crazy person. Yet, many say that Christianity is normal. I wouldn't say it's normal. I'd say it's a religion that some people choose to practice. Like, there's no such thing as normality when it comes to a religion, because a lot of religions have, like, slightly weird fucking practices. Normal never existed. No, you. Normal is a contradiction of life, and therefore never existed. I wish you were I wish your pulse was a contradiction of life.
I mean, his existence is a contradiction of social Darwinism and just Darwinism in general. So,
part of me really wonders if he was just a rape baby
or an experiment, just thrown in a ditch and adopted.
Okay. Anywho, she is really beautiful. Yes, we know you fetishize every person you encounter for more than 3 seconds at a time. She reminds me of a friend named Lena Roshani. She, like Liliana, is very interesting and intellectual. Proceeds not to even enlighten anyone as to this person's possible qualifications that could determine whether or not they're intelligent. Even she was misunderstood. Now she runs a business called Fan Favorite out of Atlanta, Georgia, selling clothes of her own clothing line. And am I the only one out of the two of us that just thinks he's like just picking random people that he claims to be friends with?
Yeah, I looked up the name of Patricia What's-Her-Face, and I think she's just some random model on the internet. I don't even think he knows her. I think that's the case with a lot of these people, if I was to guess.
Yeah, I got into like a little back and forth with him, and the thing is, I asked him, it's like, okay, name one paleontologist, for example, from your made-up nation. He pulled the name of a paleontologist from fucking China. It's like, dude, I know this person. I've seen some of their lectures. This person is not native to your bullshit country. Let's see here. God bless her. She's my friend, and I'm glad to be willing to work for or sponsor her business. Could you imagine the damage he could do to this business?
I don't think I could imagine it, just on the basis of imagine them seeing it and being like, what the fuck is this sponsor?
This would essentially be like an asteroid destroying the dinosaurs, but it'd be just someone else's livelihood. It would go the way of the dinosaurs and just like, fuck it. All you see is a fucking crater where the building was because it was so incredibly turbo retarded it just nuked itself.
It just imploded.
That's weird. Meaning that people always misunderstand you. They misunderstand me all the time. Like, what is there to misunderstand? You say stupid shit that people find incendiary. There's no misunderstanding there.
I think the people who misunderstand him are the people that think he's a somewhat decent human being on the surface.
I mean, I really wonder, do you think he just acts the way that he does all the time to everyone he encounters, like always this bullshit self-assuredness that no one will challenge what he says?
I actually wonder what he's like in real life, because according to that one guy from Japan, he was saying that he just talks to no one. So it does make me question it.
Like, do you figure like he just has like social phobias around groups of people, but whenever someone disagrees with him, it's like all those phobias just disappear because, he needs to stand up like the Manchurian Candidate and make a fool of himself in front of everyone?
Yeah, I can't imagine he could ever let a thing go, ever, which would probably just piss everyone off.
I mean, it's like what you said when you compared him to Quasimodo when it became like the Festival of Fools. He didn't realize that he was the butt of every fucking joke until they started pelting him with shit and put him in the stockade.
And then Frollo started shouting at him, which I also imagine would be a trigger. He'd just be like, oh no, I just realized I'm a fucking idiot.
I just realized I fucked myself up. Let's see. Then they verbally abuse me and make it my fault. A person can't make it your fault. It's either it's your fault or it's not. Like, they cannot alter reality so that you are somehow the cause. Either you are or you're not.
He usually is the cause.
I mean, if you instigate it, you can't say that people are making it your fault if people observe you doing it. Or they physically abuse me and make it my fault. I wish I could have just seen that or watched someone just bitch slap you, because I think it would be fucking hysterical. I'm usually against animal abuse, but here I understand. Seriously, it wouldn't be abuse, it'd just be animal cruelty.
It would just be our animal encouragement.
Either way, they are the fools. So, see, here it is. Like, you're not even looking at yourself and saying, maybe the reason everywhere I go smells of shit is because I am the shit.
Yeah, he can never, like, everyone tells him the same thing, and it's never him that's the problem. It's always everybody else. And I'm like, okay, that's the worst conclusion you could draw, but go on.
It's like, I don't learn. What's learning? Alright, let's patient. I don't know how I'd ever live without Liliana. She is truly my best friend. But again, stop starting sentences like that. Other people don't like her. If someone tolerates you, then I genuinely wonder why that is.
Yeah, especially if they're in the
His
know.
mouth glued shut. I'm sorry, go ahead.
I can't remember.
Like, damn it was right there.
I think I was going to say that everyone he likes, for some reason, other people have problems with them as well, which I always find a bit odd for one reason or another.
It's almost like assholes of a feather flock together. She has truly my kids. They discriminate against her based on her looks, where she's from, etc. Does not bother to explain where she's from or what her looks are. Okay then. Which is an injustice within itself. Your whole idea of an injustice just means that someone looks at you, calls you a moron, and walks off.
Or just doesn't fucking do things 100% the way that you want them to be. That's another one.
Let's see here. A form of oppression that should never be tolerated or promoted. No, you. But of course, a shame in its own right. It is prominent in our daily life. You mean lives? Use pluralistic nouns when you're referring to groups of people.
I think he's a few years too early for that. Maybe in about 20 years he'll get to an 8th grade level.
Every day there are victims that don't deserve the victimization or poor treatment. Yeah, but usually people like you are the ones creating them or berating them, so you kind of lose any right to complain or bitch.
Either creates them or eggs them on. Like,
you'll either be the one gaslighting them or the one saying that it's okay that people created them. Let's see. Just like my friend Rosie, who experiences racism when she goes out places. Are you actually going to explain what the fuck you mean?
yeah, he doesn't say what race she is, so she could be black, Hispanic, Native American.
For all you know, she could be Caucasian, and he just says, well, they call her a cracker for behaving like a crazy person here and there.
Well, until he specifies otherwise, I'm going to imagine she's a fucking Klingon.
Just like a series of like almost Hebrew sounding noises.
With a big forehead.
I received the worst kind of discrimination from the management or volunteers of America Los Angeles, which includes Rochelle, the supervisor.
Oh, she's Rochelle now.
Rochelle, Rachel, like Jesus Christ, and Reggie, the director here in Pomona, California. She is a fake. So what is it? Is she a synth?
She's a rubber doll.
Like, she cut her finger and some gray liquid came out. We realized that she was a fucking... We realized that she was a Wayland Yutani synthetic. Like, fucking Bishop. Let's see here. Acting as like she cares about the homeless to investors, volunteers, and those donating to Vola. Okay, so I'm gonna assume that's like an acronym, but God forbid you know what the fucking acronym means. But really, she couldn't care less about us or the staff. Okay, so the moment you separate or the staff, you're making a distinction that means that you are a resident, not a worker.
Yeah, like she has to keep a professional distance because otherwise they have investigations even if you don't mean any harm because of various things. She is in a position of trust.
Yep, people think that a person might be abusing their role or they might be getting extra privileges in exchange for getting closer to certain people.
Yeah, precisely. Or using those people for her own ends, which also would be awful, so yeah.
Let's see. In fact, she really doesn't care about anyone but herself. Projection, my name is Gilman. Her actions and character prove this to be true. Translation. She did not suck my dick and tell me that I am the best thing since sliced bread or vaccine. So I'm going to scream and cry for the next 50 years about it.
Well, she did catch him wanking up in his bed one time, so I guess that's close enough.
What's under your blanket? Nothing. Well, you're right. There is nothing. Let's see here. Her actions. Let's see. Okay. Otherwise, she would take better care of the place and actually be amongst the people instead of hiding in her office and hanging with her closest cronies and corruption syndicates. Translation. This person sits in the office, most likely to answer phone calls about important things that are going on that need to be constantly observed and maintained. And because they're keeping in contact with people that they work with, or people that they work under, or people that they help manage, they, for some reason, should be guilt-tripped into feeling like they need to live amongst the clowns, when in reality they are the ringmaster of the circus.
Yeah, like, I was quite close to my old boss, and I knew her schedule a lot more than, like, I know, like, future bosses after her. Yeah, all she did was meetings all day. Like, I'd probably blow my own fucking brains out if that's all I did, because she's just sat there talking to people in meeting after meeting after meeting.
You're sitting there in the boardroom like it's a board of directors, bored out of your damn mind.
Yeah, precisely. And you can get called in for 2 hours. And
There's
then
a reason
just
you
have
call
to
it a
listen to
boardroom.
something.
It's because it's the feeling you have when you're there.
Yep.
And the name is quite suitable.
Most of the time, you're just in there listening to some dickhead talking some bullshit about, like, something you don't care about or something you horrifically disagree with. And you just have to nod along and go, yes, you are perfectly valid in your stupid bullshit.
We need to make a couple more $1 million this quarter, so we're gonna start cutting like different costs here, and here.
Oh, that's not gonna bite me in the ass.
Let's see. She overworks the staff. They're underpaid and not respected. In fact, Rochelle gets paid more than any worker here. It's almost like when you have more responsibilities and a lot more stress as a result of having those responsibilities, you're bound to be paid more as a way to motivate you to keep that fucking job.
Yeah, it's usually a mix of time and skill. And these people get paid a lot of money because they give up their lives to do this job, more or less.
Let's see. In fact, Rochelle O'Kelsey, which is not a surprise, she does the least work yet gets the most pay. I know, cleaning up cigarettes butts must be like a Herculean task for a moron.
Well, he has to really try not to eat them, so.
And yet, we, the people, the residents, so you admit that you're a resident and you misspelled the word residence, you fucking spaz, are still left with nothing. You don't deserve shit. We are forced into the cold. Our rights of freedom of speech and expression is being violated. We are forced to live in freezing cold conditions. with a gulag, with the lights on. Nobody can sleep. For some reason, there's like a semicolon before the word "we" or forced into unsanitary restrooms. There are no means of communication here to the outside world. They've trapped us in the compound.
If there's
They
no
took Jimmy into
communication,
the wood yesterday. He has not come out.
hey, I found Jimmy's ring in the food. If there's no
Where's Jimmy?
communication
And
to the
you?
outside world, how the fuck was this written?
He's acting like he was in fucking Lost. The smoke monster has found us. Jeez. And the management isn't doing anything about it. They smashed the radio and threw the map in the river. The Blair Witch Project, for fuck's sake.
If this is some horrific gulag, then the management would be the ones in charge of it, and therefore, why would they do anything to stop their own gulag? That doesn't make any fucking sense.
Why would I undercut my own authority? Raquel and Reggie continue to ignore the obvious in order to continue that corruption and dictatorship on the residents here. Again, it's with a T, not a C. A residence with a C is a home. A resident with a TS means the people that are residing in a location, you dumb spaz.
Learn some English.
Management over 60 times, and they still ignore me. I started writing things on the wall in my own feces to get their attention. They told me to stop and then sprayed it with water and tell me to get off the couch.
I followed her shell into her car and whispered to her on the back seat, and she threw me out onto the highway.
Seriously, I wonder like if fire hose just sprayed. Got it.
Bad kitty.
Like what they do with the misbehaving cat with the fucking spritz bottle. Put this thing to a shower he's had several weeks. The only time they recognized me was when they kicked me out, or if I am doing something wrong, which is in no way my doing. Wait, let me get this straight. You have no control over your own actions.
He's possessed by demons.
The voices tell him to do shit. He just does it.
The dog that told David Berkowitz to kill just comes up to him and he just does what he asks because he's a fucking idiot.
Seriously, like this is like the smile dog bullshit, except instead of like spread the word, it's like do dumb shit that makes people think you're nuts.
Write another fucking book. That's a brilliant idea, little doggy. I'll go do that right now.
Has their really wide grin and just fades from existence. Wait, isn't like a for I don't control their mentality nor their actions. It sounds like you'd want to, but you know you can't because they're not retarded enough to believe anything you say.
And he can't even control his own actions, so he has no fucking hope of controlling anyone else's.
They have free will not to run dictatorship. Oh, Jesus fucking Christ. Grammar, motherfucker. So the fact that they made the choice to do so clearly means that their hearts are corrupted and their minds are closed. Translation, I do stupid, crazy shit that people don't like, and it's not my fault, ever. Forever and ever, till the end of time.
I find that a bit disingenuous. You could be an open-minded dictator.
Alright, chapter 2, the beginning to an end. This sounds like the death of a dynasty and walking with dinosaurs, the way you're phrasing this motherfucker.
As written by the dinosaurs.
We had no idea the asteroid was coming for us.
The closer it got, the more it looked like a giant rock.
It was only for one night, but she is my best friend, my soulmate, and my everything. Dude, you've known someone for 24 hours. You don't know shit about them because there's a whole range of emotions that you go through when you're in a relationship. And this right here just sounds like, well, she gave me a hard on for 30 seconds. That means we're in love. Seriously, this is the kind of thing that just makes me think he needs to be locked the fuck away from people.
Yeah, I think page whatever it was in the third bit is the thing that I just put forward as my case for him just needing to be locked up. It's fucking rant on pedophilia, like Jesus Christ.
Let's see. My soulmate, my everything. She is my partner in crime. Okay. And I don't know what I would do if I was apart from her. But yet I am. Grow up. Not
Okay, just
everyone
move on to Jessica.
Seriously, just hop from one pad to another, Froggy.
That is like quite funny though. Like he's like, "Oh, I could not live without this woman. This woman means the world to me." And then like the next page, he's talking about like another one who's just got a different name but the same person. Also, I found a picture of Jessica.
It's basically like what the fuck would happen is if you had like the same character with the same stats, the same moves, the same attributes, the same special skills, and it's just a different color sprite with each one.
Yeah.
It's basically a Minecraft skin. It doesn't really do anything, it's just there.
I found Stetson's Instagram and he apparently just took a picture of Jessica's ass, apparently, and just uploaded it to the fucking Instagram.
Like, I'm wondering whose fucking kid is that, because if that was, like, someone should know he's doing that, because realistically, like, if he's in this household with this infant, I'm greatly concerned.
I don't know where this kid... Family is important, so I'm guessing it's related to him.
Like, honestly, part of me wonders if he lives with family, like they're letting him stay in a place, or he just like he's there visiting and then he's just sent back to wherever he lives.
Or he just snuck in and took the picture and then ran.
It's like snap, go. Let's see. They discriminate against her on a daily basis. I love how you actually spelled basis correctly for the first time in almost a millennia. Which is an injustice within itself. Anyway, I am blessed to know that she really cares about me. Dude, you've known this person for a fucking day. Has this person ever given anything from themselves to you because they genuinely thought it would help you? Or did they just straight up be polite to you and not tell you to fuck yourself when you looked at them funny? Because to me it just sounds like, well, she didn't tell me to go fuck myself and call me ugly and retarded quite yet, so that means we're in love now, even though this person's openly being physically, like, they appear to be, like, visibly distressed by me being around them all the time. Oh boy. Let's see. Like, that is all that I have dealt with. Alright, I'm just gonna pretend that made sense. She is still like that friend. My drama has nothing to do with her. But, again, stop saying but every time. With the leader of the program, Raquel. Like, can you do me a favor and learn how to spell names? In all, it sickens me that there is so much corruption in that place. Demonic corruption.
Like it's some fucking showgirls shit where there's...
It must be cleansed. So
but
like, you get like Doom Eternal vibes when it comes down to like the demonic corruption meter that you have in every level.
It's like Meet the Feebles, but the cast are somehow even bigger Muppets.
Let's see here. Let's see. How they stayed open for that long without question against their illegal practices is beyond me. Okay, a series of questions. What exactly do they do that's illegal? And realistically, what right do you have to fucking complain given how limited your options are?
Yeah, that's one of the things as well. He could just leave this place at any point. Like
you're not being held at gunpoint. Believe me, they would wave and just say "fuck off" and goodbye when you walk out.
they're more likely to draw a gun on him and ask him to leave, to be honest.
They will ask you very politely but very firmly to get the fuck out of there before they decide to fill you with 2 more eye holes. Let's see here. Get your ricket-ridden ass the fuck out of my building. Alright, let's see. Let's see here. It's beyond me. The same question can be asked about Gage. How long will his hatred and ill will against the homeless go unnoticed? Translation: I call you retarded on the internet, and because of the fact that you think you speak for every human being alive, regardless of the position that you occupy in life, it means that you're a hive mind in your mind. Seriously, what is that? Like, what is with this? Like, what is with this constant collectivist tactic of saying you dislike me because you speculate I'm homeless because I kind of more or less admit to it here and there? Well, you hate homeless people. Me.
Yeah, that's like one of the things as well. If you hate him, you hate all of X. It's like me going, "Oh, you hate all autistics because you dislike me because I kick your cat." What?
But I don't know how that works.
You hate one of us, you hate all of us.
My words, like Gage, stupidity, their crimes will not go unpunished. How are you gonna punish me? Are you gonna scream and cry about me for millennia?
He's gonna open up his pleasure room.
Welcome to 50 Shades of Fish. It's just him feverishly beating off the people that he claims to fucking hate.
And his pleasure room is just a little corner that's like, he doesn't have anything in it because it's just a shitty apartment.
It's basically just carbon copies of like Sims character pictures painted on his wall. The realest thing he'll ever get to intimacy.
He's just drawn pictures of handcuffs on the wall and shit.
Let's see. Before you see... Like, I wish I could see you in front of a car as it speeds towards you, but okay. There are a lot of things that are owed to me by Raquel. Must passes, money, an apology, compensation, and restitution in general. Okay, compensation for what? What have you realistically lost that would make it even remotely considerable? You can't lose what you've already lost. Like, he was out of it since day one. Most people buy the day one pass. He just said, fuck it, I don't need it. Except this time it was specifically about Brain. An apology. Like, okay, let me get this straight. You want this person to apologize to you because you act shitty and basically convince them to not tolerate you any longer. Like, I know I burned part of the house down, but you apologize to me for me having arson the building.
I put my hand up, setting fire to your house. I want an apology.
Let's see here. Let's see. In all, she has caused me more heartache than all the people that I have met in my life combined. You mean all 5 of them? I mean, realistically, most of the people that have been busting his balls are people that he's never met in person. How dare you say mean things about me? I'm gonna cry about it. Okay. I don't care. Oh boy. Yeah, and again, if this person is really so bad, then why do you give 2 fucks about what I do by comparison?
That's one thing I couldn't help but think, like, when it comes to people doing shit in front of him that he doesn't like, he has to step in. But then when it's other things, it's like nobody should ever get involved. And I'm like, okay, make up your mind. What's your philosophy?
Like, well, think about, like, are you saying that, like, people should only get involved when you believe violence is imminent? Or do you believe that people should only get involved when you believe that everything will be resolved peacefully? Because you're not making sense.
That's the thing as well. He can't even, like, when Andy's threatening his dog with a knife, he doesn't think that's worth getting involved in. But apparently someone saying, oh yeah, somebody smacked Kate one time. And it's like, oh no, I need to go on an adventure to figure out how did this happen. And I'm like, Okay, are you the pacifist monk who refuses to get involved or judge anyone, or are you a fucking paladin who has to get into everyone's business? You can't be both. Fucking dickhead.
Not only that, but realistically, like you brought this up to him when we were both speaking to him directly. If you do think someone's being abused, the worst thing you could do is publish things about it that could actually potentially cause the abuse to intensify out of some sort of desire for the abuser to try to, like, exude more control over the victim.
Yeah, like, I think that's actually his end game. That's what he wanted. He was like, oh yeah, I can actually make more bad things happen and then write about them.
It's like, if I can convince you to kill this person like O.J. Simpson, then you'll be on the cover of a newspaper and I'll be the one that discovered the story.
It's like a fucking war correspondent who sells arms to fuel the war that they're covering.
Let's see here. Why does she hate me? Why wouldn't everyone hate you?
Why would anyone like you? That's the biggest mystery.
Yes, like, there are 8 wonders of the world, and that's one of them. How would anyone like this asshole? I tried to understand this phenomenon on a daily basis. It's not a phenomenon. A phenomenon is an unexplained event or series of events, which in turn cannot be explained using science or basic means. That is not the same thing as someone calling you a stupid fuck and walking away from you.
People don't like me. What a phenomenon. The worst episode of Unsolved Mysteries.
On this episode of The Twilight Zone.
Why doesn't anyone like this stupid fucking asshole?
Let's see. Let's see. Why does she find it? Let's see. Why does she find it amusing to make others suffer? I don't think she finds it amusing. I think she genuinely couldn't do shit to really help you, and then you decided that it was a personal vendetta against you, when the reality is she probably just wasn't in the mood to deal with your dumb shit all the time. It confuses me so much that I lose sleep over it. Yeah, I know. Like, that would explain why it is you're losing your shit. You're probably sleep deprived.
I think most of his sleep depravity comes from the fact that he finds it hard to close both of his eyes at the same time.
Like, it's like watching something break. It's like watching 2 fucking Peaky Blinders not close in sequential order. It reminds me of the Ferraris with the lights that can lift up and out of the fucking hood of the car. And for some reason, one of them just isn't lowering because the fucking mechanism is broken.
I did see a TikTok video of his actually on his Instagram, which was like he accidentally winks several times because his eyes malfunction whilst he's trying to do his thing.
Can someone call the hospital? I think he might be suffering a brain aneurysm.
No,
I don't want them to help him. I just want them to document it because I really want. I want a time of death if he actually gets pulled in. Because I'll know what time to mark on the calendar. Every year it'll be like an annual celebration, the day the goldfish bellied up. What is that? It's a new national holiday for, like, particularly for the households of people who dealt with this bullshit nonstop. Then the fact that the cots misspelled the word cot, dumbass, that they make us sleep on is very uncomfortable. You mean they are? Learn how to read and write.
Well, I imagine that's because they go for quantity over quality in a place like that with the bedding. I can't imagine they buy fucking...
Yeah, maximum capacity.
Yeah, it's not going to be satin sheets and fucking Tempo mattresses.
I did not realize that they didn't offer Egyptian cotton in a homeless shelter.
I wanted one of those memory foam mattresses like they get the astronauts, but instead I just got a normal one because they hate me and they're racist.
There are also the secret government Nazi agents of this person on the internet that only makes fun of me. And the fantasy, a plight to my back and my body as a whole. You aren't as a whole. My suffering is her gain, and my gain is her suffering. Lame ass cliche that makes no fucking sense here, because realistically, no one's benefiting from this at all.
Just to quote the new D&D movie, just because it's symmetrical doesn't mean it's a smart thing to say.
Exactly. When I found out that Jessica likes me, I was so happy. See, I already moved on. It's almost like you only give a shit about people when they're within eye shot. And the moment they leave your draw distance, your brain just shuts down.
And forgets about them.
It's like an android that's motion activated, powering down because there's nothing sentient within like 50 feet of it. In a way, I was full of joy. Well, in what way could you? This is the kind of shit that you would learn to specify if you were actually a human being with emotions. Instead of just being this brain-damaged Neanderthal that basically stumbles around through life like a zombie, not knowing what the fuck's going on around it.
I mean, yeah, that's pretty apt, actually. It's like he goes to the mall because he remembers some part of him that it was part of his ritual when he was human.
Honestly, it reminds me of, like, okay, have you ever seen, like, the old House of the Dead arcade games, for example?
Yeah.
Okay, you know that they made, like, really shitty movies off those games.
Oh, yes, I've seen all those.
And basically, just like the zombies were, like, repeating their everyday routines because their brains were essentially making them live, like, what was essentially, like, a residual loop of their prior activities before they were bit.
Yeah, it's like Dawn of the Dead where they all just go to the mall because, like, they remember going to the mall
The
in their
light
past
and
life.
everything.
Yeah, and like
The light, the sound, like it's all drawing them to it because that reminds them of like their primitive parts of the brain are still active. Where it's like, yeah, this was a place that you would frequent.
Yeah, and I imagine that's the same for Stetson. He just goes to random places, just like, I remember this. This was a thing.
Whilst also staggering and drooling.
And most of the time, it turns out to be his elementary school, and they have to have the intruder alarm on, and they have to run back inside.
All the doors are locked. The shutters are slammed down. There are security guards approaching with tasers drawn. Let's see here. Let's see. She left breadcrumbs. A troll, like apparently the letter I must be hard to find on your keyboard, if you will, of actions that showed me she liked me. But in a way, I never caught on to those trails. Why is it that you can spell it right the second time, but you didn't bother to correct the first one? Like, I'm not going to correct my spelling. It's everyone else's problem. Let's see. Until she told me, this beautiful girl loves me when nobody in the place did. Do you want to know why? Because I can tell you why, but you're not going to like it. You know what? No, I'm not going to tell you yet. I'm going to let it slowly eat away at your fucking psyche for a minute.
It's going to be a nice surprise on Christmas morning.
A big lump of shit where his stocking used to be.
It's just a big box the size of his head, and when he opens it, it's just a little post-it that just says, "You're a fucking asshole."
Just shows a mirror, like, here's what's your problem, a mirror inside. And he's gonna think the mirror did it and smash the mirror instead of what the mirror represents. There, the mirror's broken. Maybe now my life will be better. Hey, dickhead, get out of my way. I'm trying to go to bed. Why is there glass on my mattress? The conservatives did it, runs out. Let's see here. How happy I was when I found out this information. How happy I was when stalking her through the corridors was no longer a necessity.
I found out this information by following her for 72 hours.
I had to take pictures of her around the corner with my cell phone because she told me that if I was within eye shot of her one more time following her around, she was going to call the police.
I mean, given this Instagram photo that I found, that's probably quite accurate. Like,
it reminds me of remember Violent Acres were like back when they would have that shit on 4chan where people would be like taking creep shots and shit back when that one particular farm was still up on Reddit.
Yeah.
This reminds me of that. It's very reminiscent of the whole Violent Acres saga. Yeah, like, okay, the fact that you're sitting there in a mobility scooter.
I think he's behind a shopping trolley, if I had to guess.
Yeah, it looks like it. What the fuck is that? Like, is that a coat in there, or
I don't actually know what maybe it's a bag.
Either a bag or like one of the retard helmets they gave him.
Why is
Put
the
the
floor
helmet
so,
on and protect your head.
why is the floor so fucking dirty? It looks like a aftermath
Like
of
the
a
floor of a
natural disaster.
warehouse.
Yeah, they're probably looting the place.
Like, let's just steal some shit. Don't worry.
But he just takes pictures of her ass whilst.
Like when I saw the word "plight" in the paragraph we read a moment ago, I almost thought it said "piglet" for a minute. Like a piglet to my back at my spirit. What's that mean? He's going to be very uncertain of what we're doing.
Bother.
This whole thing is old bother. Let's see. How happy I was, but sadly, all that joy turned to suffering when Raquel stole and plagiarized my Super Bowl party idea.
Oh god, this fucking
I'll be sure to call the people that specialize in corporate espionage about that. Which, in retrospect, isn't the hardest thing to plan. Why she felt the need to steal my idea is beyond me. You mean like how you constantly like lift ideas and taglines from other shows and other series, and then at the same time you basically ruin them by turning them into shit? It's because they make no fucking contextual sense with the thing they're trying to pair it with. Oh boy, here we go. Let's see. Why she felt the need to steal my idea is beyond me. Maybe she is lazy or incoherent of today's laws / rules and regulations against theft and plagiarism. Dude, so, like, you realize that the Hunger Games author could sue you, technically, because you're using, like, when you use things like the girl on fire, for example, especially when you're using it to refer to someone as well as someone calling them the head of the revolution, like, the writer could possibly pursue you for plagiarism, so you might want to shut the fuck up.
Not to mention either that he completely forgets and later mentions the fact that he didn't even come up with the concept of a Super Bowl party, that they are a real thing that he just lifted. So how can you plagiarize an idea that
already exists?
Yeah.
It's a unit, like, you can't steal a party idea because a party idea is essentially, it's a public property. Anyone can make up the same thing and not have anyone sue them over it.
Yeah, it's basically like it's like people who copyright words. Even if you succeed, everyone hates you for it.
Let's see here. Like, I want to see him go up to a cop and just plead his story and just watch the cop wave him away and say, "Fuck off! I'm not going to listen to this garbage."
Cop just shoots him in the head.
Like when it came over drooling and screeching, I thought it was a fucking zombie. Forgive me. I thought he was on fucking bath salts when he was running up to me. Like when I put the first 3 into his legs and he doesn't stop, I finally decided to shoot him in the head because I thought he was on bath salts.
I think he confessed to being a communist as well.
Let's see here. The fact that she never gave me credit for said party and took all the glory upon herself made me very upset. Yes, glory, because I'm sure that planning a party is the same thing as being a champion in the Roman Colosseum. In my mind, sitting in the freezing cold is a lot better than being in the same room as that cancer named Raquel. At least outside, I can feel something. What, so you're saying that you're physically numb around this person?
That is a phenomenon, actually. That needs to be investigated.
Like, why does his nervous system shut down randomly? Because I have a soul, unlike Gay, who had no soul. I'm not a ginger. That's a joke, dipshit, before you somehow think that's a slag against red-haired people.
It's too late.
He's already started writing the next book.
He hates gingers.
I care for others. No, you don't. Because literally everything you've ever done has been constantly self-serving and it's always been like a self-serving, self-aggrandizing journey for you. Literally nothing you've ever done has been selfless.
I can't think of a single action he's ever done which is selfless.
I mean, the most selfless thing he could ever do is jumping in front of a moving car.
Yeah, that is probably the most selfless act he is going to be able to achieve at this point.
Raquel only cares for herself. Everyone must bow down to her like a corrupted queen. She does not realize the plight that her overregulation is causing us. We the people deserve equal rights and respect. You don't deserve respect. Because let's be honest, like someone who constantly demands respect of others but will not show them the same does not deserve respect because they are showing people at that point that they do not give a shit how they affect others as long as they benefit. Like another thing I can't help but bring up. Like he believes I must respect him completely free, like pro bono, nothing at all must be done on his half as any sort of fucking commiseration for anything at all that he's done towards myself. I just automatically owe him respect. But if I am to request his respect and for him to behave like a sane, decent person, I must destroy my online presence, completely wipe all record of his behavior that could be used to help build a case against him if he pulls something really insane. And then maybe, just maybe, he might apologize for one of the dozens of fucking things he's done to myself and friends of mine. And to that I'm going to say, fuck yourself up the ass with a candlestick. Like, fuck you, you don't deserve, like, politeness or kindness if literally everything you do is entirely dependent on whether or not someone treats you better first.
Yeah, like he wants unconditional respect, but he insists on conditions for the respect he gives, and it's like, again, can you pick a philosophy, Mr. Fishman?
Like, do we have to bring out the Long John Silver's box again to get you to cooperate? Look at it! Look at it! Goes like a Vietnam War kind of flashback for him. Let's see. Equal rights and respect. Yeah, all she cares about are her minions. Just like Gabe cares about his cult following. Well, here's the thing, they're not really a cult following, they're friends and acquaintances, and just because I don't shit on everyone I meet that I don't know like you do, does not mean that I think of them as followers.
He also has said that you don't care about your cult following, but then you do care about it, but then you don't. Do, but then you...
I know bipolar, and that's how it's being described. Who follow her around, and not those who actually do a service, like Sabrina and myself, who clean the yard every day. I can't do it every day, my legs won't allow me to. I know, they scream at you if you do any sort of physical labor whatsoever because your weak little muscles hurt.
I find that hard to believe, because my grandmother had, like, mobility issues after she broke her hip, and she could sweep up leaves every day, even though nobody wanted her to. She still did it. So I find it kind of hard that he can't wipe up a few leaves.
Let's see, to pick up cigarette butts, that everyone, okay, next page.
That everyone?
Everyone keeps throwing on the ground, even though there are trash cans amongst the property. I think they're just doing that because they genuinely don't fucking like you, and they want to make you do that. I think they're, like, doing it deliberately, like someone just walks down with, like, a coffee cup full of empty cigarette, like, old cigarette butts, they just dump it on the ground in front of them. I mean, I don't like littering, but I do it just to demonstrate a point. Like, yeah, fuck you. Get
Maybe
all
that's
100
just
of
how
them.
they feed him.
Here you go, eat the cigarettes. It'll damage your brain further, but maybe if we're lucky, it'll just turn off all the vital functions finally.
Dinner time!
Sprinkle it into his aquarium.
It's like fish food floating on the top of it.
Yeah, it's just flakes. Just tobacco flakes and filters. It's a fag eating fags. Who would have thought?
Cannibalism.
A dumbass bundle of sticks eating smokes. Oh, look, I called him a fag. Oh, no. Cigarette and cigarette violence is unforgivable. Let's see. Or the fact that I actually care for the residents. Oh, look, you said residents right for the first fucking time ever. God damn.
Rochelle throw a party for that as well.
And then she also stole that idea. By trying to clean up the corruption within the internal affairs of the management. How are you going to do that? Did you walk up to them and start screaming at them over stupid shit? Yeah, no recognition and no respect. Let me just say this. If you walk up to someone whose job takes a lot of time and a lot of patience and antagonizes and stresses the fuck out of them, and your only response is just to scream at them over dumb shit, they're probably not going to listen to you.
Yeah, I can confirm people like him are just people you pretend to listen to and then just fucking just ignore them.
It's basically just it's the chronic complainer.
Yep.
It's like, let me whine over stupid shit. It's like you're about to whine over a fucking stabbing if you don't get the fuck out of my room.
Yeah, it's like a hypochondriac to like he's wondering
Always
why the
going to the
doctor.
nurse or the hospital over nothing.
Yeah, and he's like, the doctor doesn't like me for some reason. I'm not sure why.
I keep wasting his time every time I stub my toe on the coffee table, demanding an X-ray on my spine. Let's see. In that all I have done for them, they smile in my face while stabbing me in the back, just like Gage has done against me for many years. Well, here's the thing: I've never once displayed any sort of kindness to you. I've openly told you that I think you're an asshole right to your face multiple times. I've even gone out of my way to more or less break it down in retard language to explain why I don't like you, and apparently even that didn't work because you're such a fucking Neanderthal baby brain, smooth brain, empty lobe motherfucker that you genuinely forget things I say like a 5-second period afterwards. It's like 10-second Tom from 51st Dates if he was a retarded, disfigured pedophile with tits glued to his chest.
Well, he is a fish, so he probably has the memory of one.
8 seconds later, he'll be right back at the door wondering where the fuck he came in the room for.
Also, Rochelle's never been nice to him from the way he describes, so I don't know what the fuck he's on about here either.
It's like, remember, she stabbed me in the back. No, she didn't. She openly told you to stop wasting her fucking time with nonsense. I mean, I have spoken to her, and I have spoken to her on the phone, and what she has essentially told me is, when he was here, all he would do is waste everyone's time and antagonize everyone with nonsense. He would constantly demand to use the office internet to pester people about nonsense, and there were at times, several moments in fact, where he would be sitting on the sofa in the office talking to people on the phone, which would devolve into screaming matches where he would basically turn off the phone so that we could only hear what he was saying to them. And what would happen is, when we'd ask him who the fuck he's talking to, he would immediately pretend that he wasn't talking to anyone and hang up the phone, just to resume the call again when he believed that we were not watching him anymore.
Yeah, that sounds like how he'd behave. If his online activity was in real life, that's basically how it would go, so I can totally buy that.
Let's see here. Let's see. Making empty promises and lying about people. Okay, here's the thing. I've never made promises towards you at all, and I've never lied about you, because realistically, anything I could say about you, like, there is literally nothing I could fucking make up that would ever be as bad as any of the shit you've actually been caught doing, either by your own admission or by documentation through other people online.
Yeah, you couldn't make it up. Like,
You can't make this shit up.
Yeah. I don't think I'd hold a candle to the shit that I come up with.
It's like, nope, can't think of anything. Let's see here. Doing a disservice towards humanity, and yet will not even take 1 ounce of responsibility for their actions. It's almost like you're looking in a mirror, except instead of seeing your reflection, you see people you don't like.
Maybe it's some Fight Club shit. Maybe he is Rochelle.
He's his own split personality. He don't know it. I mean, it's kind of bad where the ending, or like the Fight Club split personality ending, makes even more sense than this because of how out of nowhere it came from. Let's see here. Let's see. Then they want to talk about how, quote, we are all a family and we need to show each other respect. Well, here's the thing. Like, it sounds like they were trying to convince you to maybe not act like a fucking crazy person. When the truth of the matter is, there is no respect for management, only orders. If I do what Raquel wants, then, let's see, we are all friends. But when I think for myself and do what is right, she rains hell on us. Us. Like, can you explain to me why it is that when you're speaking about yourself in first person, like a normal individual does, you automatically make it us, like you're talking, like, are your other personalities all factoring in now? We are many. She was but one. Seriously. We were liberals. She is conservative.
We liberals are all one.
The sad part is that's genuinely how he thinks about people too.
It actually is, which
I mean, it's like what you brought up with the horseshoe theory analogy, where if you're any bit one way or any bit the other way, you're leaning like more towards one than the other, no matter where you sit. But the problem is, like, he genuinely believes that unless you're like a crazy pedophile communist, transgender neocon who believes in socialism and like race discrimination and shit based upon what he believes is appropriate, you're automatically like the furthest extreme of a right winger there is. There is no like intermediate for him. Like the whole midsection of the horseshoe doesn't exist. It's basically just a magnet that's been like the North and South Pole are glued to each other.
yeah, the North and South Pole have basically been reduced to the point where like one pole is all red and then the other one is just like a tiny tip at the end is blue, and that's where you want to be.
Let's see here. And somehow she makes it seem like it's my fault. Well, when you act like a dipshit, it is your fault when you piss people off constantly and screaming nonsense. Which, of course, I swear, do me a favor, find a razor blade and drag it across both your wrists.
Or down the center of his face, and then just watch his head split open slowly like a melon.
Remember, it's down the street, not across the road. It's not. If it's not. Did he say? Okay, it is not. Don't say Jesus fucking. And it never will be. Interesting enough, Gage is the same way. He takes real life situations in my life. Okay, so you acknowledge that these things really happened and twist them into his own slanderous narrative. I don't need to lie about you to make you look bad because everything that you say that flies out of that sweltering anus of a mouth explains itself. Seriously, it's like he has a cow's asshole for a face, so nothing but bullshit comes out when he speaks. Let's see. Nothing that Gage has said I've done is true. Proceeds to ignore the fact that there are straight up videos and recordings of him saying and doing things that would actually blow this whole, like it would torpedo this whole fucking story. Nor are his stories accurate, comma, true, comma, or supported by any ounce of facts. Dude, you don't need to say facts. You don't need to say true or accurate. Just say this is untrue. You don't need to use two words that more or less elaborate to the same thing. And it is supported by evidence because it's been well documented. Let's see. Gage took my book about serious issues and used it to push his smear campaign against the all-made bad thing. Fuck community. Yes, because because I know that if I call the person that wrote this bullshit a psychotic half-wit dumb fuck, that somehow means I'm talking to anyone else when I'm distinctly referring to the author by name, because apparently if I call On Shit's Eggs a psychotic retarded dipshit, that somehow means everyone else in the world that identifies as gay, lesbian, bi, or trans is now on shit's eggs. She shits on eggs.
She's very popular around Easter.
Until the bunny finds out that he's really pissed someone's stealing his job.
And then someone tastes the eggs and they just taste like retardation and despair.
Tastes like insanity, misery, and self-hatred. The very same person who admitted to hate transgender people like myself. I did not realize that hating the writer of this bullshit meant I hated all these people. When was this a thing? Age found me online, not the other way around. Well, technically it was the other way around because you got into a debate with Justin. People, including myself, were calling you a retard in the comment section because your whole argument was basically, I say so, so it's true. Totes believe me, bro. And what happened is everyone just told you to fuck yourself up the ass, and then you got pissed about it and just started... Like, you started a little pissing contest with everyone in the comments, regardless of how many times they stumped your ass. Like, I know you just painted me into a corner, but I'm going to pretend I don't understand. Or maybe he genuinely don't. It's hard to see.
I think he understands on some level, just based off of the fact that he keeps doing things that suggest that he's aware of it, but he just doesn't want to have to face up to it.
Well, let's see. He stalked me for over 2 years and has told countless lies about me to others. Well, here's the thing. It's not really lies if I can actually provide screenshot after screenshot after screenshot after video clip after video clip after audio blip. Like with all the sound bites I have of you saying crazy shit, I could actually make a soundboard where every time I make a statement, it just responds with, "That's not true. That's conservative. That's fake news." I could literally just wire a soundboard with like 15 different responses that all more or less orbit around the whole "nothing I do is my fault" mentality. Alright, let's read this cringe. His cult followers mock transgender people for sport by associating them to pedophiles. No, it's just the fact is when people talk about Jessica Yaniv and Onision's wife Kai, aka Lainey, and you, they refer to them as pedophiles or sex offenders because you legitimately demonstrate predatory and sexual offender behavior. That's all there is to that.
I also noticed as well in part 3, he actually does equate them to fucking pedophiles. Which is why I got really annoyed in my, like, when I'm reading it, I'm like, oh my god, can this guy just go fucking jump in front of a steamroller with this shit? And, like, he's flipping flopping now. He's just like, oh, well, these people equate them to this. Only I can do that. Fucking dickhead.
It's like, the weird thing is, like, you acknowledge that the negative connotations of this word and what it means, even though you keep denying its existence. But at the same time, despite acknowledging how negative this is, you're trying to attach other people to this word, which in turn could actually result in them getting stigmatized and hurt. Oh boy. Let's see. In reality, the only pedophile here is gay, who verbally abuses transgender children and calls them, quote, victims of the brainwashed SJWs. Okay, well, 2 questions. You said children don't exist, and you said pedophiles don't exist. So why are you using both those words right the fuck now? Another thing. Why is it that whenever someone tells you to stop sexually objectifying children, you get mad about that because that's something that a pedophile does, is sexually objectify kids. But when someone straight up says, don't sexually objectify this child because this is fucked up, you call that person a pedophile.
Also, bullying children on the internet doesn't make you a nonce, because if it did, then I don't even know, man. Like, the entire internet must be a nonce at that point.
Because I think everyone has busted someone's chops at least once that's a kid.
Anyone who's ever played COD or something will probably be on the register now.
Like, if you call like a little kid a retard when you're playing Modern Warfare 2, guess what? You're now a pedophile. Sorry, everyone. Everyone better line up. Here's the thing. What I said was that I don't think it's a great idea for someone to be like stuffed into a drag show the moment they're old enough to walk, because they don't understand that it's meant to just be a performance art. Basically, this person's entire life has been bottlenecked into being what mommy wanted it to be.
And it's mostly based off of profit as well. It's not even like what they want to do. It's more just, oh, look, this kid gets paid money for doing this. Let's
like,
milk
well,
it.
Mommy found her meal ticket. Not to mention all the shit you'll catch for it when you're older.
Yeah, I don't look forward to these poor kids of the internet era where they'll grow up and find loads of pictures of themselves.
It's like, fuck, man, was this really what my life was? No wonder I don't talk to mom anymore. That's here. For being who they are. Well, it's not really who you are if someone essentially bottlenecks you into being that way, like I said. The fact that gays think that bullying the transgender people is funny, I don't think it's funny. I think that someone should be criticized for fucking with someone's head when they're not really even sure who they are yet. That's not exactly what I would call mocking someone for sport or funny. It's like just simply stating the facts. So you don't fuck with someone's head like that when their head's still fucking malleable, and then sit there and say, yes, this is a completely normal way to behave. Let's see here. It is disgusting, horrible, and anti-American. Well, here's the thing. It's not really anti-American to be someone that contests an opinion, because contesting an opinion was the entire purpose of freedom of speech. Like, if you don't want people to say what they want to say because it offends you, just fucking say it. Don't do this shit where you dance around it and try to constantly distort what I say like an idiot. Show us on the doll where the internet bad touched you.
It called me gay on Modern Warfare 2. Oh my god.
Like another alternative. The fact is that transgender lives matter, and no one can take that away from you. Literally, no one has ever tried to say that they didn't matter at all.
No one can take away the fact that transgender lives matter away from me. It's my possession.
Yeah, you probably could have phrased that better, champ. Dude, the conservative bubble. Bubble? Like, I don't think a bubble has a political affiliation given the fact that it's a pocket of air.
There needs to be a remake of Bubble Bobble now. It's just all fucking right-wing propaganda.
I'm surprised that Selena, a beautiful girl in her own right, is so deep in the corruption toilet, unlike Gage, who is just corrupted and ugly. Need I remind you that you're the one that looks like you suffered several failed facial reconstruction surgeries?
It looks like his face.
What happened. He looks like what happened if someone's like beaten to death to the point where their sinuses and their jaw have just caved into each other, and they just basically used what was left of milk gallons and shit to like rebuild and reconstruct what the skull plate, what the orbital sockets were made out of.
Either that, or the surgeon who reconstructed his face was like, "Hey, I bet I can do this after letting both my arms fall asleep." And then he like put his arms behind his head until they were all floppy, and then tried to do it, but fucked it up so horrendously.
It's like, well, give me a shot of Novocaine in each arm. We're gonna see if we can do this. $50 so I can still do the surgery.
Oh fuck! Okay, I owe you 50
Like, quick,
bucks.
just suture a shot. No one will know the difference.
Just shove a radio in there to make it puff up a bit. There we go. Perfect.
Oh god, that you can't tell the difference between her and Raquel. Well, you can't because you basically act like everyone's a carbon copy of every human being you've ever encountered. When I thought
This world must be like Oblivion, where every NPC has the same.
Yeah,
voice.
like the elves and the fucking like the lords and the fucking vagrants have the same voice actors, and whenever you switch dialogue, it immediately changes back to the character preset.
There's like 9 races, and every race, like, I think every 3 races shares a voice actor, so that must be like what it is for him.
Let's see here. With my friend, she became my enemy. I didn't realize it was that easy. More motivated by boss lady Raquel, she sent me home. I wish she would have sent you to the morgue, but okay. It was only for one night. I came back to work the next day, but it was the longest and wettest night of my life. It was raining hard. Okay, well, I'm glad you told me it was raining hard. You couldn't have just said she kicked me out due to it happened to be raining when I was kicked out, or she kicked me out in the cold rain. Like, no, you had to put it in fucking parentheses because apparently people are supposed to give that much of a fuck of what is essentially a footnote. You may ask why I was sent home when I clearly didn't do anything to deserve such treatment. You didn't even say whether or not you did anything. You more or less just automatically implied that and basically just led the witness to believe that. Objection, Your Honor. Leading the witness. This is why you couldn't be a fucking lawyer, because, like, this is why you could not be a defense attorney or a prosecutor, because you'd just be trying to lead the witness or the plaintiff every time they ask a question. Is it true the person is a Nazi? No one said anything like that. See, he's a Nazi. He admitted it.
Is it true that this obvious Nazi is a fascist? Wait, what?
Like, I can't answer yes or no to a question that makes no sense. Let's see. Let's see. Well, the answer is simple, like the author. He played against Raquel and spoke out against the atrocities that perspired. Okay, yeah, perspired because they reigned instead of transpired during the Super Bowl party. Yes, I'll be sure to remember this day in the history books. It'll be the bombing of Hiroshima, the Chernobyl tragedy, the Holocaust, and the Super Bowl party, just something that no one paid attention to.
Okay, class, open your textbooks to page 56. We're going to learn more about the fucking Super Bowl party.
It's like, I got a goldfish. You want to talk about more stupid shit no one gave a fuck about? I love how I just use that against some people and they genuinely look at me with just pure hatred. Like, you walked into it. I'm just glad you did. It was funny to me. I won. Let's see here. Super Bowl party. In all, anyone would be upset when your dreams are crushed and run over by the corporate machine of injustice, or, in many cases, the oppression of the conservative right. Translation: it's always the conservatives' fault whenever anything I experience is inconvenient for me, regardless of how small or completely ridiculous and trivial it might be. Everything I experience is the fault of others and never myself.
Such is the way.
So it was not a surprise when I stood up and overturned the tables of victimhood. It was injustice, not an actual table. Like you said with a cop the first time around, why are you trying to redact? And smoke my mind. I stand firm even to this day. You can't stand firm. Your legs are infested with rickets.
He spoke his mind. It took 1 second.
It's basically like what happens if you have like a blank book with just 2 words, the end, written on the cover.
That spoke my mind.
There wasn't even a preface or a fucking description. It's basically just the end, and then you throw the shit on the ground. It's like, wow, that was a waste of time for everyone. There we go. Let's see. Even to this day, that the voice of the people is more valid than instead of then, because it must be so hard to check your spelling, than the voice of the oppressors. Well, here's the thing. You yourself are being an oppressor because you're automatically preventing someone else to also be able to contest what you say.
That's what he's been doing since day one, but for some reason he's the freedom of speech advocate.
It kind of reminds me of like a car engine not turning over. The spark plug just isn't catching. That seems to be his thoughts. Look, the key keeps turning, but the engine just ain't turning over. Now, instead of sitting down and working with me, trying to understand what is wrong and what we can do in order to settle our differences in a respective manner that both parties can agree to, the parentheses, the mistake that Gage made. Well, here's the thing. I'm not going to be nice to someone who basically just walks up to me, calls me a piece of shit, calls me fucking stupid, and then just proceeds to talk down to me about my life experiences like an asshole. Remember, if you say anything at all I don't like, I'm gonna bitch and whine about it, while at the same time not addressing the fact that bitching and whining about it is only going to make you completely indifferent to whether or not I like what you say about me in return. I can walk up and slap you, but the moment you punch me back in the face, you're the bully.
It's only bad when it happens to me.
She just shoves me off in the cold and rain. Just say cold rain or icy rain. And carries on her merry way. I imagine it was much more merrier when you were no longer in her presence. Just as Gage abused transgender people and then acts as if normal behavior of a human being to engage in. No, it's just the fact that you're a fucking asshole, and when you act shitty to the people, they are not going to respond to you in a good way. Acting like there is no suffering of victimhood because next page. Of her actions and her character. You genuinely don't know what character means, because for someone to understand character, they would have to possess their own.
And have the ability to actually write one.
I mean, let's be honest. The way he writes characters is like it's one-dimensional. The character only exists to be a plot device that, in turn, just exists as long as the plot itself needs to be progressed. And then it just like fucks off. It disappears.
Yeah, they all go the way of fucking Peter Petrelli's girlfriend, where they just literally get deleted from history.
Seriously, like the way I like to think about it is like an old PC game. Like when you enter the draw distance, it's there. When you leave, it's not. And that seems to be genuinely how he looks at people.
Yep. They just cease to exist because, like in Crusader Kings, where basically there's certain NPCs who aren't important, so they don't like clog up everything. They just die after you meet them, and it just says like the second you stop talking to them, it's like they disappeared without a trace, and it's like that's just everyone in his life.
They just keep getting sent to the Shadow Realm. I don't know what happened. Let's see. It disappoints me that there are still people that think of her as a good person. She doesn't even try to make changes to the place. For example, I requested that there should be Wi-Fi in the place. Currently, Wi-Fi is only for the staff. Well, it's almost like people that would only use, they would just show up to use the Wi-Fi and not do fucking anything.
Yeah, they would leech off the Wi-Fi for sure. That's just human nature in general, really.
I mean, that's the reason he was kicked out of the fucking library.
He probably doesn't use it as. I bet he uploads shit to it as well, which would probably tank a public Wi-Fi.
Yeah, it's like you're just eating up the fucking megabits per second that this fucking thing gets. Let's see, it needed to be expanded to where all people could use it equally. She said, wait till the construction is done. Now, in my experience in life, you don't have a life. You have like a series of transient instances where you experience things and forget about them in short order.
He doesn't really even experience things because his life is just waddling from one place to another and just not learning from any of it.
You can have Wi-Fi even though there is construction on the property. In that same time frame, she had installed 20 new cameras to watch us. So I guess that to her, violating our right to privacy is more important than respecting our rights to freedom of information and access to said information. Yeah, you know they have these things. I know you can't read, but they're called libraries. You can literally go there and check out books for 2 weeks and then return them or extend them until you're finished reading them. But that would require you to fucking read.
He got thrown out the library for soliciting men in the bathrooms.
Following the star, I'll give you a stunt job. Could someone call the police? I really wonder if that's what happened. If it was just like actively coming on to someone like right in front of the librarians.
I heard that is what happened somewhere. I can't remember where now, but basically, I heard somewhere that is what happened. He ended up getting thrown out of several libraries because he was soliciting people in the bathrooms.
And the worst part is, like, he put that on his own Facebook, like the Anshin Facebook. He put that on there when it was like still active, instead of being what was essentially like a repository for bullshit. Like his whole Facebook page is essentially just a digital suppository.
Yeah, I tried looking through it to see if there's anything worthwhile, and it was just like, yeah, no. But yeah,
a few nonsense harangues about people that don't even acknowledge his existence. Well, he tags complete strangers, and they say, "Who the fuck are you? Who is this person? Why do I give a shit?" It's literally doing the equivalent of like going door to door and asking if they've found a missing person from another country that no one's ever fucking heard of. Let's see here. I don't understand how she thinks that will serve the bottom line. Well, the thing is, though, the cameras were installed in common areas. They weren't installed in bedrooms. Or the bathrooms, really. Like, they were installed in common areas.
It's not really privacy if it is a common area. It's like, especially in a group like area. If it was in your home, yes, it would be a violation of privacy.
If it's a group home, though, it's not the same thing as it being like in your bedroom or in the bathroom.
Exactly.
Like, let's see. So, because so far it only benefits the 1%, herself and the staff. Can you do me a favor and stop with this class warfare level shit where you're talking about this person like they're a billionaire sitting on top of like a mountain of other people? Like, it's sad because without we that people, they wouldn't even have jobs. Yeah, they would, because people like you are like in a revolving door of bullshit. Every time one of you or two of you leave, 3 or 4 more turn up. And due to California's cost of living being like exponentially higher than it was, given the current tax hikes in the United States on account of our president being an incompetent dumbass, then I imagine there's going to be even more people turning up as a result of their bad tax seasons.
Yikes.
And can you stop saying "we the people"? This isn't the Declaration of Independence.
He thinks he's
All of
fucking
our
Hancock
forefathers are turning in their graves.
running fucking Good Neighbor.
It's like, oh god. This is gonna be the part where Bobby No Nose just decides to beat him to death.
Well, I
just
imagine
turned
he
on
would
Bobby
run an
Flash for that
anarchistic
mission just so
shithole.
I could get out of getting fucking murked. It's like, well, fuck you. You tricked me. I don't trust you. I got some weapons and some shit out of it, so yeah, it looks like I made the right choice.
I think he kind of likes you either way, from what I remember, because I have done both on different playthroughs. And I think Hancock kind of likes you regardless of what you do.
Let's see here. Which is sad because now, let's see, wouldn't have we are the reason why they have their positions in the first place. Well, not really, because the reason they have those positions is because they fucking applied and they haven't had the qualifications to meet those requirements. You didn't fill out the application, dick. What am I saying? You don't know how those work.
He probably drew pictures in the boxes.
Okay, how many years have you worked, kitty cat?
Age does not exist. Get an education.
They just make eye contact with him as they put the fucking thing in the shredder. It's like, yeah, get the fuck out of my office with this shit. And for fuck's sake, stop staring at my ass.
Stop staring at the picture of my kid on my desk. It's fucking creeping me out.
If nobody lived or worked there, then all their cushy paychecks and benefits would stop. Not really, because they could probably find jobs in the area that would also pay as much, because usually positions like that are constantly hiring due to the usual pain-in-the-ass revolving door of jobs.
Also, there's always going to be another crackhead. Like,
they're everywhere. It's like cockroaches in New York City. You crush one, 3 more show up.
Yes, like Skid Row is just like a line of people just waiting to get in there.
They need us more than we need them. Didn't you actually complain and piss and moan because you got kicked out overnight? Try again. How dare you? Let's see here. This is why capitalism is a corrupted ideology. This has nothing to do with capitalism. You're essentially just bitching because someone didn't give you internet so you couldn't jerk off to CP, so now you're screeching about it for days. I mean, considering his playlist, like his whole playlist back when he had his first account up, back when Cass covered him in that video, like his whole playlist was essentially softcore CP on YouTube.
Yeah, it's like Cranium or FaZe Pre-Marina with his fucking little boy videos.
You know, there was a weird vibe floating around the place. It's not the vibe, it's you. You never know what will happen next. Really? So that means like what? Like is John McClane from Die Hard gonna come through the window like Rainbow Six Siege? Is that the level of unpredictability we're dealing with? like this job requires timing and violence. I can do both. You never know what will happen next. Only the announcements are when they are bossing us around. They do more bossing and pushing people than they do helping others. Well, what if they're telling you what to do because those things are necessary to keep things running?
Yeah, it's usually for your own good, because normally people don't like telling people what to do.
Like, no one's just sitting there with, like, a paperclip full of bullshit. No one's sitting there with, like, a clipboard with bullshit written on it that they don't think is necessary, especially in an environment where you constantly have to check everything. We gotta make sure this one's adult diapers are in stock, otherwise they're gonna start screeching and calling everyone conservatives again. Seriously. I think the motherfucker wears diapers because he genuinely cannot take care of himself.
Yeah, I did see some like pictures, and I was like, "Wait, is he wearing a diaper or is it like a?"
Yeah, those aren't trunks. That's a fucking diaper. Let's see.
I believe that.
This is the curse of overregulation and authoritarianism. You're the biggest authoritarian there is because every time someone says something mean about you, you automatically try to threaten them with bullshit.
Yeah, he likes authoritarianism. I don't quite get that.
Now everything takes twice as long to do because Raquel keeps coming up with new rules right off the top of her head. It's not new rules that are on the top of her head. It's rules that she didn't even think were necessary to bring up, but that she brought them up because you're a fucking idiot that doesn't respect anyone's personal boundaries. Like when she straight up tells you not to sneak into other people's room and try on their underwear, she should not have to explain not to do that. You should just know that it's not okay to do. What, you mean it's not okay for me to break into my neighbor's house and start trying on all of his suits and ties?
Well, we'll let you do that for now. Just don't kill him before you do all that, please. That was the hardest part to clean up.
That was the hardest thing to sweep under the rug.
And
Just
yes,
for
we do
things
mean
for
that
nothing.
literally.
Honestly, if he committed the murder, he'd be the worst murderer ever because he would just hide the body under a rug.
You just get
a
caught
big
and they'd be like,
bloody heap on the floor, under the rug, in the middle of the carpet.
his foolproof way to get away with it would be he'd just shout, "Gage did it," and then he'd run away.
Fingerprints all over the scene. The footprints
own
are in
shit.
blood. Yeah, this is definitely your gate walking, because it looks like a drunk person's having an issue trying to piss while they walk. Let's see. Goddamn. Like, she never heard of making a memo. Dude, you don't understand how shit works in an office, so I don't get why you're trying to act like you do. Even the rest of the staff are confused. They're not really confused, it's just that they told you to fuck yourself, and instead of trying to say, maybe I'm being an annoying asshole, you kept trying to act like everyone didn't understand shit. So that it stresses them out completely, and when they are stressed, we all get stressed. The red tape is impossible to cut through because nobody knows who is responsible for what services. It is a rip-off that there are no dedicated bathrooms, and instead have to resort to unsanitary porta potties. Translation: things that are usually not clean are somehow not clean. Shocker. I'm sorry we don't have like a valet outside offering you like a complimentary mint as you prepare to shit into a hole in the ground.
Some guy handing paper towels.
Just a dude dressed in a suit. Which proves Gage wrong. Story wrong. Well, here's the thing. That's not the same event. I don't get why you keep trying to twist it. People aren't stupid. Let's see. I apparently snuck into yeah. I'm not gonna read that because I already read that shit. Let's see. When there are no physical bathrooms and the porta potties are gender neutral. Again, that sounds like something you would just land completely into, but all right. Also, the fact that I don't have to sneak into the women's room to use it because I'm a woman myself. You're about as female as Prof or I.
I think I'm probably more female, even with a beard.
I mean, let's be honest. The most feminine thing about him is the tits that he has surgically attached to himself. Yes, because this is the face of a woman, guys.
He's got fucking facial hair, but woman.
Can someone explain why the fuck it is like he looks asleep and terrified at the same time? Seriously, like one eye is like looking straight forward, like he's observing something approaching, and then the other eye is trying to spot like the glint of a sniper scope on the fucking hill.
Yeah, like in this one, he accidentally winks out of this eye during one bit, and it's like freaky as fuck.
This is what happens when you don't. Seriously, what the fuck is this shit? It looks like he's suffering a brain hemorrhage.
Also, this was August, and he has a fucking mustache, but woman.
Shave that shit off.
Nah, my grandma had one, so all women must have one.
Let's see here. Let's see here. Do anything. Let's see. Whew. And people make a mess of them. It's almost like when you have people that are probably not healthy or psychologically stable, they're probably going to end up pissing and shitting all over the place, trying their hardest to make it. But only a few staff are dedicated to clean it up. Well, at least there are people cleaning it. That sludge sits in there for days on end. If only you were. and the smell is unbearable, like your bedroom. Yet management isn't doing anything about it. Well, of course not. It's not their job. Even there are complaints. They laugh it off like it's a joke. People do the same thing when they see your existence, but you don't hear me complaining about that. But
That's
let
what
me
they
say
did when
this.
his ultra scan came out.
Oh, jeez. But let me say this. The emergency service has been to this place more times than the average person goes to the hospital a year. How do you know that? Have you been like sitting there just crunching the numbers to figure this out? Someone had a seizure and overdose. That's 2 ambulance rides. That's more than a person goes in a year. I think that would depend on the person and whether or not they have like just a series of like really shitty luck.
Yeah, I've never been in an ambulance like as the person before, but I know several people who, by the time I was 10, they'd been in, well, like in my class, who'd been in ambulances several times because of meningitis and shit like that.
So I've only had to be in an ambulance like one time my whole life, and it was like it wasn't even because I was really hurt. I was just annoyed because I had to wear that stupid fucking neck cone as I'm sitting there on the bodyboard in the back of the ambulance.
Ugh.
I think I sent you pictures like when that van was totaled and I was in the driver's seat when it was just completely almost cut in half.
I don't remember that, but yeah, I remember you telling the story. I didn't know there's pictures.
That van was just it was totaled. And the weirdest part is like the van it did like a full 180, went like halfway down the fucking hill and landed on the side of the road where it came to rest. I'm sitting there like, fuck, man, damn it to hell, because I'm more pissed off that the car is fucked up than I'm hurt, really, because I'm just annoyed with the situation.
Yeah, it's like you can heal, but the car can't, and that's what's annoying.
Like, that's one less way to get around now. Great job, Dick. And the weird part is, like, the person blew over the fucking hill and slammed the fuck into me.
Ugh.
I'm at the stop sign. It's all right. We're good to go. I pull out, and as soon as I'm halfway into the fucking street, they just come over the hill and smash into the car just behind the driver's seat. So I'm glad they didn't hit me square on, because that probably would have snapped my fucking spine and fucked up my ribs. I probably would have looked like one of those toothpaste tubes if someone pushed the middle of it out of the top.
I knew a guy who'd walked away from a car accident, and then like a couple of months later, he had like pain in his neck, and apparently he had like whiplash damage done to his neck, and it was like he was in so much pain. So like, yeah, even if you walk away from them, sometimes damage comes
Really
later.
lasting damage.
Yep.
Let's see here. Let's see. People die there too, and like people keep getting sick. And on occasion, people die there too. All right, next page. You ever think that maybe the reason people are dying here is because they might be fucking experimenting with fentanyl and they don't realize that they could be like ODing by accident?
Either that, or they're just trying to get away from this prick.
It's like death is the only escape.
They just see him and then just get the fentanyl out the pocket and just inhale it all at once and then just fucking die on the spot. It's like, oh, fuck's
Like,
sake.
I know they said a quarter of a pill would be enough, but I need 3.
I need the whole baggie.
Chapter 3, Veronica. What, like Resident Evil? Veronica is the best thing that ever happened to me since Obama became president. What did President Obama do that really made your life better? I mean, the only thing that he did of note was the Marriage Equality Act. That's literally the only thing of note that comes to mind.
Yeah, and even that's like, I imagine that was like a whole party thing, not just his child. Like, it wasn't like his brainchild idea. It's probably just something he signed on at somebody else's thing.
Everyone else was already leaning that way just because they didn't really think it was a big ass deal.
It's kind of funny as well because Stetson's like, oh, the Conservatives want to destroy the Marriage Equality Act, but our Conservative government actually put it forward.
Like half the fucking government still leaned into it. Let's see. She is a staff worker here. I'm glad you told me why I could have gleamed just by listening to what you said earlier. Like, as well as myself, Jessica, and others. Neither Jessica or Veronica caused trouble for myself or for anyone. Translation, they don't sit there and tell me to fuck off, and that because of that, they're the best things ever. Like there are no like levels of extremity with this person. It's either they are the worst or that they're the best. There is no intermediate.
It's like one of those games where like Fallout 4, for example, where you have like the approval system, except with Stetson, like you say one line of dialogue that you like he doesn't like, and it just instantly goes into he hates you territory.
It's like New
Negativity
Vegas. It
100.
reminds me of New Vegas with like the different factions, like vilified.
Yeah. Actually, I don't think you should do that to a child. You are vilified by this faction, then induction here.
Crazy retarded dipshit online. Just shows like a really bad like Volt Boy sprite of him with a damaged looking skull. Mouth wide open, eyes looking in two different directions. Tongue's hanging out like he's a dog panting in the summer. Let's see here. In fact, the both of them are on my side, which proves that Gage's statement about how nobody loves me is wrong. Translation: people didn't tell me to fuck myself. That's the same thing as love. Which is still a problem because Gage hates love and those who are in love. You genuinely have no one that can tolerate you for more than a day or two before they just decide to tell you to get fucked.
Yeah, he doesn't even have the emotional or mental capacity to love.
And keep in mind, now, dipshit, I know you're gonna see this on my Odyssey. Because let's be honest, ever since you found that I had one, you've been skulking through it day after day, bitching about everything. But here's the thing. The reason we say this is because every single time you talk about another human being, you don't talk about who they are as a person, or what you would wish to do to help them completely of yourself with nothing in return from them. All you do is obsess. Well, I like this person, but I like this person, but I like this person, but I want this person to fuck my butt. I want this person to stick their dick in my mouth. Like that's literally all you talk about. It's like watching a horny teenager constantly beating off to porn, but then telling himself that it's completely rational to constantly say that all these people in front of him are his girlfriends. Seriously, it's just like that, except there's no actual sexual activity going on his behalf. And again, like an unhealthy fixation on someone that does not requite your feelings is not love. It's just called being a nut.
It's just creepy.
This is why the police are called on you every day. Let's see here. They are pretty and graceful people and peaceful people. Like, isn't everyone technically peaceful as long as they're not just smashing you across the fucking head with a hammer? Compared to the crap that I have to suffer from Gage every day. Yes, because I'm sure that when I ignore you for several months and not speak a word about you or to you, that somehow translates to every day. It is not my fault that your schizophrenia overlays information that doesn't even happen with what's going on. You're out of it. You're out of it, dude. He's fucking out of it. Veronica is the love of my life. Okay, serious question. You claim you're married to Jafantha, then Patricia Lopast, but then at the same time, you keep saying other people are the love of your life, and then you say you have like this weird yandere-esque affection towards me, and then you have this weird affection towards Kate. Do me a favor. Pick a fucking continuity. Seriously, it's like watching a TV show reboot itself several times, and the love interest is always someone that can't stand you and want to be around you at all, but then it's always you demanding that they give you affection and attention.
He's the dungeon master who's like, well, we started in Forgotten Realms, but now we're playing fucking Warhammer. Wait, what? I'm halfway through a fight. What's happening?
Like, everything just changed. My equipment randomized, and now I have a wooden stick to fight some dude with a Gatling laser. What the fuck is going on? Ah! She is always there for me, and our time together, however short it may be, is magical. Right. Her sexy fishnet stockings, long dark hair, and beautiful eyes, and night ass are only some of the amazing traits that made me glad that I made the choice to open my heart to humanity long ago. Again, you didn't open your heart to humanity, dipshit. You just want to fuck everything that moves because you genuinely don't have standards.
You didn't open your heart, you opened the zipper on your trousers.
There's a difference between loving someone unconditionally and then there's just frantically beating what's left of your meat to people that don't even acknowledge you. Before you decide to start mutilating it, trying to conduct a gender reassignment surgery by yourself because you suddenly think that you're a doctor.
Just uses a fucking rusty bean tin. I could do it.
Ah!
Oh no, I slipped.
And somehow the world is that much of a safer place. Realistically, I think him being fucking... Honestly, I think it'd be better if they just turned him into a Ken doll down there. It's hard to
Just
rank someone if you have no material. Let's see. She made me the successful person I am today. So you can blame her for all your failings. There you go. Between August 22nd and August 23rd, I'm not going to read the date the way that it is. It's all fucked up. We have been providing a service for the people by creating solutions and starting problems that will better our communication. How do you start a problem and say you're fixing something?
This building was not up to standard, so we've started a problem by blowing a hole in it. We fixed it.
We started taking out holes in the wall with a sledgehammer where the struts are. Remember, we started sawing big-ass holes in the fucking joists, but remember, I'm sure the drywall will hold just fine with nothing to keep it in place.
Did he get his advice on solving problems from fucking Daenerys Targaryen or something?
Part of me wonders if Nice Lone is his attorney.
That wouldn't surprise me at this point.
Welcome to the law offices of Badu and you fucking psychotic retard.
Of Morgan and DeArthur law firm.
Two incompetent morons representing an even crazier person. It's like, I did not know it could get worse, but apparently it could.
She just has a briefcase full of fake evidence.
That will better connect our community without harming the environment. What are you talking about? Yes, because when you say stupid shit all the time, it's the same thing as finding a way to substitute landfills. Veronica was the one who supported me in expanding my business and even helping homeless people and those who are less fortunate. There is literally no one less fortunate than you. And the reason I say that, let's be honest, I could be a homeless person sucking dick for meth, and I would still be better off than whatever the fuck is going on inside your head on a daily basis. I'm sorry to make that so graphic, but really.
There are people in fucking torture camps who are thanking God that they are not you.
If you're in a gulag in Siberia, at least you're not Stetson. Like, I know I'm eating bread that's like as hard as a rock, and my captors beat the shit out of me every day. But at least I know for a fact that I'm still hated less than whoever the fuck that is on a poster on the wall that's just been dumped there.
Just motivational posters just all over the place. At least you're not this cunt.
You can eat potatoes, unlike this guy. Alright, let's see. Another thing, it's not a business. It's basically just you saying bullshit, demanding money from people. Being the typical snake oil salesman.
Hey me, I'm a victim.
No. At the time, the Domingo Xinia Corporation was only operating on a request-only basis. Translation, you'd only do things for people if you'd get something in return.
I have a request. Fuck off.
Have a request. Tap dance off a roof. Wear a Superman costume while you do it just to see if it worked. Seriously, like, his whole logic is like Wile E. Coyote. But at least Wile E. Coyote was actually funny. Let's see. Meaning that our company only did a service for those who knew someone inside our organization. So you. If you're a friend of mine, I'll do you a favor. Translation, you're gonna have no one talking to you. Let's see. Now we branched out. to areas like Los Angeles County, India, etc. Could you just imagine him going to India and just talking to everyone like they're a bunch of stereotypical characters like Apu from The Simpsons, as they just tell him to get fucked and stop pestering them?
They'd probably just look at him with pity.
Like I have seen some shit, but you, my friend, you are something different. Now please get out of my fucking house.
Some guy sat in a fucking slum, living in a shipping container, just looks at him like, I am so sorry that you are you.
I'm still more fortunate than your sorry ass. Let's see. Providing multiple human resource services to the people as a whole. How? By telling them dumb shit? Unlike Gage, Veronica actually has the brain and the intelligence to know how to treat others with respect and dignity that every human being deserves. Okay, quick question. You say that every person deserves dignity and respect, but at the same time you don't treat anyone that way if they disagree with you at all? So, no you?
Again, it's conditional as to whether or not you meet his fucking minimum requirements.
If you are not helping me wax my carrot with your mouth, then it means that I get to treat you however I want.
I am not a dictator. You're a dictator.
I wish somebody would just take the fucking cheese grater to his face already. We needed some zest for our tarp salad. Let's see. When I am a victim of Raquel, Veronica is always by my side, and if she ever needed anything at all, I had her back. Mainly because I believed that if she turned around too fast, her pants might slide down. Her purple and blonde hair, her amazing fashion sense, and her sweet smile always puts me at ease. Could someone explain to me how dressing in a like flashier, provocative manner would somehow help you feel more at ease? Because I'd be more confused, like, wait, what the fuck is going on? Why are you dressed like this? This is like a fucking office setting. What the hell is going on? Did I walk onto the set of a Joe Francis film? What the fuck is going on? Johnny Sins, where you at? Let's see. Which is necessary in an overpopulated, Oh god, I think I killed him.
Oh, next page.
I killed Prof. Regulated, under respectful environment. In a place like the Hope for Homes in Sonoma, California, which I worked for as an independent contractor. No, usually a contractor is usually someone that possesses a background in construction or carpentry.
Or just
but
a skill in general.
Yes. It's kind of hard to have a skill when you literally make your entire life's mission being a dipshit for attention.
I make shitty podcasts that I don't even speak in. That is my skill. Great.
Let's see. You need all the mental strength that you can handle. Well, you're screwed then. Otherwise, you'll go completely mad. Believe me, you've been there. You're just returning. You're making a round trip every time you wake up and go back to sleep. I mean, seriously. To go insane would imply that you'd somehow left it. It's basically just been orbiting the same fucking sun, so to speak.
He's too batshit for Wonderland at this point.
Kind of bad when the Mad Hatter goes, holy shit, medicate this fucking asshole.
I'm the fun kind.
Trust me, I have been down that path many times with Gage and his cult. Translation. People say mean things to me when I act like a retarded cunt to them, but I'm gonna keep pretending that I'm incapable of remembering shit that I say and do. Veronica is the only complete reason. You don't need to have the word complete there. Well, I don't flip out on everyone. Well, that and the fact that if you tried that shit, you just get your ass beat. Because if I
recommend it then.
I highly recommend you do something stupid. I recommend you try to go for the smoke. If I get fired, I will never see her again or be with her, and it would break my heart. Yes, I know. It hurts your feelings so fucking much to know that the people that are obligated to tolerate you might find a way to get away from your clutches.
You can't stare at her ass anymore at the supermarket.
It's a heartbreaking story when you can't just like creepily creep on people. So this reminds me of those like really shitty fucking like I think you remember like the fucking Arc Music Factory back when that was a thing in like the early to mid 2000 like the 2010s of YouTube.
Might do. Might not have known its name.
Like the same people responsible for the Rebecca Black song Friday made a bunch of really shitty songs that were all about like 12 to 13-year-old kids singing about dumb shit.
Ah, yes. I remember.
And the whole time, like, the dude responsible, his name is Patrice Wilson. It just shows him being fucking weird looking at these kids in these music videos in, like, really weird fucking positions. It's like that, except it's him following these people around.
Yikes.
And instead of people singing, it's basically just him caterwauling about how much the world is unfair to him. The conservatives stop me from touching children. He just sees, like, a cop loading a gun. They're gonna kneel on my neck.
If you're lucky.
I'll take a knee. Or it's run out the clock. And by the clock, I mean how long will it take until he finally runs out of oxygen?
He's not. Or succumbs to brain damage. Oh, wait, too late.
Judge it, guys. This really sexy laugh while Veronica has the same thing, but with lipstick. Can someone explain to me how the fuck it is that you can laugh with lipstick?
When you laugh, the words "ha ha ha" spray off in lipstick. Like,
I mean, really, how there's like the modulation of someone's voice will not change because of the application or lack thereof of lipstick. That whole thing is confusing to look at.
unless she swallowed it and she's choking on it whilst trying to laugh. That's the best I get.
Sounds like frothing at the mouth like a zombie. Alright, let's see here. Let's see. Right, okay. In a brief description, Veronica looks like the character Riley Carlson from the show So Little Time. Can you imagine having to bring up shows that have been over for 20-something years?
Yeah, I have to look. I've looked most of these up and I'm like, right, okay.
A lot of these are like before our time.
Or just like are so forgettable because they were just like Snyder's Bakery ripoffs.
Yeah, it's a blip in the fucking radar that disappeared as quickly as it was spotted. Like you're passing a rock under the ocean. Sorry, American National Ocean. Can you explain to me why you have such a fixation on teenage people? But Latino instead of white, which is why Jessica reminds me of Liliana so much. Translation, you see everyone of one race until they're the same fucking person. I find it hard to find any flaws with Jessica or Veronica. However, I could write an entire encyclopedia of the millions of flaws wrong that Gage has, let alone his cult. Translation, this person's mean to me for being a retarded twat to them, but remember, nothing I do is ever my fault. Like, I have a problem. If you don't like it, blow me. Actually, no, I probably shouldn't say that.
Too late.
Because then he'll try to find a way. He'll take that as a proposition instead of an insult.
The contract is sealed.
It's like, just when I thought I had enough problems. Let's see here. At my time working there, Veronica and Jessica are and will always be my inspiration and my joy of the day. All throughout my life. Same goes for Nina, Rosalba, Sabrina, Marcia, and many others. If only Rochelle would love me and the people, all of our problems would go away. Yeah, because I know that if someone tolerates you being a retard of yourself, making a retard of yourself, and just dealing with your stupid bullshit behavior all the time, it's just miraculously going to wipe away all the problems that the world faces that happen to impact you as well. It's just going to retcon the entire planet. It's going to be like First Impact from Evangelion all over again.
It's like a fairy tale, like fucking Beauty and the Beast. One person has to believe your bullshit, and your curse will be lifted.
And not a single person can tolerate it for more than 30 fucking seconds at a time.
Beauty in the Bellend.
Bellend is the Bellends.
Yes, I like
Chapter
that.
4, my girlfriend Nina. Right.
Is this
Now
the
you would
same
think that the
chapter 4?
hostile environment.
I actually wouldn't be surprised if it's. Oh, that's the notebook. Okay. Oh, never mind. I was wondering if this was the second.
My girlfriend
I
Nina.
was wondering
Now
if
you
this
would
was the same
think.
fucking chapter 4, because that's happened before in the other book.
Yeah, he doubled up. Why do you double up? Can you not count? No, that explains it. Now you would think that in a hostile environment like Hope for Homes in Sonoma, California, there would be no room for love. There never is inside your mind because that would imply you'd have the capacity to actually feel it or express it realistically.
I don't think there is room for love in a homeless shelter, just spatially speaking.
Let alone the fact that the place exists is a very closed-minded and boring place. Between helping the victims seeking justice against their corporate oppressors, doing my general work, and dealing with my own victimhoods at the hand of the gate and go. Even I myself could not predict that Nina, of all people, would be my girlfriend. Again, you said that you would love these other people, now you're automatically jumping on Nina. Remind me again why anyone should take your feelings seriously when you straight up treat them like a distraction. Like, let me be honest. If someone actually did give you the time of day and try to actually be in a relationship with you, you'd blow them off the first time you see anyone at all that looks even remotely more attractive.
It would literally be that meme where the guy's looking over his shoulder at a different woman.
Except to be him walking by an elementary school playground.
He'd be looking at two of them at the same time because he's a fucking wall-eyed motherfucker.
Let's see here. But it has happened, and I regret absolutely nothing. Which again proved that gay statement that nobody loves me incorrect. Cope some more, please. His daily addiction to copium is growing to potentially problematic and toxic needs.
If coke was cocaine, he would OD on the spot.
Like, I know Colombians like cocaine, but I didn't realize that copium was that potent. You see, if you say you see one more time, you're going to see my boot flying through the computer into your mouth. Neither, like myself, can't stand the stress either. Yeah, but the difference is the stress that you go through is usually imposed by yourself. And it's usually you imposing it upon others. She leaves every day, mostly with Marcia and her friends. Most likely to actually go with people they can tolerate, to do whatever it is that she does with her life respectfully. How do you know she's doing it respectfully? For all you know, she's just engaging in like some crazy newbie at orgy.
Or going to the local graveyard and just laughing at random graves.
Like, you have no way to know what this person's actually doing. I don't have that luxury, seeing as how I have to work on site. Yeah, I know. It's almost like when you have responsibilities, you can't just skip them every time something happens. If Liliana was around, she would help me with the workload, and we would travel about and have so much fun. Because we only live once. You shouldn't have lived at all, but okay.
Yeah, you live once too many.
Honestly, part of me wonders if your mother just tried to have you aborted, but due to the fact that it poked a hole in the brain but didn't crush the skull completely, they just said, fuck it.
Oops, slipped.
You know, okay, remember how that one... I remember you made a crack about... like, I believe it was towards Dusty, where like a chick would get completely loaded on booze and then jump into scalding water to try to abort a kid.
Oh, yes.
Part of me wonders if that's what Vera tried on him and it just didn't work.
He became part fish because the water got in there and fucking...
Waterhead, water boy.
The water baby.
Like, fetal alcohol syndrome would explain it.
Yeah, it actually would. Although I've worked with some people who have FASD and they're all a lot smarter than this prick.
That's kind of scary to think about. Let's see. and my free spirit IE complained against them to many people. We had the result. Many complaints in the process of many regulatory documents on file. Hence me working hard. Can't say the same for Lady Gay. Dude, I have a physically demanding job where I'm pushing hundreds and hundreds of pounds worth of shit across the floor every day for 10 to 12 hours. I don't want to hear shit about lazy. Like, when I'm beat to shit and I come home beat to shit, you'll know. That's why I'm currently drinking a rain and a monster at the same time, to keep myself alive. Otherwise, my body's just gonna say, fuck you, and pull the plug. Like, there's enough caffeine in my blood that if a mosquito bites me, it's gonna buzz around for 5 seconds and die.
Kind of like wasps in fucking autumn.
Yep. It had a little bug heart attack and it just dropped out of the sky.
Little crackheads.
I think it was all you can see here. So, I stay at the shelter while she goes off on the buses. It's not all that bad because I hang out with my friend Rosie, which you spell Rossi for some weird-ass fucking reason, who has been a victim of domestic violence, just like myself. I guarantee that the domestic violence you faced was most likely you screaming at your mom and her telling you to shut the fuck up or she's gonna beat your ass and then smacking you once because you decided to raise your frying pan towards her.
Domestic violence does not exist. Your pain is invalid.
Seriously, no you.
I imagine if someone said that to him, he'd freak out on a fucking, like, 10-hour long rant about how awful they are, and then he'd just go on to do the same things as someone else.
Let's see. Just like myself, she is an important part of her community and the voice of the people. Okay, can you explain to me when this election was held?
Oh, I didn't vote for him.
She is intelligent, but she loves her showers. It's almost like most people enjoy showers because it helps them scrub off the grime and bullshit of the day.
They get the stink of Stetson's failure off them.
Oh god, I gotta scrub myself with a Brillo pad. Get some steel wool, we're gonna get the shit off one way or another.
Stink of failure is still on me.
I feel defiled! I feel defiled! Let's see here. And at the place that we worked, Rochelle is the master of the showers. Yes, the shower master. Because we all know the showers obey her. They turn on and off by the flick of a wrist.
Yeah, that was the most disappointing Dungeons and Dragons boss I ever fought, the fucking shower master.
All you had to do was break the fucking pipes and the fight was won.
I have nothing, no! And he just fucking kills himself by drowning himself in the shower. Just lies on the floor with his mouth open.
He just, like a fucking turkey drowning.
Yeah.
Many people have been kicked out for taking a shower without full authorization from Raquel and the staff. Well, the reason that is because, like, a lot of people were shooting heroin and shit up in the bathrooms.
Oh, they might try to kill themselves in there. That's also a very real possibility.
Like, I could just slit my wrist right here in the shower, though. Like, the drain will catch all the blood.
I just fucking cleaned this. Son of a bitch.
The talk outlines are automatically being washed away by the chlorine solution they have to do to wash the fucking tiles. There's just a talk outline and they're just trying to clean it.
The janitor's just stood over them whilst they're bleeding out, just like, I've just fucking cleaned this. You asshole.
You know how long it took me to scrub all the piss stains off from that idiot that can't walk right? He called me a conservative when I told him to piss in the toilet instead of the floor. Alright, let's see. Many times, the showers are cold, dirty, and smelly. It's almost like when you don't have a whole lot of a budget for cleaning supplies and you probably can't afford a regular janitor, odds are that it's about to build up regardless. Many people don't have a problem with taking cold showers. Honestly, they need to give you a shower, but it usually involves some chemicals.
Yeah, put a Cyclone D shower will get freshened right up.
Let's see here. Rosie, however, does, and especially, you don't need to start a sentence with the word and when she has to go to a job interview. She doesn't want to come in smelly. I know, if she smelled like you, they'd automatically ask why it is she smells like incest, self-hatred, and regret. Which is a good thing. This is why I called her intelligent. I did not realize that demonstrating a basic level of common sense made you put you on the same fucking tier as Stephen Hawking. Seriously, did you think that the Velociraptors from Jurassic Park were like members of a think tank by that extension?
You'd think.
What do you think? Velociraptor pounces on the fuck, and then it spits him out. I mean, like, what the fuck? That tastes worse than the goats. The Dilophosaurus comes over, takes the bite. Fuck! That fat fuck I ate by the river was better.
Here, I'll spit shit on it. That'll make it taste better.
It's kind of bad that my own toxin makes it taste better. I actually made a crack. It's like, can you imagine this guy just freaking out in front of these people, flipping over that cot, and basically just screeching and hissing like a pissed off Dilophosaurus? Instead of just spitting venom, he just pisses on himself as a self-defense method.
Just sprays piss everywhere.
Let's see here. Sometimes I hang out with Marsha, who is also a direct victim of Raquel and her regime. Yes, because apparently, like, there was like a big communist or fucking fascist uprising in the shelter that we didn't know of. In all, she has a lot of stuff, but the administration did not provide enough room for people's stuff. There are lockers on the property, but they are too small for the very large loads of bullshit that I constantly, that people bring in. Instead of Raquel accommodating the people's needs, she tells everyone they need to throw all your stuff away, aka downsizing. Well, here's the thing. If someone has like a wagon full of fucking bullshit, just tattered garbage that they found all over the place, yeah, it's gonna be a big fucking bother. Like, this isn't like a winter coat and other things that are necessary. A lot of this stuff sounds like the kind of bullshit you'd normally see a homeless person collecting.
Yeah, I was just thinking, like, if it's stuff they found on the street as well, they might not want it in case it's full of rats or something.
It's like, yeah, I know, like, see this, like, coat filled with used hepatitis-ridden needles? Here, yeah, bring that in here. Oh, what's this? You got, like, a used syringe collection? Feel free to just give everyone a look at it. Everyone feel free to poke your finger with the tip of each needle.
Oh, yeah, sure, you can bring your fucking prostitute face collection in here. Yeah, we'll just put it on the wall next to the Stetson Hardwick for President campaign post.
We'll put it onto the wall next to a bunch of discarded dicks from people that have been ritualistically murdered by one of the residents. Let's see here. Now, as a business person, you're not a business person. If you're a business person, I'm an underwater welder.
The little ones have never had anyone to look to.
I now have experience that downsizing can be a good thing sometimes. I wish you'd downsize your pulse.
For this, I am grateful.
Preferably by a good 100% margin. Let's see here. Not in the event of getting rid of your potential possession of your personal possessions. So naturally, I would say that Raquel's idea was a bad idea. She comes up with a lot of bad ideas on a daily basis, and when they fail in her face, she blames the residents, mostly me. Yes, because I'm sure she just looks for you whenever she hits the fan, like, it's your fault this happened. This looks like the kind of bullshit you do to other people, except the way you do it, it's always like, it's never my fault, even though I'm a moron. It's like, I know I'm the one licking this fucking pole, but it's not my fault I got stuck to it. Oddly enough, it was the same pole his mother was dancing on before his conception. Yeah. But not to her face, because she does not recognize our right to freedom of speech and expression. Well, you don't recognize anyone else's right to freedom of speech, so yeah. Looks like it's just that the Ouroboros coming full circle with you. Oh god, I think I killed him.
No, I just need to pee.
We got a piss break.
Yeah, I thought I could slip away and get back a lot quicker than that, but apparently not.
They would just kick me out. Remember, she hates me anyway. Pretty much everyone that deals with you on a personal level fucking hates you. Like, you're like the one person in any RPG that every faction cannot stand because you do something that just... Like, the best way to do it is if you were playing Fallout, for example. Like, I'm going to use 4, because 4 is the one where your decisions actually impact how all your followers perceive you. You would just be pissing everyone off all the time to the point to where everyone just says fuck you and just walks away from you. You destroyed the fucking Brotherhood's airship, so Paladin Danse wants nothing to do with you. You're constantly being an asshole to Piper, so she wants nothing to do with you. You're constantly abusing drugs in front of Case, so she wants nothing to fucking do with you. You're constantly being an asshole to Valentine and killed one of their informants that were trying to help them solve a case, so he wants you to fuck off. And even Dogmeat can't look at you and tolerate you because he'd rather go back to fucking... He'd rather go back to Sanctuary Hills and just pretend you don't fucking exist, because at least when he's done chewing on a fucking toy that he's left behind, he can think to himself, well, at least he can go face the Supermoon Behemoth by himself and just get clobbered over and over.
Dogmeat will probably run away from him the second that he tries to bum him.
So what the fuck is that? Run! It's kind of bad that when Swan looks at you and panics. What the fuck is that?
I've been replaying Dragon Age Origins recently, and like, I could imagine Stetson doing something like defiling Jesus' ashes, and then all the religious characters attack him, be like, "Why am I being persecuted again?"
All I did was provoke people and act like a moron.
All I did was completely ruin a miracle for everybody. Why are they so upset?
Like, choose whether, like, see, and will find any excuse, whether real or fake, to expel me. You don't need to put that in fucking parentheses and forget I ever existed. Do you know how many people would actually celebrate that thought? It'd be a new national holiday. Might even be a global holiday. Let's see here.
It's like his Santa, but like it actually exists and everyone celebrates it just the day he faded away from existence.
He finally got, like, digitally Thanos snapped by everyone. Let's see. Just as she did to the lady with her cat. Okay, so she made the lady disappear with her cat, or the lady who brought her cat? She took an unauthorized shower, and Raquel had her evicted and called the police. Well, here's the thing. What really happened was, the lady who owned the cat, she had actually had, like, a syringe full of fucking heroin, a spoon, and a lighter, and she was trying to fucking shoot up.
Yeah, that sounds very accurate, actually.
Yeah, it's weird. It's almost like when someone slips into an area where there's no way to properly get visual recognition on where they're at. People might be worried they could be stealing food or vandalizing something or fucking in the shower or doing something that's actually could cause negligible harm to the people around them.
Yeah, because I was saying, like, in my reading of this, like, I couldn't even imagine a homeless shelter not letting someone shower for a job interview. That seems like completely counterproductive to what they actually would be there for.
Not to mention the fact that usually what would happen is if someone needs to shower, they'd straight up just say, hey, look, I need to get cleaned up. There's some shit going on. I gotta be ready.
Yeah, exactly. Like, they wouldn't want them to fail because of poor hygiene, because that would probably look bad on them, if anything.
Like, she was a threat to anyone. She never bothered anyone, and most that she did all day was walk her cat. This is not a typo. Yes, we all know. Animals can be on leashes, surprise, and enjoy the sun. How then did she go from that to a terrorist worthy of having the police called on her in under 2 minutes? Probably because she was, like, trying to shoot up an illegal narcotic. Because
Yeah,
when
you should
Raquel
just
says you're
get
a
it.
bad person, everyone follows her order. Right. Whether the order is justified or not. Most of the time it's not. No, you. Alright, what were you gonna say?
Yeah, I don't remember. Don't matter.
Like, damn it, I lost it. It was right there again. Like, Prof is like, it's like Prof's trying to chase the dragon, but it keeps going right behind him.
I puffed that magic dragon, but it keeps getting away from me.
There is an older lady who is paralyzed. and you repeatedly try to force yourself upon her. Oh, sorry, my mind is saying things again.
Oh, he probably has. Like,
It is forced against her will, like the rest of us, to sit in the cold between 7 a.m. and 5 p.m. for Hope for Homes from 8 a.m. to 4 p.m. All she does is sleep. Well, it's almost like when you're fucking paralyzed, there's not much else you can do. Like, what are you gonna do? Stare at a wall for several hours? There's not much to do in the yard. Use the porta potties, which she finds to be disgusting. Why are you quoting disgusting? It's obvious it's disgusting. And eat whatever they give us. Alright, next page.
Oh.
Mostly cold rice and chicken. You're a vegan, so why are you eating chicken? Sometimes her boyfriend picks her up and they hang out. She
Chicken or a
goes to yeah. The only vegetable in this situation is him. Sometimes her boyfriend picks her up and they go hang out. They go with the doctor's appointment, courtesy of Tri-County, but mostly sits there for hours just sleeping. Kind of reminds me of how your brain is always in idle mode. Sometimes I help her get to the bathroom or to her boyfriend's car. Raquel won't allow people to pick up and drop us off in front of the tent. So people have to walk to the main road to get picked up or to open things. Let's see. Could someone explain, like, this is weird because it's a weird little non sequitur. It's like, why are you talking about her opening shit now instead of, like, I don't know, it just seems like a weird little segue. Let's see here. To open things. Her left hand is paralyzed. She probably had a fucking stroke. Sometimes we talk and laugh. I enjoy spending time with her while I wait for Anita to return. She usually returns around 7:30 p.m. I have found this through my multiple observation diaries that I keep of this person's everyday activities so I can find the perfect opportunity to ask them to marry me. Sadly, though, I have forgotten her name. I will be sure to put it in my next book. Yes, because I'm sure it will just be an integral moment for the plot. It'll be just as riveting as the rest of this has been, I am sure.
He never
It's
did.
like an exercise in self-flagellation. Then there's a girl named Sabrina who walks around the yard talking to herself. I do the same thing, except I pretend I don't know. She's beautiful and really smart, but she sometimes sees things that aren't there. So do you.
So she's a soulmate.
Yep. She likes me a lot. She gave me a bag of famous Amo cookies, which I ate, and it was delicious. Yes, I know. You talk about random bullshit that happens and acts like it's somehow integral to your existence. She is the one who keeps the yard clean. Well, I'm glad you told me. It's not like her name was familiar. But then again, it's hard to say because you got like a revolving door of potential love interest who just cease to exist the moment they're of eye shot to you. Like, the weird thing is, like, you never hear anything about Liliana or Veronica again. It's like they just ceased to exist after that last chapter that they were in. It's almost like they were afraid of you and they fucked off when they realized that you were acting like a lunatic around them.
Or he just forgot that they existed. It's like, I love you. Wait, who am I talking about? Who am I talking to? Oh, well.
Standing in front of people like, who are you? Like you just had like a bad bout of Alzheimer's.
The water in his brain moved and that's it. All the memories went with it.
It's just like that fucking lava lamp, it just shifted. Let's see here. Let's see, she is the one, let's see. She works really hard and she deserves so much more than Raquel's giving her, than what she's giving her. Would it kill you to learn how grammar works? Vanessa is another one who talks to herself and sees things that aren't there. Again, what is it like? Is your insanity just infecting other people by being close to them, like radiation poisoning?
I mean, yeah, having worked with people like this and Lance and other things, I have done stupid shit through being in proximity to these idiots, and they just talk so much that I end up doing something stupid because my brain is melting.
Like you're just sapping their intelligence.
Yeah, I almost set myself on fire by accident because this guy wouldn't stop fucking talking for a solid hour.
I'm trying to do something. This motherfucker thinks it's the opportunity to filibuster.
Oh, they'd be the best. Like, they could hire him as contract fucking filibusters and just, like, jeez, you get your money worth.
She sees Jesus sometimes. This is in no way a joke. I know, the biggest joke is the person that wrote this. And sometimes she argues with someone, which profanity included. You can't really tell if she's talking to someone physical or someone in her mind. So more or less you're giving everyone a description of what it would look like if people saw you acting in real life. Like, you'd be arguing with me and I'm not even in that fucking state. You'd be arguing with, like, a shadow representation of myself that you've cooked up in your head. The only difference is I'd be dressed up like fucking Hitler.
You like that alien abduction story where one of the aliens is like a Nazi with a scarf on, but it's like you underneath the suit?
Like, ta-da! It's like the Nazi walrus fucking hallucination from American Dad.
Yes. Just in the shower screaming, "Get away from me, Gage!" And just somebody knocking on the door like, "You're having an illegal shower, you know."
Throws a bar of soap at the wall.
No!
Grenade!
Flashbang through the door.
Fuck. Okay, let's see here. But anyway, she's serious. Think about me. Are you sure she's not just freaked out by this abomination that masquerades in the form of a human being?
She's seriously thinking of filing a restraining order against me. Actually, let's delete some words from that. There we go. Perfect.
She likes me a lot. She watches me sometimes from across the yard. Most likely because she's trying to determine whether or not you're a likely threat. I don't really mind it, because I like her and look out for her. You can't even look out for yourself. How the fuck can you protect anything? Let me just quote a video game character. Might controls everything. Without strength, you cannot protect anything. Not even yourself. Oddly enough, those are true words from someone that doesn't even exist. I could have pictured him in a cage fight. He'd get beaten to death by a toddler. Oh god.
You get beaten up by fucking Glass Joe from
Yeah,
from
Punch
that
Out.
NES boxing. Yeah, from Punch Out, that was it.
Like, the problem with Joe is the fact that almost every fucking hit would knock him on his ass. It's like, your name is really suitable, let me tell you. Come on, Mac, we can do this. Just don't be a moron. Yeah, apparently beating Tyson is like one of the hardest fucking fights in any game.
Yeah, I remember when James Rolfe and Mike Matai had to call in a third guy to do it for them. That was a pretty fun video to watch because he just did it so effortlessly.
It's like, man, this motherfucker figured it out. It's like the little kid asking the adult to open something for him.
Yeah, it basically is with that guy. He just comes in to basically beat the games that they can't beat. I was thinking as well, if Stetson had a boxing career, he'd be like Homer in that one episode of The Simpsons where he can get punched in the head for hours and it does nothing to him.
It's hard to damage a brain that watered down. The water basically just stops the brain from colliding with the inside of the skull.
Just bounces around on the walls of flesh inside
Kind
there,
of like the lava lamp where you just see it slowly drift up to the top, touch, and then go back down.
breaking apart and falling back together.
And that's why it is his memory constantly retcons itself. There we go, we've discovered the biology behind it. But sometimes she can get scary with 2 R's, apparently. Like when she started casting curses on everyone and calling out to her mom. Mostly because I keep getting within inches from her face and asking her whether or not she'll marry me.
She probably thought he was some sort of demon.
What the fuck is this shit? Stanley! Stanley! The brick dust isn't working. I never judged her or anyone. But I prayed all that night. Dude, you literally judge everyone you encounter the moment you meet them. Like, if I am to, like, if I'm to quote my guest here, when everyone is conveniently for you, they're the best thing ever. But when someone says anything at all that you don't like, they can get fucked. That's genuinely the thought process you hold. Except you hide behind a victim narrative. Instead of being open about your vitriol towards people, you hide behind victimization. It's like, let me hide behind bullshit. Let's think here. Sadly, Raquel didn't do anything for us. Like, get exercise equipment for us, provide transport to a place where we can spend our time collectively. Like a skating rink or bowling alley. Yes, I know, this is like a middle school field trip to you. Another thing, even if you got exercise equipment, you wouldn't really do shit with it, considering the fact that you just scarf down like container after container of fast fucking food, and then you spend the majority of your fucking day behind your computer, bitching at nothing and screaming at people on Twitter that don't even pay attention to you. Like your whole life is like terminally online.
Yeah, it's terminally online doing something that nobody fucking would miss if he stopped doing it.
I mean, at least, you know for a fact that if you or I just stopped doing, like, internet content entirely, there would at least a handful of people who would enjoy it and like to see more of it again. With this, it's like, well, look at that. The audience of people that only hated you no longer had to listen to you. It's almost like they're completely fine with this.
They probably wouldn't even notice for the best part of a year, and they're like, oh, that prick finally fucked off. Great.
Like, I wonder if he finally got tired of all this shit and stepped in front of a bus.
Poor boss.
The hardest part about that is going to be wiping the brown stain off the bus. All the shit that he was full of got smeared everywhere when they hit him.
Also ran over his skull and it just burst open like a water balloon.
Let's see here. Yes, because we all know that you need like a middle school level field trip. In fact, now that I think about it, it would be cool that on 24 hours, days. I love how I tried to correct that, but my brain's like, no, you're gonna say it the way it's written. In parentheses, days when it's raining outside and the shelter is open 24 hours. Just say open, not open. Because that would imply that you're like prying it open with a crowbar. Which we all know that you're not strong enough to physically use.
He's probably attempted it.
It breaks his fucking arm trying to move it once. Instead of all of us being bored as fuck, you do me a favor and stop using profanity. You're bad at it. We all go on a field trip. That is a course. 100%. Of course, you type the word 100. Would it kill you to actually just type the word instead of typing the number like you're 7? Free, with no cost forced on the residents. It wouldn't be forced. It would be a common thing to ask. Yes, I'll tell you what. We'll go to the zoo and the aquarium so you can beat off to the sea turtles and the monkeys.
So you can find your family.
Which one seems the most disappointed? You'll know who your father is.
Oh, there's a fucking catfish in there that looks like it wants to die. I'm guessing that's your dad.
It's swimming headfirst into the glass. Oh god, it's cracked its own head open. I think we found the unlucky bastard. Otherwise, I don't think it would have been that distressed. Yeah, apparently octopus, like, this is actually true. They will actually punch a fish for no reason other than spite.
Yeah, I know that dolphins are quite as capable of spite as well. Apparently they found that out the hard way in an experiment. Where apparently a dolphin threw a ball across the room and then just told a scientist to go and get it in like the most bitchy way possible. Go get the ball, bitch.
Why you just click at me, you little son of a bitch? What you
Get
gonna
the ball,
do,
or I'll
bitch?
tell everyone you fuck me.
You You lock me the fuck up in here for hours a day. I'm bored out of my mind. I try to have a conversation with my roommate, and you're listening in on us like an asshole. Fuck you. That's actually a real experiment too. Like they had Swiss marine biologists. They put an underwater microphone in the tank to see if dolphins would communicate. Whenever the dolphins believed they were being listened to, they wouldn't do shit except sit there and float around. But whenever they thought the microphone was turned off, they'd start communicating. It's like, fuck you, eavesdropper. I know you're there.
They're listening to our every word. They don't understand them, but they're listening.
Maybe one day they'll crack the code. That's why we gotta be careful. Of course, it's hard enough for Raquel to even comprehend the term human rights. Your whole idea of a human right means everyone just religiously blows you and tells you you're the greatest thing ever. Why then would she do anything that nice for us? No one needs to do nice things for you because you're a dick to everyone. The nicest thing that she ever did for the people. Can you do me a favor and stop using other people as an excuse as to why? Like, really, all you're doing is using other people as a vehicle to get what you want out of them. That's
He
all it
likes
is.
the idea of a collective because he couldn't ever fight something on his own. So he's like, "Oh, I'm part of a group," but there is no group.
And the group that he tries to attach himself to just openly say, "Fuck you, stay away from us." Like, I don't know who the fuck you are, but I don't want you around me. Go away. See, I'm part of this group now, dude. Fuck off. Just grab onto their sleeve and shit, trying to get them to come with him. It's like, you're gonna let go of my sleeve, or you're gonna be pulling back a bloody arm. Your choice. Okay, I'll stop. That's what I thought. Fuck off. You said I'm with him. No, I didn't. It's everything. Like, let us inside after the fact we were soaked from the rain, and that was only to compensate for the crass mistake. Your existence is a crass mistake played upon us by a broken condom made of sending us out in other place. It won't rain. I won't rain. Well, of course, a person can't rain. For a person to be raining, they'd have to get blown up so their body would have to be converted to a red mist. She said, yet it was a major thunderstorm. She has this reputation of arrogance. This would be the first time you've ever said anything to establish that. Probably shouldn't be saying that. Like, she can never be wrong. Which is exactly how gay acts. Not really, because if I don't know something, I openly admit it. It's like, I'm not sure about that. We'll have to look at that. Translation. I say I'm right about everything, but I never prove it, but I'm right. This person is wrong about things that are subject to change as a result of the environment changing thanks to the weather, but for some reason, they are always telling themselves they're right.
She can't predict the weather with 100% accuracy, therefore she's a failure of a human being.
I did not realize that her father had to be half groundhog. Chapter 5. Something's gotta give. It needs to be your neck under the fucking tire of a runaway truck. Wow, Jesus.
Something's
Well,
gotta give. Unfortunately, it's my legs. Fuck.
Seriously, I wonder what would happen if he actually just lost like his legs completely. Would he just be like in a wheelchair, screaming at people, rolling himself around, hoping to God that someone doesn't just push him down the stairs?
He'd probably drag himself along the floor screaming. He'd be like in like The Walking Dead where like a zombie loses its legs and it's just like crawling around on the floor like
Or that scary ass scene from the fucking or that one really scary ass scene from the movie Grave Encounters where the demons finally just start actually showing up and one of them is just a creeping one crawling along the floor.
Yeah, it'd be like that, but he just spends his entire life just screaming and crying because he has no fucking legs.
It's like, maybe, just maybe, you'll understand how those non-vets feel.
My legs, my useless legs.
Let's see here. Even this way she walks and sits is like, I'm better than you, and it shows. Not really, it's just the fact that her legs and spine aren't fucked up, so she actually walks like she knows how to have posture. Maybe if she didn't shamble around like a fucking zombie all the time, people wouldn't need to be upset with the way you behave. I know I shamble around like a fucking reanimated corpse, but tell me I'm doing something normal. Oh god. I'm surprised the staff haven't gotten up and quit. Well, maybe it's because they know that this job is important to them because they're like being able to support themselves without fear of losing their ability to live somewhere.
Or they just like the job in general and it's not as bad as he makes it out to be. It's also a very real possibility.
Let's see. Of course, would cover that up. How would she cover it up? Does she have like a cloning facility just laying around so that she can replicate former employees?
She just has them
Like-
killed.
Like they just have like Agent 47 in the background assassinating someone, then cloning them, and then like 3 days later you have Dave Mach 2 coming out.
It's like the Institute just kidnap them and replace them with a robot.
They'll never be the wiser. Let's see, to cover it up, she can't admit to failure. Literally everything you do is failure, sir. In a way, they're all, like, okay, that, Jesus Christ. Also explains her anger management issues. I would say that she is mentally challenged, but she knows exactly what she is doing. You lose any right to insult anyone's fucking intelligence when legitimately everything you do actually just revolves around you, operating your entire brain like a broken Rubik's Cube. Seriously, it's like all the colors are the same. It's all one white Rubik's Cube. And despite all being one color, your brain still shifts the algorithm around and you still manage to fuck it up. Like, it's so broken that it looks like it's fixed. That's how your psychology works. Everything she does is planned out in detail, so the opposite of everything you've ever done. She is organized, yet the place that she runs is falling apart. Well, it's almost like you only have so much money for a budget, and sometimes things happen that make it difficult to allocate funds to the proper resources. I mean, how hard is it to actually allow some feedback on the everyday running of the shelter from the people who have to live in that shelter? How hard is it to crap out money for things that we can't fucking afford just so I feel like less of a loser for living here? Seriously, that's what it is. Like, I wanted a walk-in closet and a studio to film my stupid bullshit in. And because you didn't have the time or the land or the resources to make that happen, it means this whole place is falling apart. End it.
I want to make my podcast in a studio in the back room, and I want a little Filipino boy to help me in the day and let me bum him at night. It's not fair.
I'm not being given everything I want, but instead I'm given what I might need. It's sad. It must be heartbreaking to live your life. They would know best, for they are the ones who live there. I thought you said that you did not live in the shelter. Please pick a continuity. Raquel goes home to her big house and multiple cars, so she does not know what goes on when she leaves.
He's the wonderful martyr. He works there, but he also lives there, so he knows their pain because he's a fucking saint who can do no fucking wrong.
Seriously, like, why is he describing her like a millionaire from GTA 5? You don't understand. She won the podium vehicle from the casino wheel, and because of that, it means that she is gaining the system and that she is screwing us all over. Proceeds to ignore the fact that he's been the one constantly trying to do heists by himself with like a shit pistol and keeps getting his ass kicked by every NPC he runs across. Because he automatically tries to start a fight with anyone.
Hey, you're wearing a t-shirt. I don't like the color of. You need to die. Accidentally drops the pistol and it just breaks into 5 pieces. Ah, shit.
Or he tries to aim the gun, but then he realizes gun bad, so he drops it. The dude just picks it up and uses it against him.
Oh, he can use guns because it's okay when he uses them because it's for his stupid cause.
Let's see here. Well, what exactly happens when she leaves? Does like a ninja come through the window and like tells you to shut the fuck up? And if you do anything the ninja does not agree with, it just beats the shit out of you.
I need one of those.
Like all you see is it just like all you hear is like cartoon punch sound effects that just tackles him. Boy. Let's see. Let alone the fact that she is not perfect and makes mistakes. No one ever said that. Like this person is obviously not believing that they're perfect. It just sounds like you're pissed off with them over nonsense, and you needed to find something to cry about. Grow the fuck up. Many mistakes can have heavy consequences on the residents. Look, you're actually using the word resident correctly for the first time ever.
Fucking hell.
So apparently a broken clock is right twice a day. Even if the clock is underwater, backwards, and flipped upside down.
If he was a broken fucking clock, the hands would be facing the wrong fucking way. Like they'd be facing outwards and not facing any of the numbers.
Like, if someone explained to me why the hell the arrows on the fucking hands are the things nailed to, like, screwed to the center of the face.
Just nailed down.
Let's see. Consequence for the resident. So it's important to keep an open mind and listen to the people and do what's best for them. Literally everything you've ever suggested so far apparently has just been for your own personal gain. I mean, later on in this fucking book, from when I listened to Prof's reading of it, later on in this fucking book, you admitted that the Super Bowl party was just a vehicle for you to try to sell people your campaign snake oil.
If he really cared about the good of the community, he'd just let someone shoot him in the fucking head.
Like, one less issue. We had 99 problems, now we have 98. So it's important to keep up to. Instead, she only listens to her tight-knit circle of corruption syndicates and her closest staff. Your whole idea of a corruption syndicate is just an employee that happens to take note of someone's behavior and report it if it seems suspicious. You might as well just make the argument that no one's allowed to disagree with me, or I'm going to scream and cry and shit all over myself.
And God forbid you take the advice over your fucking staff instead of a fucking crackhead.
Oh god, okay, so this whole thing is fucking batshit insane. That's part one. It was an injustice nevertheless. Either way, I was forced to sleep out in the cold. Jesus fucking, what is this? Okay, this is the story of what happened, alright. Many days before the Super Bowl between Los Angeles and New England. Okay, like, are you referring
it's like
to
a weird... It's like a weird flashback thing that he's got going on where it's like separating the text for some reason. Like, this is the flashback and this is the... like, what? Also, those numbers, like, are like... they're just like appendices at the back of the fucking thing. I don't know why he did that.
It makes no fucking sense.
I'm pretty sure it's a mistake because I can't imagine anyone doing something like that on purpose. It doesn't, like, what?
It doesn't mesh. It was not a new idea. This idea was done by many other people. If you acknowledge that other people have done it in the past, why the fuck are you trying to pretend that's the first thing you ever did? But it would benefit many people here at the shelter and them in Goldston. Okay, so it would benefit the people and then the voices in your head. All right then.
An entire nation will benefit because we had a party in a fucking homeless shelter in California.
It would create a clientele with volunteers of America, Los Angeles, something that could create a binding contract with Voila and allow us to promote our company through free advertising. So again, you're more or less just admitting that you were trying to use this not to help other people just relax and unwind. You were using it as a vehicle to promote your bullshit. That goal was to collect donations for the Stetson Harvey for President campaign and for a new office. Translation, you wanted people to give you money so you could do stupid shit with it. The plan was for there to be games, attractive activities, and free flow of distribution of food. Did you need to say of the? Did you? Wow. I'm gonna pretend my brain did just blue screen trying to understand this bullshit.
You kind
Yeah,
of have
sounds
to let things go after a bit, because otherwise you're just there for hours, just just every
Like, you have to learn just to turn off the rational part of your brain. Chips, salsa, fruitcake, etc. You are a fucking fruitcake.
you know when you have a fruitcake, it's you.
The fruitcake wrote this damn thing. A non-interrupted view of the game on multiple TVs and 3D surround sound and free stuff via Air Cannon. Also, job opportunities with Demigoxinia and other companies. So you basically wanted to convince other people that they had to work for you. While at the same time doing all this other dumb shit. But by the way, like, given the fact this was a shelter made for people that were homeless, and the fucking resources were so tight, where the fuck would he think they'd get enough time and resources to get, like, 70-inch plasma screen TVs, t-shirt cannons, and food? And as well as games.
He just wants to defraud the charity. He doesn't really care if they can afford the shit afterwards.
Just give me the money, I don't care. If I walk away with a few $1,000s, so be it. Alright, next page.
Oh yeah. I keep expecting the pages to be longer. It's my own stupid fault.
As well, it was more of a Dave and Buster's feel. Well, here's the thing, Dave and Buster's is basically just an arcade for adults. That's all
Yeah, I
it is.
had to
It's an
look at
arcade for people in college and people in their late 20s.
It looks like a 10-year-old's idea of a restaurant.
Like, I've only been to like one Dave and Buster's my whole life, and it's because like the closest one to me is like a 2-hour drive from where I live. And I'm not going all the way there for some shitty sliders in a game I'm gonna regret playing in 5 minutes because I realize I'm actually really bad at it. It's like, well, it was fun that I tried, but I kind of regret like spending 2 hours of my day driving here. Let's see, it was more like a place of friendship and a free flow of expression for the sport of football and each other. Well, here's the thing, like, your whole idea of a... Like, I wish you'd get a free flow of expression, but I wish it would be out of your wrist by the hands of a razor. That's all the expression you could ever need. Those post moments of clarity when your life begins to flash before your eyes, you realize how much of it you fucking wasted. Like, here's the thing, I was an idiot for a couple of years just fucking around doing stupid shit, but when I look at that now, I actually, like, yeah, it was a waste of time. Unlike this, where it's like, everything I did was a great achievement for the people.
It was a
You literally
blessing
did
for the
nothing
world.
but scream at someone for 4 years.
Yeah, like, he doesn't even learn either. He just doubles down. Like, he does the same thing now as he did 10 years ago and still thinks it's fantastic. Like, what?
Like, I know I smashed my own head repeatedly with a fucking hammer, but still. Let's see here. In all, I expressed these ideas and proposals to the management, which included Raquel and Reggie. A few weeks later, they decided they decided to do the Super Bowl party, which seemed like a good thing for both the residents and staff. And Demigoxinia, yeah, because we know that a nation that consists of one motherfucker is the same thing as people actually giving a fuck. A course. If you say a course one more fucking time, I'm going to get my Tonto knife and drag a course your lateral incisors. I'm just gonna chisel your fucking teeth out of your mouth with the blade. I'm not even gonna use the little hammer the dentists use. I'm just gonna slowly work my way in there until I just detooth your ass. And then what I'm gonna do, I'm just gonna dump you out in the middle of nowhere where the blood will attract vultures. Just have you pecked to death like the fucking birds. On Super Bowl Sunday, it was a sham. There was a party, and some aspects of the proposal were implemented, but it was corrupted. What happened? what happened? Was it like Ark? Was it like Ark Survival Evolved, where some of the people started turning purple and they became like high level enemies and they started becoming hostile and attacking everything that went near them?
They became Darkspawn. They're just like fucking. They just like went pale and those black veins under all the skin, and like corrupted.
We didn't understand. We just didn't understand that Soul Edge happened to be present. I knew there was something weird about that cake.
I always wondered why that guy had a monster arm. Fucking Rochelle walked in with a giant monster arm and started fucking killing people. I knew there was something wrong.
They took my idea and overregulated it with their restrictions and rules. Translation: they had to do certain things to make sure shit would not get completely out of control. It's
Also,
almost
nobody
like
likes.
it's almost like you gotta regulate shit.
Yeah, nobody likes self-indulgent bullshit either. Like, if you have a party and it's just hooray for Stetson party, everyone's gonna fucking want to die by 20 minutes in.
Like, if you thought, like, really, it would make Jonestown look like a joyous occasion.
Where's the Kool-Aid? I want it now.
Like, there's rat poison in it. That's why I want it.
Glug, glug, glug.
I think it's a motivation to drink more.
There's just one of those big water coolers just in the background. He just picks it up and drinks it.
All you see
Like
is
the
him
big
taking the fucking cap off the bottom of it and drinking it. He just takes the cap that affixes it together and just drinks it. Let's see here. They excluded me from even participating in the party. Well, of course. Probably because you did a bunch of shit that pissed a bunch of people off.
Well, just to get rid of the smell.
It's like, I don't know what the fuck your deal is, dude, but you've been on everyone's ass demanding attention from them. Get the fuck out of the room for a minute. Let's see here. Many people helped out with the setup, yet I was restricted from doing anything to set up the party, which includes coordinating the setup, food, distribution, the games, the Super Bowl viewing, etc. Raquel put me in exclusion of something that was my idea in its entirety. Are you sure it wasn't just a suggestion that you made one time and they weren't even sure they were going to follow through, and the reason they didn't want you in there is because you were probably making a scene being a dick to everyone?
I could picture them just being like, okay, we'll do it, but don't get him involved because he's just going to fucking turn into bitch finder general and just ruin it for everyone.
He's just going to be the asshole sitting there acting like he's trying to direct everyone when they're... I mean, I've seen the wedding planners, for example, when they're on an earpiece and they're trying to like direct 3 or 4 or 5 different groups of people, different tasks, trying to set everything up in a timely manner. He would be doing that, except instead of saying anything meaningful, he'd just be giving contradictory instructions to everyone in the room. No, you put that t-shirt with my face on it in this one, not that one.
I thought I told you to trim those sideburns.
Let's see here. Okay, let's see here. In fact, when I complained about it, which I have every right to do, there was injustice against me. They kicked me out for a night. So I went and slept by the railroad tracks on Mission Boulevard in the cold, and 3 series of rain showers within a period of 12 hours, 6 to 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. And when I got back, not one apology was shown towards me by Raquel and Reggie or Selena, who was the authorized recipient of the temporary eviction. Well, here's the thing. First you claim you work there, but then you claim that you had nowhere to fucking go, so you slept by fucking railroad tracks.
Shame you didn't
So that
sleep on the
proves that you're fucking homeless. It's weird. Like, you claim one thing, but then you'll say something completely different that contradicts it, that just proves everyone was right when they had their first judgment on it. It's almost like when you leave clues every time you say something that's fucking... like, you straight up, you self-incriminate every paragraph.
Yeah, he's really bad at the whole lying thing, because typically when people lie, they typically like, okay, this is how it happened, and I need to keep this in line with it. But he's just like, no, this is how it happened, but this is also how it happened. This is also... I'm like, Jesus Christ, dude, you suck at this.
That reminds me of that one statement I made. Like, the Joker has a more consistent memory of his own origin story than you do.
Yeah, that was like one of the best summaries of this prick because he just sits there all day, like coming up with 50 ways a story can happen. I'm like, yeah, you can't go for the multiple choice route if you want people to buy your story.
Sometimes I remember it this way, sometimes I remember a very different way. But if I was to be given the choice, I'd rather have a big dealer's choice. Yeah, except the Joker's actually interesting in a non-ironic manner. Oh boy. This was an injustice. Yes, because I know that you were held at gunpoint. Then, to make things worse, they wanted to shift the cots around in order to make room for the party. In turn, they came with closed mind, aka at my desk. Okay. When there, Raquel told me to get up. I was already stressed by the exclusion from my own Super Bowl party, but I took my time when I did get up. She said, "No wonder you didn't want to get up," insinuating that I was masturbating because my dipper was down and the button on my jeans was unbuttoned. In all truth, those pants would only zip up because I gained a few pounds. Those jeans would not button around my waist. She said this loud enough for people to see it. It was embarrassing. Not only because of what she said, but it was in front of Jessica, and I like her. See, here's the thing, like, it's hard for someone to like you because everything you do is always a matter of, like, saving face. Like, there's never a moment where it's like, oh shit, this is my bad.
He's incapable of ever taking the blame, even for the smallest shit. Like,
it's like, I bumped into someone and made them spill their latte, but it's their fault for their latte being in their hand after they bought it. Like, I know I like made someone trip when I had my little episode screaming at my phone. But remember, it's their fault for not being prepared for my paranoid episodes.
it's their fault for wanting sanctuary in this place.
This is not in any way me saying that masturbating is wrong. It's just that not everyone is as open-minded as me. Translation, not everyone in the world would tolerate me just jerking off in front of random people. That information could ruin my relationship with her. It's not a relationship. People tolerate you. That's not the same thing as people loving and caring for you. Like, literally no one has ever had to tolerate you that wasn't legally obligated to. It's like, well, we can't kill you, so we'll have to deal with you. Get out of my sight, dumbass, or I'll kill you. Like, seriously, if people could handle shit like the way that they normally would when someone's being an incompetent dumbass to them, they would have just put him in front of a train.
Or tied him to the back of it and just watched him get dragged along.
I mean, seriously, I'm surprised he didn't sleep on the tracks.
It'd be funny if he had his head resting on the fucking, like, the track part. And then, like, the wheel just sliced
by the fucking train.
his head in it.
Instead of hearing tech, you hear re. And instead of moving at high speed, it's just him like lethargically waddling along like a duck.
I could just picture his head and his feet just getting sliced up.
Let's see here. If she was one of those who were closed-minded, luckily I found out Jessica likes me too. Can you explain to me why the fuck it is that apparently everyone wants to fuck you, but none of these people ever do?
Because they suddenly remember that they have standards.
It's like, man, you look like someone just tried to smash you about the head with a fucking hammer and you somehow survived. Let's see here.
That's my kink.
She was one closed-minded. Okay, let's see. Let's see. And that she is a lot smarter than Raquel gives her credit for. She's so beautiful, like Rosie. They had no right to discriminate against her or anyone. I wish you would actually explain what the fuck you're talking about instead of intentionally not mentioning shit that might be relevant to the story. So, most of the party, I protested against the party by sitting outside in the rain and cold. So, translation: you knowingly went outside, got yourself soaking wet, which means you could have been sick and got other people sick. And when they told you to go fuck yourself because they wouldn't just let you re-enter the building after potentially contracting a cold, you threw a fit and decided to sleep by the railroad tracks. So you intentionally went there by your fucking self. So you left because you were mad. You sat out there because you were pissed off at everyone. And then you were mad when you were excluded when you actually made obvious effort to exclude yourself. All right then.
Oh, fucking idiot.
Self-incrimination. Let's see. Oh god, I have no problem with the Super Bowl. I have a problem with fakes like Raquel, who smile in your face while stabbing you in your back. People who act like they care about you, but have no problem stealing from you, and then making it seem like you seem like the bad guy. Person. When other people are around, it's a shame that anyone should be a victim of the atrocities and corruption against humanity. Yes, because we all fucking know that if you meet anything at all that's even remotely mean to you, the first thing you should do is treat it like it's a second Holocaust. Seriously, like, why is that? Like, why is it that anything that you face that's mildly upsetting becomes a fucking hate crime?
Because it happened to him.
They learned it from watching you, sir. They learned it from watching you. Those old ass fucking PSAs. Oh boy. Sadly, Raquel refuses to pay compensation to myself, and daring go to Nia. Well, it's hard to pay compensation to someone who you don't owe money to, and it's hard to pay compensation to something that doesn't exist. So, you might as well just ask her to pay Santa Claus money for the trip he makes every year for Christmas.
I'd rather pay that, because at least he'd deserve it if he did exist.
She walks around acting like she's better than everyone, and that there is no problems around her, when in fact there is a systematic disparity laced in corruption that is smelling up the air like the smell of unclean porta potty all around her. She is in the poop in the potty, bleeding to death. The one who spews corruption like a cat with fur balls. Can you do me a favor and make some analogies and similes that don't sound like something that a retarded 6-year-old would think of? She ate your poop in your potty. It's kind of bad that my 2-year-old niece sounds more competent. And she's a baby.
Baby don't exist.
Proceeds to hear screaming coming from all the way from California. Clearly, no, she is intelligent. This is why she can be held responsible for her actions, because she knows exactly what she is doing, and every evil act against myself and the people is planned, properly organized, and directly disposed of against us. You can't dispose of something against someone, because when you're disposing it, you're dumping something. She wants us to fail, so her organization can continue to receive money from the city of Panoma. The longer we are homeless, the longer they are rich. It's not rich. It's just it's a job. If you were wealthy, you wouldn't work because you'd be wealthy. This is what happens when stupid people are not cold. Maybe, just maybe, the Hunger Games had a point.
Like, they just need real life Fortnite. Just on an island, just dump them all and just... A bit like George Carlin suggested, just let them all fuck each other up. We could just all have a good laugh.
Like, seriously, just violent television all the time. Let drugs, like sex crazed killers, drug maniacs, violent gang members, just let them all loose on an island with military-grade hardware. And for 5 seconds, there's a gate between the two that's open for about 5 seconds. And just watch all these motherfuckers survive. And the creme de la creme, the hybrid of these, the worst of the worst, will breed, and they will create even more dangerous criminals. Super criminals.
Either that or just catapult them into the sea, like on an actual medieval catapult, and just fire them.
Get your treasure check.
Just out into the ocean.
Raquel and the management are hoarding money that belongs to the people for themselves. Not really, because that money is used to pay for things like food, electricity, and water.
And Super Bowl parties, apparently.
Why does it take so long for them to get bus tickets or football or for foothill transit? I almost said football. God damn it! It's fucking my head up. Like you had the same stumbling block with this shit. But it takes no time at all for them to get and install cameras to spy on us. Because when Raquel wants something, she gets it done. Better than what you do, where if you want something, you scream to other people trying to make them do it for you. But no one ever does. And again, it could just be like another budget constraint. Let's see here. However, when someone else wants something done, like when I want a proposal like Wi-Fi, it acts like it's impossible. It's not that it's impossible, it's just the fact that a person does not feel the necessity to just dump all these resources on stupid shit that you want. Like there would be genuinely no fucking point in just dumping out their wallet to get stupid shit that you desire. Like you would legitimately... Like, there'd be no fucking point. Like, there'd literally be no fucking reason at all to do this shit, because this is the kind of retarded bullshit someone puts up with for like 30 seconds and says, yeah, it's enough of that bullshit. Yeah, the old man just sent me something. I didn't realize he was even online right now.
Damn.
Oh boy. Alright, let's do this. Strap in, boys and girls, we're going for a ride. Person other, let's see. Let's see, she acts like it's impossible. Again, it's not that it's impossible, it's just that budget constraints are always a thing when it comes down to like a very small business. Like even a shelter, like a shelter still has government, they still have like certain requirements they have to meet for governmental aid. And if they don't meet those requirements, the government will be on their ass like white on rice. Let's see here. And when people come out with a good idea, she steals it from that person and puts their name on it, and then refuses to give credit to the original creator and treats the person like crap. Then demands respect from that person when the person has no respect. When there is no respect from her to that person. Sounds like you. This is what I deal with on a daily basis. Well, it's not like you have to. You knowingly put yourself through it because you just decided not to walk away from what was pissing you off. Chapter 5, Insanity via Misrepresentation. So literally everything you think.
That is actually like the perfect summary of his entire character.
Like seriously, your whole mindset is essentially like a bad fucking sketch by SNL. Who did it? Back over there. Points at like 12 other fucking people. Like the weird thing is, like, remember back in the day, like right when this first fucking started, he couldn't tell Steve or I apart, which is ridiculous.
I think he had the same problem with Jennifer and Dawn, if I remember right. It was something
Jennifer,
like that.
Dawn, Kate, and Athena. Like he couldn't tell any of them fucking apart. Because, you know, when Athena has a very pronounced, obviously South African accent, it sounds the same thing as Jenny's slightly deeper Southern twang, and that somehow apparently sounds any bit like Kate's Midwestern accent. So this is what happens when you're a moron. You genuinely think everyone's the same person.
Like, he can't tell voices apart when the voices couldn't be any further apart. Like an Englishman, an Irishman, and a Scotsman walk into a fucking bar, Stetson thinks they're all the same fucking person.
They're all the same. Like, you all have the same dialect. No, we don't, you stupid cunt. I think we should break your lives, boyo. Angus, hand me Mr. Lily. Start clubbing him like a baby seal. In any way, I can somewhat understand why Rochelle is so corrupted. Yeah, Soul Edge, we already explained that.
She's like Knight Commander Meredith. With a fucking soul edge that just drives her fucking insane.
We don't understand. She just went crazy like she went nuts like Cervantes. We just don't understand. Oh boy. Because for a long time there was no one to stop them. Like Enron, they had a clear path to do whatever they wanted. Who the fuck is Enron?
An energy company?
Like, not making sense, I guess.
There's also something called Enron, the smartest guy in the room. I wonder if that's what he's talking about. I mean, it's obscure enough that it could fit the job, but I don't know.
Most people don't have the education to counteract the sickness of the management. Translation: I think I'm the solution to every problem anyone ever encounters, even though the problem was only created by myself. Like, you straight up say that you make problems, sir.
Oh yeah, it's a corporation. I'm pretty sure this is what he's talking about because of the fact that the Bush administration was attached to it and shit.
We all know how he feels about President Bush because they're how paranoid he is about 9/11.
Yes, it was a perfectly good idea to blow up the fucking World Trade Center when it was a pillar of our economy. Fucking genius move.
Let's see here. Some are afraid to come forward, and a lot of them are afraid of being kicked out, which she does a lot to the people that she does not like or who don't agree with her. So it's basically what you would have done to me if I was inside your fictional country.
I think we're all banned from his fictional country.
He straight up said to me at one point, it's like, well, soon where you live will be part of this country. According to who? What are you going to do? Go up to the United States government and say, I'm hereby taking over all of your land?
I mean, he's more than welcome to try and take where I live. I'm sure it'll go down well.
Just get beaten to death in the street by a bunch of dudes that just got motorcycle chains and pipes and bats.
Yes. Actually, no. I want him to go to fucking Millwall and try that shit.
Oh no. And sleeping in the street. How Raquel lives with herself, I don't know. Well, it's quite simple. She doesn't live her entire life believing that every minor inconvenience she faces is victimization.
She sleeps on a big pile of money in her office.
You don't understand. She's like Jeff Bezos. She just opens her fucking door and it's just like a heap of gold and diamonds.
She has a mattress made of $100 bills.
It's sewn together with the hair of people that she had scalped because they disobeyed with her. like how Stetson tried to scalp that one dude to take his hair as a wig.
Yeah, she has pillows stuffed with hobo hair.
Shows how heartless she really is. She would rather let people sit in the rain than to change the policy. Again, well, like, you need to specify what exactly that whole policy is instead of intentionally being like fucking vague. According to her, everyone must conform to how she believes the world works. That's legitimately you to a T, sped boy. If she is not in control of everything, then there will be a lack of order. Again, that's how you think about everything, except you want everything to be like disorganized while at the same time have this idealism of order. She therefore supports overregulation and authoritarian management, which is why we are living like it's the Soviet Union. No, because if it was the Soviet Union, she would just go up to you and give each one of you a loaf of bread and says, "There's your food for the week. Now fuck off."
Except for Stetson, she wouldn't even give him his bread. She'd just tell him, fuck off.
Here's a slice. Fuck off.
Here's the wrapper. Don't eat
Like,
all of
find a way
it.
to manage. Just put the bag over your head, and believe me, all your problems will be solved. I recommend you tie the base with some duct tape. Jeez, like how many times do you figure he's trying to kill himself because of the stupid shit that he did?
I imagine it's like a near daily occurrence, but then he just gets distracted halfway through, like he's got the gun against his head. He's like, wait, what was I doing? Okay, I'll just go and watch the Super Bowl now.
It's like he's having a debate with the gun, and then the gun starts talking to him.
It's got your voice.
I found you.
I know.
Like, part of me wonders if he actually just has, like, hallucinations and nightmares about people that criticize him, finding him, and beating the shit out of him.
Well, it's like one of those really crap 90s, like, edits of a nightmare where it's just people's heads floating around him.
Yeah, like those old sitcom fucking moments where they're freaking out in their sleep.
Yeah, and it just wakes up screaming and crying.
It's like, if you thought Full House was shitty enough before, look at it now. Oh boy, let's see here. Let's see. Everyone is moving around like zombies while the leader is using $1 bills as toilet paper. You realize that the Soviet Union didn't have zombies, right?
Well, they did. They just covered it up really well.
Like, Project End Station was a very, very difficult thing to maintain. Let's see here. Like, what else? Like, in that case, Raquel, our complaints are her toilet paper, and our freedom of choice is what scares her. No, it's just the fact that she didn't give you everything you demanded the moment you demanded it, so your thought is, I need to have a meltdown about it and scream about it like I'm fucking 4.
Actually, if I remember right, the zombie project was shit canned because it made the citizens slightly happier and therefore they didn't want it anymore.
It's a lot easier to be happy with no brain activity. Look at Stetson.
The zombies were slightly better off, so they were like, oh no, we cannot do this. This is bad.
All they are doing is eating each other, and this must be stopped. And I don't mean eating each other in the fun way.
They're abandoning the bread lines to eat each other. This is bad.
They are attacking the vendors instead of the bread. Let's see here. Oh boy. She wants order even though it is hurting the people. Translation: anything that negatively affects me is a crime against humanity. This is why there is so much red tape to get inside and sleep. Or to get bus passes or even eat dinner. Too many rules and regulations. One rule contradicts another. Well, here's the thing, like, can you actually explain in detail what the fuck all this is about, or are you just going to be incredibly vague and just give people illusions that this is, like, some sort of, like, socialist commune almost? I mean, realistically, Stetson, the way you describe this sounds like your whole idea of a socialist utopia. Everything has to be pre-approved by a governing power just so you can do anything at all. I mean, you keep saying how good socialism is, but you're basically describing like a para-socialist country. I mean, really. What you are describing is the same thing you claim you love. This is why she keeps changing everything. They say the bathroom is open, then 5 minutes later they shut it down without notice, probably because it's flooded again. Then there was a long line for the porta-john. Let's see. 200 people using 4 porta-potties at the same time?
Just all pile in.
Come on, guys. It's like we're going to the last helicopter out of Vietnam. It is a total gridlock, and nobody knows what's going on. Well, to be fair, you never know what's going on. So to you, it was Tuesday. There are no programs, nothing to do but watch construction and freeze to death. Oh, if only you would.
Just sat there like fucking Jack Nicholson from The Shining.
Like Jack Torrance all froze to death outside the foundation.
But he's just wall-eyed, just staring into fucking space.
It almost looks like him, but it's colder. And a course. Stop saying a course. Would it kill you to learn how to spell?
Learn to English.
Like, here's the you keep talking shit about other people's abilities to use linguistic skills, but at the same time you do shit like this. Boss lady keeps warm in her cozy office while making plans on how else to make our lives miserable. Yes, because I know it must be so fun answering 50 to 60 fucking phone calls a day. In reality, she needs to relinquish her job and title immediately. Well, the job and title are correlated with each other. I mean, name one thing good that Raquel has done for me. I can't think of anything, and I have to deal with her face to face. She sees me and ignores me every day and knows I am on to her. I watch everything and remember everything. Unless, of course, I do it myself. Then I play selective ignorance whenever people address something I did directly to them. Like, remember, you're so on to someone else that you actively forget what you're talking about 5 minutes into it. Chapter 6. Some may be sleeping. I will be watching. What are you, Batman?
Well,
I am
nonce man,
vengeance.
maybe.
I am the knight. I am Batman. I really don't have time to watch people 24/7. Yeah, you do. But I will if I have to. In the Raquel case, these are one of those times. Anyway, I have to collect information about people. Most of those ways include word of mouth. Even if it's from someone that's not really reliable and I have no way of verifying shit that they say.
He'd honestly prefer that because then he can just make up the blanks and fill them in himself.
If I can fabricate a story that makes someone I don't like look shitty, I will do it at the drop of a hat because it's easier than actually confronting the fact that maybe I'm the fucking problem. Alright. Onward to victory. Or whatever, like whatever counts for victory here, I guess.
Yeah, victory is a strong word. I'd probably say this is.
Like unintentional hilarity.
Yeah.
Which is why I have been able to stay in business for 14 years, from the Border Town party in 2002 to Domingo Shania Zendaya today. Well, make up your mind. Which one is it? Is it Domingo Shania or Zendaya today? Which is
I
it?
actually looked that up, what he was talking about. There's photos of that event and he's not in any of them.
It's almost like you don't exist to these people.
Unless he took all the photos. No, actually, because if he took all the photos, it'd just all be big enlargements of his own face from where he took the fucking camera the wrong way around.
The angle's all fucked up.
It's just up his nostril, like that one debate.
If it works for the webcam, it works for the cell phone camera. Information collection is a very important part of my business, especially when protecting ourselves from corruption syndicates and fakes. But you don't, though, because you literally believe bullshit stories people tell you with no evidence, and then you publish them as though they're fact. Let's see here. So when this opportunity came to find out what Shell really is up to, I took the chance. After the Super Bowl party problem, yes, and Raquel's failure to compensate us, it's not us, it's you, $250. I felt it was my duty to protect our assets and get our money by any means necessary, even if it means mugging a Shell. Even if it means getting the dirt on old Iron Ass, I mean Rochelle. Translation: I scream and cry like a whiny asshole, and I demand money for doing something that realistically no one owed me money for. Seriously, if someone beats him to death, it'll be a mercy. I feel that the truth needs to be told, but in order to expose the truth, I must first learn what the truth is. Don't you understand? The truth's a multidimensional theory. Well, I've been saying that for 4 fucking years.
Yeah, the truth is multi-dimensional.
It's a multi-dimensional rhombus. Because every time you're about to say something, you hit a fucking wall. Let's see. So far, the construction of 2 new buildings are poor design. I didn't realize you were an architect or a contractor. Please tell me where you got your qualifications. The new kitchen is apparently just a box with 1 window and no architectural importance. Okay, just Thunderbolt, lady. Here we go. The other building is 1 floor, painted in red and white. Yeah, I know. It's designed to calm your ass down. The building has no architectural importance either. Then shut the fuck up about them. They were both built cheaply, of course. One almost finished is partly 15% complete. Haven't even started yet. Just a bunch of dirt. They've been digging holes and filling them back up about a month now in sight. All 3 buildings of Voila, Hope for Homes campus, Mission Boulevard, Pomona, California. And the only thing that they got looks like a mold for a foundation. Well, the reason they were probably digging holes and burying them is because they were trying to make sure the ground was stable enough to actually support the weight of a foundation.
I've just realized he said "of course" correctly.
Like like once in a blue moon. No, it's like once every 5,000 words.
Fucking shock.
Like we'll give you a rainbow fish sticker for that success.
A "didn't I do well" sticker.
A sticker that says participant.
I showed up.
This is what happens when you give people participation awards. Seriously, this is why sperm don't deserve participation awards. Let's see. It looks like Moses to build the foundation, and a small one at that. Again, like the reason the foundation is small is so that if there is an earthquake, the building will not be shaken so violently that it'll come the fuck apart. The reason that those things are made of cheap construction materials is just so that they don't have to cost $500,000 every time an earthquake hits to replace them or repair them. I hate to say it, but you get what the fuck you pay for, but sometimes you can only pay for that much.
Yeah, I think everyone would just have everything be the most expensive it could be, but you'd go bankrupt pretty fucking quickly if you did.
Let's see here. The construction is many months behind schedule. I didn't realize you were the one planning it. The workforce is small, and most of the time they're not even working or doing small jobs here and there, instead of focusing on what actually needs to be done. Oh, I'm sorry, are you the construction foreman?
He probably thinks he is and probably stands around barking orders at them, and then he gets fucking whacked with a shovel.
Hey, you, get that rebar. Put that rebar in the cement. If you look at me one more time and say that, I'm going to hit you with this fucking wrench.
He just gets twatted with a shovel and just wakes up and it's nighttime.
All you hear is like a postal shovel sound. Like all you hear is just like, "Hi there, postal shovel sound."
He just wakes up out in the cold and he's like that.
Did you just throw that together?
Yeah.
Send me a copy of that. I'm gonna make that the fucking thumbnail. Freezing my ass off. That's weird. It's no surprising how cheap Raquel is and how blind Reggie is of the 21st century. Both clearly didn't put any real effort into planning this campus. The land is in the middle of nowhere. Everything is 30 minutes walk or more. Pomona Transit Center is a good 45-minute walk. Remember what I said. Raquel is too selfish and heartless to get bus tickets, and can barely walk. And I can barely walk a block. Seems like a you problem. Well, the reason they probably built it all the way out there is because a lot of people, as sad as it is, don't want the homeless maintaining a center directly in the middle of town. I mean, George Carlin said it himself, the not in my backyard policy. It's like, we'll build a home for the mentally retarded who want to work their way into the community. I think that's what this home really was, if you want me to tell you what the truth might be.
I think that's what it's became, regardless.
It's like, well, we got one. It's a start. Let's see. This is why I call her selfish, because she doesn't do anything for anyone but herself and those who follow her. Know you? In a way, it is sad, like your existence, that I have to suffer because of someone else's stupidity. Imagine everyone that's had to deal with you for the past 4 years. If she really cared, she would make sure that the bus tickets were full supply, no matter what it takes. So you want her just to shit out a golden egg, essentially. Okay, she, next page.
There we go.
Would make it here the Foothill Transit, which would provide tap cards, which would be charged by Voilik automatically. Instead, she hasn't tried anything and hasn't kept anyone up to date on when they will be available. She might not even fucking know. Even if she had plenty, she would still hoard it and be stingy at giving them out, just like they are for everyone else from clothes to bags, etc. How can she say that she cares about us when she is the one setting us back? Then leave. Again, you hold all the power in your own hands, or should I say fins, on whether or not you decide to remain there. And you just chose to anyway. I don't understand your rationale behind this shit at all. Like, your whole rationale is essentially, I'll linger around here regardless of how much I fucking hate it, because these people are the few bits of socialization I can get with the voices that are not in my head. I mean, seriously, is his imaginary friend the only other person who can tolerate him?
No, his imaginary friend fucked off years ago.
His imaginary friend got an imaginary gun and blew his imaginary brains out all over the imaginary house he lives in.
he just turned around and he's like, Frederick, and he just looks across the street and his imaginary friend's just waving at him from a bus and he just drives off instead.
Like, see ya, fucker. He just basically like jibbed himself from Ed, Edd and Eddy and just boarded the bus and took off. All of this I have learned from listening to the people. Something that Raquel has a hard time doing, even if her life depended on it. Even the way that she walks is crooked and evil. Well, it's either one, she's getting some good dick, or two, she's just tired of your shit, so she's walking like that, hoping it'll intimidate you.
Or she's just making fun of him by walking like him.
Every time she walks, it's like she's in a Thriller music video. Yeah, I know, she's making fun of you shambling around like Michael Jackson in the zombie costume. The only difference is there's nothing catchy about this music number. Chapter 7, the telltale signs of corruption and arrogant behavior. Well, the first telltale sign of corruption and arrogant behavior is that you always talk like you're an intellectual, even though you're about as intelligent as a clop of horse shit that's been left on the side of Mackinac Island for several years. When it comes into work, first thing you notice is her look via her eyes. The way she looks at people is of a person who is truly trying to get inside your head. Nobody wants to be inside your head because you're filled with nonsense.
I'd kind of like to see inside his head, because I imagine it'd be like that movie The Cell where they go in the serial killer's head. Except with stats and it'd be even more fucking horrific.
It's all cartoons, except the cartoons are all fucked up and backward ass.
Yeah, it'd be like that Cyberpunk quest where you go inside the serial killer's head and it's a fucking cartoon, and then like you have to find out why, and it's even more fucked up.
She always has to have the last word. Look in the mirror, please. She must control everything, even if it's not controllable. Look in the mirror, please. Like the weather, Raquel tried to control the weather. She said it will not rain today. With confidence. No, it's just the fact that someone might be confident because the weather could, like, Like, the motto of my state is, like, you don't like the weather, wait 10 minutes. Because it'll go from, like, this morning, for example, it was, like, 37 to 38 degrees, and it's almost 60. And it's been almost 60 the whole damn day. Just like how Wednesday, it snowed in the middle of fucking Wednesday, and by the time I left after overtime, it was sunny as shit. All the snow that was there while I was working disappeared in like an hour. Let's see here. Yeah, well, that failed. It's not controlling the rain, it's just predicting it lightly. It rained hard that day, and we got stuck in the middle of it. Yet Raquel never apologized once to us about it, which is disappointing. Not as much as being a parent to someone like you and realizing this is what became of you. Why is
Also,
that
I didn't apologize because you stood outside just with your mouth open for a solid hour, just staring at the sky.
Like, you basically tried the turkey method of drowning, except you were too tall for it to work. You just laid down with your mouth wide open. I think it would have worked that way. Let's see. Why is it that when I expect more out of someone, they fail me? Oh, so again, this is just you admitting it's really about you.
You have failed me for the last time, Rochelle.
Just proceeds to sonically screech at him like Sindel until they blow up. In a way, it's never a surprise. Well, it's hard to fail someone if every single one of their expectations about you is literally unwarranted. It is the most of corruption. The cost of corruption. God, I keep trying to fix it with my brain and they don't work. But you just hope they will change. But sadly, they never will. Because they have not motivated themselves to change. And I cannot force them to do so, even if I wanted to, which I really do. Translation, they will not act the way I want them to, and I want to try to modify their behavior like I'm some sort of psychotic scientist in some sort of clinical trial experiment. They're only hurting themselves, and we the people are the victims, yet they have done nothing wrong.
Oh, new page.
Like, do you know what you've done, sir? The very first thing that you did that was wrong was deciding to maintain an online presence where literally everything you do is devoted to screaming like a dipshit.
Well, I think the first thing he did was wrong was when he saw the light and he was sliding out of the womb. He decided to go forward instead of crawling back in.
You could aim for the sawzall that they used to cut the cord, but no. This is why they need to be stopped. Yes, I know. You think this is like a government. You're acting like this is Metal Gear Solid.
The fucking Patriots or the Wiseman committee's after him now.
Because their actions are making the rest of humanity look bad. How? Are there aliens observing these people and deciding that these are the representatives for all human beings? Raquel is doing a disservice to us, and we are doing a disservice to ourselves. Then talk to the Daleks. I'm sure they'll help you. By allowing Raquel to run amok and do this injustice and disservice to us. Translation, you do not openly scream about stupid shit, so that means that everyone's being run over by the corporate machine of bullshit. To treat us in this manner. It is unacceptable. It must be abhorrent. Why? Because you're not getting what you want? I mean, really, why is everything like, it's either me or nobody? Then I choose nobody.
Then I choose death.
But she acts like these things are non-existent. You realize that non-existent's one word, you didn't need to make it two. Like, she is right, and we are just liars, and it's L-I-A-R-S, not E-R, Jesus Christ. And fools, ready to be walked on by her boots of hypocrisy. Like she said, my complaint against her, the Super Bowl party, was bullshit. Not because I was wrong, but because she wants to cover it up so that she won't look bad. You mean like how genuinely everything you do online is done the same way? So instead of fixing herself, she wants to change everything, everyone else, and she wants everyone else to change for her. You need to buy a mirror and remember every time you say something like that, just to look at it for a good 20 minutes. and then you'll just forget why you were looking at it. Oh, Jesus. When in fact, she's 100% in the wrong. I have dealt with people like Rochelle before. Yeah, we know yourself, who wants to do everything without much effort. Literally your podcasts. We want respect from everyone. We aren't going to respect anyone. Literally your MO. Then gets mad at us when someone catches her in her own contradiction. Literally your books. Because it is somehow my doing for the life that Rochelle has chosen. No one ever said that you were responsible for a person's individual decisions in life, but they were saying that you're often the dickhead that provokes them. That Raquel never tries to be nice to me. What is there? Why would anyone be nice to you, considering how you treat others?
Yeah, he has no motivation offered to be nice to him, but he expects everyone to be going above and beyond for him at all times, and it's like, fucking dickhead.
Remember, if you're not bending over and spreading your ass cheeks for me, then you're not my friend. Alright, I'll be your enemy.
The sad part
I'll
is he
fight a
actually said
one-man
that.
war. The fact that she gives me what I like to call Rochelle, the Rochelle look. That, what are you looking at me? What do you want from me? Look. I think that's called the complete stranger looks at you and asks why the fuck you're following them for 20 minutes look.
I think that's just the I'm looking at Stetson looks, to be honest. Like, I think everyone probably feels that way when they look at him.
In a way, she completely forgot about all the complaints that I sent in, and she still has not fixed. Maybe it's because some dipshit keeps stuffing the suggestion boxes open when the suggestion boxes were made by that person in question. Like, the main suggestion that you keep getting from the suggestion boxes that you install without asking is, can we kick this crazy motherfucker out? I don't understand why it's so hard for her to be nice. Because you act like the biggest dickhead in the room, and then you start demanding for people to treat you like you're a big baby. Why is it so hard to do something so simple? I don't know, why is it hard for you to just look at yourself and ask why it is people keep doing that to you instead of constantly blaming others? To help somebody. I would definitely help you step off the roof of an overpass. To allow free expression in the shelter. To free up the red tape and overregulation. Stop trying to control us and allow us to control ourselves. Well, here's the thing. Whenever people leave you to your own devices, all you do is stupid shit.
Though he's still begging for that attention.
Yep. She should be our mentor, not our warden. Well, sometimes tards need to be tard wrangled. Volunteers of America is not a prison. And even prisoners deserve these rights. Well, you say that when it relates to you, but you've straight up said that I should be locked up in what is essentially a friendship gulag at one point for disagreeing with you. Doesn't change the fact that despite the word friendship, it's still a fucking prison. What's the difference? Are you going to paint it whimsical colors with clown pictures and cartoons on the walls? Like, remember, you're still getting beaten up in the yard, but at least now, instead of, like, actual weights, they have weights covered in light foam, which doesn't do shit to minimize the damage to your skull when someone belts you with a 20-pound dumbbell. Oh, boy. Raquel is the most inconsiderate boss lady that I have ever met.
Boss lady.
I'm sure you've met so many. I don't know how the volunteers and staff put up with her, because they understand that she's trying to make things run smoothly and you're just a dick.
She also pays their wages, which helps.
Yep. It's kind of hard to argue when someone signs your fucking paychecks. I can't
Especially
stand
when
her.
it's on someone else's behalf.
This is just another admission that he doesn't work there. Like, again, you're running yourself over with your own narrative. I can't stand her, and I don't even work for her. At least the workers get paid. I don't even get a dime for what is owed to me. What is owed to you is a kick in the crotch with a fucking cleat. Like, what is owed to you is a series of punches and kicks to your stomach, head, and crotch. Like, realistically, if I had to put up with you in real life the way this person is, I would have just finally went ape shit on you after, like, maybe an hour of that nonsense. This person is a fucking saint for putting up with you as long as they did without just murdering your ass. But then again, I think the ASPCA would be on them for animal cruelty. Seriously, I do not consider it manslaughter or negligent homicide. It's just animal cruelty.
Yeah, to quote Dalek Sec, this is not war, this is pest control.
Fuck it. We might as well scrub out the aquarium and get another one. If he goes belly up, we'll just go to the aquarium and buy another one.
Just give him to Daria from Finding Nemo, she'll look after him.
It get depressing sometimes. Not as much as your literary skills, which Rochelle never cares about. And she makes all of this my fault. Well, here's the thing. There's a difference between being depressed because of social pressures or just personal, like interpersonal struggles that you genuinely have no real control over because you might chronically have it. And then there's being a fucking dumbass who does stupid, dumb fucking shit all the time and not once thinks to yourself, maybe I should stop putting my dick in the same mousetrap every time. There's a visual for everyone.
Oh, I've seen his dick at this point, so yeah.
Let's see here. Because according to her, I am responsible for my own suffering, and she is perfect and scot-free. Again, you're like, scot-free is, you don't need to capitalize the word Scott. I believe you put a dash there, but I could be wrong. I don't use that statement very often.
I think it's quite a, like, British-European thing, isn't it?
Yep. Because
that
more or less, they made that statement on account of Scotland getting its independence from the Crown's direct control.
Sounds about right.
But it's like, dude, like, you are responsible for your own suffering when every decision you make causes it. That's like me putting my hand in a blender and turning it on and saying, it's the blender's company for not telling me not to mutilate myself horrifically with their appliance.
It was an evil plot.
Which, of course, she is not. And I'm not the only victim of her relapse of respect towards others. It's not a relapse if it never existed towards you.
Oh, of course it's relapse. For some reason, like, it must have been because it was quite late at night, and I was like, what the fuck is a relapse?
I mean, here's the thing, like, a relapse implies that it was an addiction that you doubled back on.
Yep.
This is not the same.
Relapsed.
The rebellion begins. Fighting is commonly known in this place. Yes, I know it's like Thunderdome. Which is a result of bad management from Raquel. Not
It's
to
like
say
a
that
reverse
Raquel-
Master Blast.
So, oh shit. So that Raquel is responsible for the fights breaking out, but she does have a part in the madness. Yes, I know. She just throws money on the ground and they have what is essentially bum fights. Like they have mixed martial arts for homeless people, but like Raquel just helps them organize the fight cards and everything.
Well, how else are they going to pay for the fucking field trips?
Winner gets the ticket to the bus. Well, one thing, she needs to be a relaxed. There needs to be a relaxed atmosphere, which there never is because of all the drama and the environment does not allow proper venting or end vetting of other people's issues. You are legitimately the source of half the shit that went on there if we are to take this seriously.
It's
Like,
amazing
I'm
how
literally-
many issues involve him in some capacity.
It's like, I am literally a ball of drama and seething rage, but tell me nothing I do was my fault. So you got a bunch of people experiencing different kinds of drama, many of which is created by you, I'm sure, existing in one place without proper venting system. It's like being in a bathroom with a hot shower running and there is no vent fan to remove the heat. Well, maybe, just maybe, you shouldn't be constantly putting yourself in that environment instead of giving yourself time to decompress in between. Again, like, you could easily just step out of the room for like 30 minutes to an hour and let it wind down. It is basically a death trap. Oh, if only it was. A disaster waiting to happen. Like the condom that failed in keeping you from being conceived. And all of this caused by bad management, poor planning, and incoherent management, yet nobody listens to me. No one listens to you because you're a fucking idiot. You can't take the words of a stupid person when it comes down to their advice. You can't ask a blind person for directions, you can't ask a deaf person for music recommendations, and you sure as fuck can't ask a dipshit how to run things. Alright, let's see here. So when the staff have and volunteers start fighting, you know that there's a problem because they are included in the system as well. God damn. This actually get my bullshit allergy flaring up. It is an imbalance in the system that Raquel refuses to recognize and address. In all, her choice to be blind to the truth has created an unbalanced and biased system. Raquel is better than everyone, the staff is better than the residents, and the residents are better than the rats. Okay, next page. I feel like I'm killing Prof with this shit.
Oh, I can take this. I'm at this point, like this. I've read so much of this shit at this point that it's like it doesn't actually have as much
to it now.
Yes.
Has our own fraction system, but said system does not compare to the staff or management fractions. Well, do you want to know why? It's because people that work there are in charge, like they're responsible for things that have a lot more importance than just spazzing out in the corner whenever you find out that your chicken's cold. Like when you're done eating your tendies, dipshit. Raquel gets the best lunches, gets to be warm, while the rest of us freeze. She gets all the credit for running the shelter when it's the residents who bust our butts day in and day out, alongside the staff who within themselves don't get the credit they deserve. They work there, they get paid. That's basically all the credit they really need. In all, we get nothing, and Raquel and Reggie get it all. Translation: if we live in a homeless shelter, we should be paid to live here, when the reality is they are sheltering us from dying. And when they talk about how we are all family, yeah, Raquel and Reggie get paid more than all of us, and never spend a dime on any of us. Well, where do you think the food comes from? They are holding clothes and many other resources that belong to the residents, and were donated for the sole purpose of benefiting the residents in question, not to be used as a bargaining chip in order to keep us in line, in order to order us around without consequence. Well, here's the thing. Like, people by nature, we are reward-driven organisms. We do things because we anticipate there's going to be some sort of payoff. Realistically, it might be the only way to motivate someone who otherwise might not follow through with shit.
That's actually like a thing in business studies. You learn, like when you learn to be a manager, that there are some people who are like more motivated by the prospect of instant reward, and then there's people who are more motivated by long term. They actually refer to them as type A and type B.
Honestly, he's type C. It's like, I won't work and I won't do anything for it, but give me.
Yeah, he's like, if it was like alpha and betas, he'd be the omega or something, or the
like
sigma.
He just exists to die out.
It exists as a joke, like a joke NPC in a video game.
Let's see here. Just because some people may not know their rights does not mean they don't have any rights. Well, here's the thing though, if someone doesn't know their rights, then that means that it should be up to someone else to explain it, not to you to scream about it. And for Raquel to exploit personal flaws These personal flaws and the lack of knowledge of their human and legal rights is in itself corruption and a lack of respect for rule of law and humanity as a whole. Can you do me a favor and not talk like you understand shit about humanity, because you don't? You genuinely have no shred of humanity towards anyone that isn't mindlessly sucking your dick. Everything you do is always a self-serving end goal for you. Let's see. In a whole, the best part of her delusional thinking, she believes that she can't be touched. However, there is a huge flaw in her plan. Bullet point. You cannot run people like machines and not expect them to complain. Even the machines shut down after overuse. Well, the difference is that a machine does not have the understanding of what a motivation is. It simply operates because it's given a power source. That is not the same thing as actually being aware that it wants something and that has a goal to work towards. Alright, let's... Next page.
I thought there was a second bullet point for some reason.
How does Raquel expect to gain the respect of the residents when she shows little to no respect for them and collude against them on a daily basis? You mean like how you do awful shit to people all the time, but you want everyone to be nice to you? He states that I'll respond and have acted on every complaint. Yet she nor Reggie have responded to the 79 complaints I've filed, 32 requests, 10 concerns, totaling 121 correspondence to management that have been ignored. One request was plagiarized through a vote party idea, where, and pending vote was going to the ticket request, totaling 222 correspondence. Can you do me a favor? Like, do the world a favor. Stop acting like everyone is some sort of cosmic Santa Claus. Okay? They can't just drop shit at the drop of a hat because you want it. And it's going to be even less likely when you're acting like a dickhead to everyone and pissing them off. Maybe learn a little bit about patience. There is little to no movement with construction that they are doing on this campus. However, they give tours to said campus like it is finished. Well, they're probably giving tours to prospective investors to see whether or not they'd want to buy the area and develop it further. However, they never gave us a tour, and we are the ones that live here and will be using the facilities in the first place. Again, you're admitting that you live there. You fucking idiots. Well, like, when this is all done, I might just edit in, like, a fucking contradiction counter.
I tried doing something like that. I think it was with Nee Slowmore's video, and I got so sick of it, I just gave up.
Like, fuck, I can't do it anymore. I saw skyscrapers that were built faster than these. Yeah, I know. It was in Legoland. You gotta remember that footage was time-elapsed. You gotta remember that footage was time-elapsed. And rate the management idea is not doing anything in order to make the construction process move faster, so that we, the residents, can have a bathroom that is not smelly, a smelly part of body. Clearly management hates us. Who does not hate you? Like, name one motherfucker that would not beat you to death with a book if given the opportunity. I rest my case. Rochelle treats the volunteers better than the residents, showing them her fake persona in order to get donations. And when volunteers leave, she treats us like crap. No, it's just the fact that you act like a dick, and then you keep trying to walk up to people with your hand out, when she tells you to stop doing that because you're scaring people away with your fucking Igor Victor Frankenstein act. Like, it's usually not a good way to behave around people. Like, you behave like a fucked up little kid that approaches social services. Her personality is that of a two-faced. No, you could say that she is two-faced. So this is what happens when someone that doesn't understand shit about sayings and similes and shit tries to do that. Like, you've written a book. You know how difficult it is to actually write something and then publish it.
Yeah, I've never been able to do it in less than 3 months, and this dick's able to do it like 3 or 4 times a year. Like,
And every single time, it's always the same thing. I'm right 'cause I say so. I'm right 'cause I say so. Everyone's a bigot. Wah, wah, wah.
Yeah, he's like that one lady that wrote the same story like 500 times and just for some reason expected, like, well, she did somehow have a fan following, but I don't know how because she was like the Stetson or Lance of a day.
I mean, realistically, the motherfucker that he reminds me of the dude that wrote that book, Empress Teresa. As to what that is, I'll have to DM you like the Crimson Rogue reading of that, just so you can watch him slowly lose his shit. Honestly, he's also a Polish author. He actually wrote the book, I believe it was Micro God.
Yikes.
Which actually is a pretty solid read.
Ah.
Let's see here. Raquel never likes people who speak the truth. Again, it's not true because you personally believe it. She likes fake people because she is fake. Yes, we all know. Everyone that agrees with her is a synth. She smiles at our faces. She never smiles at me while stabbing us in the back. I wish someone would just stab you in the fucking face. She acts like she is for free flow of ideas and truth, yet lies to our faces and censors our voices. Translation: she doesn't let me just come to her and scream about stupid shit like a retarded toddler, so everything that she says is wrong. We are all misrepresented and discriminated against because of our financial status. Then leave. Like we are nothing but second-class citizens. You're not even that.
You're not even citizens.
Like, you're not even someone's dog, dude.
I like the Castless from Orzammar, where basically you can just do anything to them and the guards don't fucking care.
And when someone finally stands up against her, she kicks them out. To her, the victim in question is evil, and the one who victimized the person, Raquel and Reggie, are somehow... Okay, next page. I'm bleeding from my fucking ears. Are responsible for their actions and words against us, which was their fault to begin with. In the way you don't need a comma. You don't need a comma there. In that way, you don't need a comma there. They have created a situation that is corrupting the natural order of things. You said there is no such thing as things that are normal, and something that could be considered natural would be normal. Moron. In some weird way, their actions against us, Deminguk is comical at best. Like your fucking existence is a cosmic joke to everyone. Something to laugh at if it wasn't so heartbreaking and sinister.
A bit like how
no.
God invented fucking Stetson to give the middle finger to fucking Charles Darwin. Like, yeah, your fucking theory, yeah, this is what I think of it.
Let me just contradict that real quick. Seriously, this is what happens when social Darwinism doesn't hit the right set of genes. Let's see. It would be more of a joke that would be told at parties and bars. A bloke being bested by a woman who would win. What?
Yeah, I was baffled as well.
What the fuck does that mean? Like, anyone could beat someone else if they are properly prepared for the competition or fight. Especially if it's like a luck-based game.
I don't know if he's trying to be sexist or what.
He's just stupid.
Yeah.
Sadly, though, this is no laughing manner. No, it's matter, not manner. Like a manner is like a way you would laugh, or a large fucking mansion like home, or a large country estate in England.
The laughing manner.
That sounds like where the Batman Who Laughs would live.
Yeah, it does actually.
Although, it is funny that one person can destroy the lives of many. I know, you've tried to do it to other people. When I think of the invasion of our human rights, I usually think of an army invasion, like when America invaded Iraq. Not some braided black lady wearing leggings or jeans and black boots, walking around with a phone and earrings in her ear. Well, that's usually where they go. Like what? What was she gonna do? Was she going to put earrings on her nipples?
I mean, Stetson probably would.
Like, we did not realize that we had rings specifically for that. We did not need to substitute for earrings. But like they say, the devil comes in many disguises. He or she can come as an angel of light, but has come to steal, kill, and destroy. You use the same fucking statement against false prophets, so which is it? Again, that's not what the devil says. Now, if we are to use, like, if you want me to say the quote exactly, dipshit, I'll say it for you. The greatest trick the devil ever did was convincing us he did not exist. This is from someone that doesn't even believe in that shit. Can you explain to me why it is that you flop back and forth between being Buddhist and being agnostic to being Christian? Pick one. Like, even if you want to be independently spiritual, at least you'd have some direction there.
Kind of reminds me of M. Dickey's weird fucking spirituality that also doesn't make any fucking sense, but at least that's more funny than frustrating.
In that, it is not a surprise, but I have no attraction to her. Her wickedness radiates out of her like radio waves from a radio tower. Well, where else are they going to come from? A toilet bowl? Or ripples from a rock being dropped in a body of water. I wish someone would drop you like a rock into a body of water.
A very deep one, I do.
Preferably the Pacific Ocean with an anchor tied to you. He has gills, he'll be fine.
Put it around his neck so he's simultaneously hung and drowned at the same time.
I can sense it 100%. Reggie isn't clean either. Dude, you're literally just saying that your personal disdain for someone is like some sort of sixth sense, like you can read people's fucking essence. If I did believe in that, I would most certainly not believe you're capable of it, because let's be honest, your own essence would be suffocating you with its toxicity. In fact, it serves as a catalyst for future crimes against humanity. Yes, because we all know that if anything at all minor inconveniences you in any way, shape, or form, the master Asian race will be forced to accept the fact that everything you're saying is bullshit.
They just mass disembowel themselves.
Everyone just commits ritual seppuku. And for those that are not doing that, they just commit harakiri. And or Reggie have made the choice to have a hardened heart and not to change. It's a shame, really, when even a simple raffle is corrupted in this place. What is normally a fun and collective activity and pastime have become
I've never been to a fun raffle, but go on.
a den of greed, corruption, and a rigged systematic process based on favoritism, lack of responsibility, and carelessness. In all these many forms and so much more is corruption and a lack of respect for others. If you really wanted everyone to participate in the raffle, then you would make it simple for people to get tickets, even coming out of distributing to people, especially to those who have a hard time walking, who don't feel like walking. Translation, they didn't just walk up to me and hand me a bunch of them. Acorns, who is running the raffle? That's correct, Raquel. Yeah, I know, like, when her and Coach and Nick were running from zombies, you were screaming and crying about stupid shit.
Just
Typical.
Ellis mod for fucking
Because all the zombies instinctually fucking hate him. We all know why now. Let's see. Typical how she doesn't want me to have anything nice. So she, quote, motivates the staff and others to disregard my humanity in order to promote her corrupt ideology and hypocrisy within our local and global society. Yeah, global society. Because some retard with a fake country is the same thing as actually being an immigrant that's being mistreated because of being an immigrant. Also known as Raquel hates me and wants to see me fail. People don't need to want to see something that happens on a daily basis. They just need to wait for it to happen. It's like the sun rising and setting. It happens completely on its own with no interference from anyone. Even when good things happen, she manages to ruin everything. How? Did she just teleport through the wall and shoot you in the back of the head?
I wish.
Like the Super Bowl party, or when Nina became my official girlfriend, or when Rosie couldn't take a shower. Okay, wait a minute. What did she do to Nina? Or was it because of the masturbation thing? And then Nina's like, yeah, I'm gonna avoid that little fucking weirdo now. Let's see here. She always wants to ruin my success and manages to turn it into failure. You can't turn failure into failure. It is as it's always been. It has been and always will be what it is now. Nothing. She does this to everyone who complains against her and speaks the truth. But hurt. She's like, God damn it, I keep thinking he's gonna fuck it up, so my brain tries to rectify it. She's like Mr. Burns from The Simpsons. Cranky Evil wouldn't let you die if survival didn't benefit her for some reason. It's impossible to work with her, let alone live under. Nobody should do business with her. She's bad for business, bad for humanity, and bad for America. I did not realize that you were the spokesperson for every human being that's ever lived, dumbass. You see, my idea of like a collective means that even if people can agree on an opinion, there are still going to be people that are outliers and fringes of that. But remember, okay, Captain Knight always did that wrong. If I had $1 for every time I was accused of wrongdoing by Raquel, when in fact I was innocent, I would be a millionaire. No, you wouldn't, because you'd automatically waste the money doing stupid shit. Like, you would literally just waste that money trying to find me to get me to, like, try to arrest me, and then the cops would, like, what you would do with that is that you would try to take me to court with that money, and the judge would look at you and say, what the fuck are you trying to charge him with? He tried to kill me, Your Honor. I called you a retard on the internet for saying that you were trying to legalize pedophilia. Is this true? Pedophilia doesn't exist. You're a conservative. Get the fuck out of my courtroom. Like, there would be... Like, I'm not even going to have the jury deliberate. Both of you pay court costs, and you, ugly, get the fuck out of my courtroom. I don't want to see your stupid ass in here again, or I'll have you arrested for being in contempt. You're a conservative. Bailiff beat his ass. That's a she, you book. You guys hear those start swinging?
Just smacks him over the head with his gavel.
Getting assaulted by a police baton and by the judge. Hey, Cora, she won't pay me what is owed. What makes you think she would pay me $1 million? Why would you earn $1 million if genuinely everything you've ever experienced was a direct result of your own shit behavior? I know, victim complex. It is pure stinginess and foolishness, like literally everything you do. If I say to her, you are wrong and you need to change your ways, I get kicked out. Yet Raquel can say whatever she wants without consequence. This is the double standard, another form of corruption. You mean like how when someone tells you that your ideas are stupid, you scream and cry and say that it's a crime against all that have ever lived, but if you call people Nazis and shit and accuse them of horrific shit with no proof, it's perfectly fine because retard McBumfuck got mad about it? With all this burden on my heart, I am surprised I am not dead. Oh, believe you me, everyone would wish for the opposite. Like, basically, like, you being gone would be like what would happen if people managed to kill Thanos as soon as he arrived on Earth. A lot of things could have been avoided. Although, at times, I think that maybe I would be better off if I did. Finally, we agree on something. Took you long enough to say something worthy of agreeing to. And that's all it took. Finally, we agree on something. Raquel and Reggie makes me want to kill myself. The only reason you won't do it is because you love yourself too much to do it. You have no real reason to keep living. The only reason I have not done it is because of Nina, Sabrina, Liliana, and Rosie. For some weird reason, they are what keeps me alive. It's not some weird reason. It's because you genuinely have fixations on people that have no real interest in you as a person. It's not a bad thing. Thank you for telling me that. It's almost like my brain didn't learn how to interpret knowledge. It's a good thing. Thank you for telling everyone this. What's next? Are you going to go over days of the week, shapes, and colors? Raquel is like a virus. I wish it was one that we would catch, like the tyrant virus, except instead of becoming a badass mutant that could tear people to shreds, you just become a defective liquor clone that eventually tears itself to pieces trying to eat something. Everyone who questions her regime is treated like hell, while those who let her step on them are rewarded greatly, although there is no spiritual reward for it. Therefore, it is still a form of corruption. Translation: I believe in spirituality when I believe I can use it as a vehicle to cry about dumb shit. But when other people use it in an ironic sense, where they openly say that if there is a God, then I must be a disappointment to his creation, then I will automatically portray it as though I am some sort of scientist who is objective and completely illogical about everything he says. Pick one. Seriously, pick one. Like, why can you not remain philosophically consistent for 30 seconds?
I think he forgets his own philosophy after that long.
It's 10-second Tom. It's 5-second fish. Oh boy. But the fact that Roselle has bus tickets, she keeps them away from those who she hates by lying and saying that the bus ticket, are on a donation basis. Okay. Yeah, in an earlier conversation, January said I have a selection process on who gets a bus ticket. I mean, Rochelle will choose who will get them or not. Well, it's most likely because she's trying to determine who will actually be likely to accomplish something. So, to extend that statement, Raquel can choose to discriminate against myself or anyone that she chooses without opposition by hoarding bus tickets from those who need them. Okay, where would you possibly go that you'd require a bus ticket? You don't do anything.
Well, he needs his dealer to, he needs to be able to get to his dealer a lot easier, and it's like...
It's like, you know how hard it is to walk without the crack?
I need to get there. My legs don't work, and I need to get to buy them from the fucking crack dealer.
To bus tickets. That includes everything from clothes to shoes, even breakfast, lunch, and dinner. Is that why you started getting so skinny? You just started skipping meals? She controls everything, even our lives. Yet she acts like everything is fine, which it's not. I question one day whether there will be a riot at Hope for Homes. I am not surprised if there is. Most likely probably already happened in the past. It will happen again. Yet nobody listens to me. Then as soon as something bad happens, it's always my fault. No, it's just the fact that when you act like a dick, people don't like you, and they remember that behavior, and they tend to openly remember it, and they will use it against you whenever you decide to act like a shit to them. Time after time. Oh, will you stop quoting that fucking song? I love golfing and soccer. I haven't played in a while because of my legs. I can't walk, and traveling is hard on me. It's hard.
That's hilarious.
Like, the only reason you love golfing is because you have a fetish for that Korean golfer whose name you basically assumed. If I were this lady, I would sue the fuck out of you for potentially tainting my name. Seriously, like, what do you think would happen if this lady actually caught wind of all the shit that he's doing while using her name as an alias?
I'd kind of like to get in touch with her to find out, but I just don't think she'd respond to anything I'd send.
It's like, I'm not sure if she knows English or not, and I'm not familiar if she'd actually be able to actually receive messages from people that are like, well, let's face it, we're like tiny little dots in the ocean. Let's see here. Doesn't stop me from supporting West Ham and Manchester United. Well, looks like all the fans are going to have to find other fans.
He should go to Millwall and tell him how much he loves West Ham. That'll go down so fucking well.
Just watch the ass beating intensify.
Oh, they'll like tear him limb from limb apart like wild horses. It'd be fucking hilarious.
Yeah, like soccer fans in Europe are fucking ape shit.
Yeah, Millwall fans are like orcs from fucking Lord of the Rings. Like, I shit you not, ISIS attacked a place and a Millwall fan beat the shit out of ISIS.
It's like, man, he's fucking crazy.
He's like, I'm Millwall, and he just punched him.
I try my best to be positive, and writing helps me to release frustrations at night without causing physical harm on no one. Well, let's be honest, even if you tried to, you just get your ass kicked. Michelle doesn't like my writing. No one does. She finds it a threat to her resolve. No, it's just the fact is that you straight up write slander about people, then you publish it while saying things about them that can be used to fuck their lives up. But I won't stop writing. I know you write about where you're at, and then people call where you're at, asking what the fuck the deal is, and then they have to sit there and try to think about a logical reason as to why the fuck you're allowed on the internet. It has become part of me and part of my lifestyle. It has created for me a place to get free from social norms and regulations. Well, you admit that social norms exist because you're straight up acknowledging it here, so normality does indeed exist. And to create a world of my own. Yeah, you see what happens when you do that? You just say stupid shit and people make fun of you more. Probably not a good call. I mean, here's the thing. If you really wanted to write a fantasy novel that was actually something as intriguing as Tolkien or George R.R. Martin, then people might be able to tolerate some of your ideals, albeit not all of them. But when you act as shitty as you do to people, and then you sit there screaming about their behavior when you write like this, it explains a lot.
Like, all of his writings are just self-indulgent shit. Like, nobody but him is going to have as much interest in it as he does.
I mean, let's be honest. You've helped me with my project and collaborations. And by the way, I am working on that still. I'm just going through drafts. I want to make sure I have the next few written out and then set up before I actually dole out everything.
Yeah, it's usually for the best.
But the thing is, though, the project I'm writing, it was designed to build intrigue. It's not, this is my character, he's a self-insert, and he exists to fillet himself every time something even remotely bad happens to him. Because realistically, the dude is, like, traumatized and anxious as shit. And, like, every chapter is not, the world sucks and it's everyone else's fault. It's like, man, I really did this, and I don't understand how I'm gonna, like, I've learned to live with it, but I gotta be fucking careful, because if I'm not careful, it's gonna happen again.
Yeah, and writing fiction as well. Like, I know writing non-fiction isn't necessarily invalid, but if you are writing a good fiction story and you start telling someone about it, they actually want to know more. Whereas if you start the conversation with, I'm writing about my life and how I went to a fucking Super Bowl party and it didn't go my way, they'll go, right, okay, this friendship is over. Don't ever speak to me again.
Right, okay, fuck off. Walks away. Look here. Let's see. In a way, it reflects on my own lifestyle choices, and in turn, it benefits others. No, it doesn't. I mean, let's be honest. The only thing your writing has done is give other people something to point and laugh at and say, at least I'm not that fuck. In the case of Raquel, I am still a threat to her collective because I am too smart to be a victim of her anti-humanistic regiment and ideology. And because I am a screeching retard, excuse me, sorry, I finished your sentence for you. Refuse to be reformed and fall into compliance with her requirements and stand up for what's right. You don't stand up for what's right because, well, one, you have rickets. And two, genuinely everything you do is, as everyone's bumped, self-indulgent. Which happens to everyone. Every person I know who does the same type of work that I do, you mean no one? Goes through the same crap that I do, you mean no one? In different formats, a course. Stop saying a course. Your whole existence is being a curse to everyone else. but it still equals the same thing: a life of victimhood and oppression, and it started even before the days of Jesus. Here's the thing: if you want to look at like the whole idea of days of victimhood, well, before Jesus would be like the Egyptians, and the difference between that and this shit, you're not being whipped or tortured. You're not being made to haul 20-ton limestone blocks up an incline and almost beaten to death every day. You literally just got told that you were an asshole by someone for shitty behavior and that you threw a fit about it for months.
The days before Jesus, Stetson probably would have been locked in a fucking nut house and people would have thrown rocks at him for amusement.
I mean, realistically, he wouldn't even survive birth because he was such a just the way he looks now. Like his legs are fucked up now. Imagine him when he's learning to walk.
And
Fall
the fact
over,
that he's
boom, hit the rock,
retarded.
dead.
Just the village idiot, basically.
In fact, Jesus and his disciples went through worse torment and persecution than I did. If you acknowledge that, then why say this? Yet the very fact that they suffered persecution in the first place are atrocities within itself. Again, do you believe in Jesus or don't you? I wish you'd just make up your mind.
Also, that's the point of the Jesus story, that he's a victim of the fucking persecution and he was too good for us and shit. Without the persecution, there wouldn't really be a story.
I mean, realistically, he also turned the other cheek instead of constantly screaming at people over bullshit afterwards.
Yeah, he usually didn't just cry because someone was mean to him. It was usually he'd talk about like what the flaw was in just the whole situation rather than just this person's a dick and they said mean things to me.
Let's see. Within it, the fact is that good persons somehow are always victim of evil. Evil seems like something good. The bad ones are highly respected, yet the good ones are persecuted and left to suffer on the side of the road. Is this just like a little nod to a personal event with you? Let's see here. And
Yeah,
the atrocity is that no one. They beat me to death and dumped me on the side of the road because I wouldn't leave the football player's girlfriend alone. An atrocity that no one should ever be a victim to, yet let alone good people. You would think that by now, the only people that would know by now are the victimization of humanity is wrong. Translation: if anyone at all is mean to me, I need to talk like I'm a hive mind. Oh, you fucking dip. Well, no. Well, we are not in the Dark Ages, and the information is available to everyone. Yeah, it still happens, even as it did to Jesus many before him. Well, here's the thing. There are always going to be people that do horrific, fucked up shit. And realistically, you would be one of those people if you had the power and the authority to do it. The only difference is you don't.
He'd be the antagonist from Far Cry 4, where, like, in his own personal, like, mind fuck DLC from Far Cry 6, there's literally one of the endings where he just gets told that nothing's his fault and he did nothing wrong. And, like, he can accept that as, like, the ending if he wants. And that would just basically be Stetson inside his own head, like, nothing you did was your fault. It was all everybody else's fault.
So it's not a surprise when these things happen to me. It's just simple fact that these things in question should never happen in the first place. Then why do you always cause it? That leads back to Raquel, and it is no excuse for her actions and / her character in the simple fact that her monstrosity should not disseminate the livelihood of others. Then why do you constantly try to do things to fuck with other people's livelihoods by lying about them?
And DMCAing them.
Yep, either way, she is wrong, and you don't have to think like me to know it's right. Well, here's the thing. All you do is tell people that they have to think like you. You basically try to mind fuck people into thinking the way you want them to. Chapter 11, Bankruptcy. Jessica. She is so amazing and beautiful and very sexy. Jessica, long hair, missing a few teeth. What the fuck happened? Big eyes, nice body, intelligent mind, and a kind heart. My love from the stars, yes, because she fell from the sky. In
I wish a
retrospect,
meteorite had fall from the sky on top of him. That'd be brilliant.
maybe just maybe a meteorite should French kiss him.
Either that or a satellite, like in Sims 2, where when you're watching fucking clouds, a satellite can just randomly crash into you.
Let's see. In retrospect, she always liked me, but I only found out last week. Can you imagine just having these weird little transient moments of clarity that are immediately filled with more delusion? There were signs, breadcrumbs, if you will. Jesus fucking Christ.
In you
But I
will.
did not follow them. Not because I did not care, but because I did not notice. My mistake. Waking up every morning is a continuous line of mistakes.
Your mother saying we should keep the baby was a mistake.
But I'm glad she didn't give up on me. She works under Raquel at the staff's. I remember where I stay at. So you admit that again you live there. Stop. Like, how many times have you incriminated yourself now? She doesn't get treated with much respect by Raquel's staff or many of the residents there. I can only do so much by myself. Okay, so not at all. I need my team, which is now officially scattered everywhere. So no one. In any way, this is Raquel's fault.
Fucking Suicide Squad starring Stetson.
I need my team. Brainlet 99. He makes a victim out of himself all the fucking time.
Mitchell Williams, all he does is say stupid shit, then cry about it.
That's Renee. He eats his own shit.
That's D-Buns. He says shit that I really don't like, but he also doesn't like people I don't like, so I'll ignore him being a homophobe for now. But heaven forbid, if he calls me a faggot one more time when I'm looking out of the corner of him with my one good eye, I will have him excommunicated from my country of Domingo Chitia.
Killer Creed. I don't really want him. I want his girlfriend.
Which I'm pretty sure is really just him on an alt.
But hey, if he puts some lipstick on it, it's like, whatever.
Let's see. Let's see. If there were a dedicated travel fund for the residents, where one travel expenses would be, ones would be compensated or covered completely, then I would fix my team up in Calabas, and get on with my life. Instead, she lingers around, not caring. Where? That is why she broke her leg. What? Where the fuck did this come from?
Just out of nowhere, she just breaks her leg. She's like, oh, fuck!
Like Family Guy, like someone stepped on a crack and her leg broke. Because karma came back to haunt her for what she had done against the people. She cannot blame me, although she will do it anyway, because I am not in any way responsible for her actions, and I never will. You mean never will be? Like, something that's, like, again, like, why is it that whenever, like, horrible shit happens to people that you don't like, it's automatically karma? It's not like shit just happens.
The fact that he exists proves that karma doesn't really exist.
Because realistically, if karma was a thing, he would have been punished multiple times over with several different ass beatings.
Unless you count his joke of an existence as karmic retribution. Maybe karma just decided that it was crueler to let him live.
Putting you out of your misery would be too simple. See, so, okay, next page. I feel bad for Prof for sitting through this with me. I feel like he's gonna invoice me a cost for therapy. It's like, you did this shit to me! I think I killed him. Oh, jeez. So much so that she ignores wisdom and knowledge for corruption and false beliefs. Yeah, I have no problem with Jessica because of her personal choice to show respect to others. She is not perfect, but you don't have to be perfect in order to do the right thing. You just have to try. That by itself make all the difference. To be continued. Right. Are you gonna write like another version of this shit where it's basically just gonna be like this, but it's gonna be like even less meaningful details?
I actually wonder what he removed. I do actually have access to an old copy of something, but I don't know what it is. I got an old reading from fucking Jared Wars years ago of one of his old books, so I'll have to see if there's any differences.
Honestly, there is something that I should probably say though before we wrap this all up.
Mhm.
Considering how he treats other people, like honestly, if you think about this for a minute, like I know that I've mentioned that Kate, for example, has BPD, and like there are days where she's just like up and down, up and down. Like honestly, if he had this kind of like fucking, if he tried to get involved with her, all that would happen is like if she's like in one of those like pissed off moods where she's like short with people, he would just immediately throw himself on the floor and start crying. Instead of saying, "Are you all right? Do you need space? What's going on? Do you need anything?" As to like try to kind of get a feel for what the temperament is in that moment. Or if she was going through like one of those really bad depressive manic episodes where she's just like emotionally distraught because she remembers some like fucked up shit she said during an episode like that where it was during an argument and it got like verbally bad. Like, would he sit there and say, "Well, yeah, you deserve this because this is the way you treated me and my feelings are more important than whether or not you meant it or not"? Instead of things like, "Look, I understand that you were upset with that. Let's just try to sit down, figure things out, and then we'll just try to figure it out once you're relaxed again." Like, honestly, he seems like the kind of person that, like, we've both bumped. Like, you keep people around when you need them, but when they're an inconvenience for you, you just kind of shrug them off.
I imagine they'd just throw them away after a week regardless. I think he just decided he wants something else and then just wander off.
It's like, hold on a minute, there's a small child walking by, I gotta go chase that.
Yeah, I could picture that. Like, the fact that he can't even keep one girl per book, and it's like one girl per chapter or page even. It's like, yeah, he could not do monogamy or anything.
I mean, he can't even really help anyone because realistically, every time he tries to do, like, it's what you said, like, every time he's ever tried to do something at all, he's only done it because it's been benefiting him in some way. It's never been like, I legitimately want to help, so I'll help.
I couldn't ever see him like doing something for someone else that wasn't less than simple. Like giving up a night of his life to help someone do something. He'd do something very short term and expect a blowjob as his reward. Like, oh, I opened the door for you.
Anyone would have done, but I want something for it. The beating that he received that day.
They never found his body.
All right, well, I'm all set. What about you?
Same. It's like
Yeah, the prop is dying.
5 a.m. Yeah, it's like 5 a.m. So I've probably not got words anyway at this point.
It's like everything that could have been said, we just did. Okay, yeah, so you're exactly 5 hours ahead of me then.
Yep.
All right, well, thanks for donating your time.
Yeah, it was fun.
Aside from the insanity and slowly maddening nightmares, this was fun.
Indeed. What the hell's happened with my OBS? It's like,
Oh god, it's freaking out.
yeah, I have no idea what the fuck it thinks it's doing, but that's fine.